Introduction of bills.
When press it again, and when it's green, then relax, and then I'll press. So hold on. No, come again. It's green now. Stop, stop, and then I give you permission.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move the bill shortly entitled Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
The bill has been read first. Yeah.
Value Added Tax Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Pensions Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
Pensions Amendment Act 2023. Pensions Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled by Registration Amendment Act 2023 be read the first time.
The bill has been read the first time.
Titled by Registration Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Stamp Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
Stamp Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act of 2023 be read the first time.
I beg to second the motion.
Highway Maintenance Levy Repeal Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act of 2023 be read the first time.
Mr. Speaker,
Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
That the bill shortly entitled International Maritime Act 2023 be read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
International Maritime Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023 be read a first time.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Civil Aviation Amendment Act 2023.
The bill has been read the first time.
Public Business, Government Business motion.
Be it resolved that this Honorable House approves the supplementary estimates of expenditure for the year 2021-2022 amounting to $235,717,376.20, the details of which are contained in the attached schedule.
Right or green? I second it, Mr. Speaker.
The mic here.
Mr. Speaker, I rise before this Honorable House to present the supplementary estimates comprising advances made from the contingencies fund during fiscal year 2021-2022, totaling $235,717,376.20. Section 80, subsection 1 of the Constitution, as well as Section 12.3 of the Finance Administration Act, Chapter 6302 of the 2017 revised laws of the Commonwealth of Dominica, allow the Minister for Finance to advance urgent or unforeseen expenditures not originally approved in the annual budget and subsequently seek the House of Assembly's approval to these advances by way of supplementary estimates. The details of the advances authorized by the Minister during fiscal year 2021-2022 are as follows. Office of the President. Mr. Speaker, an advance was made to the Office of the President in the amount of $48,997. This amount was used to meet unforeseen operations and maintenance expenses to facilitate the smooth operations of the Office of the Official Resident of the President to effectively serve the public. Integrity in Public Office. The Integrity in Public Office received an amount of $141,611 for the payment of legal obligations in respect of an unforeseen judicial review matter. The Legislature. An additional amount of $181,080 was approved for the House of Assembly. Of this amount, $75,080 was used to purchase and install a digital conference audio system, while $106,000 was used to undertake much needed infrastructure repairs to ensure the safety and well-being of staff and members. Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the National Security and Home Affairs received the sum of $9,301,073 for the following. $278,996 was required to purchase 2 buses for retrofitted into ambulances. $589,583 was made available for the procurement of uniforms, protective gears, and equipment for the fire department. Mr. Speaker, this department is an essential service. Therefore, it is paramount that we ensure it is equipped with the requisite tools to perform its functions effectively. $1,610,047 was required to settle outstanding legal obligations. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the critical need to enhance national security, this government has implemented its e-passport initiative, which provides a greater layer of security. An amount of $6,822,448 was required for additional staffing, maintenance, and support for the passport issuing systems. Mr. Speaker, we encourage all Dominicans to obtain their new e-passport. Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to make sound investments decisions to safeguard the future of our people. And so an amount of $11,579,103 was advanced to the Ministry of Finance to regain majority share ownership in Domlec and maintain its share ownership of the National Bank of Dominica. The Ministry of Finance also received a grant of 300,000 United States dollars from the World Food Program as contributions toward government expenses, government excess rainfall policy with the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility for 2 consecutive financial years. Of this amount, 100,000 United States dollars was utilized for the financial year 2021-2022. We thank the World Food Program for this great initiative, which is aligned with the government thrust to build fiscal resilience. Mr. Speaker, we also want to express sincere thanks to the government of Canada for its contribution in the sum of $186,518 towards the Population and Housing Census Program. The funds were effectively used for consultancy fees for the installation and implementation of a much-needed software and to purchase specific data-driven computer equipment. Let us all be counted in the census, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that our Citizen by Investment program is one of the best in the world, having ranked #1 on numerous occasions by CBI Index. In an effort to maintain the integrity of this program, it is imperative that we carry out extensive due diligence on every potential investor. In this regard, an additional amount of $28,307,370 was required to pay due diligence fees to 7 internationally recognized agencies: Ministry of Blue and Green Economy, Agriculture and Food Security. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Blue and Green Economy, Agriculture and Food Security received $11,845,512. 93% of this amount came from our donor partners. The World Bank, through the Global Environmental Facility, donated $369,862 for the payment of consultancy fee for leveraging ecotourism for biodiversity protection project. Additionally, the World Bank, through the Enhancing Agricultural Resilience and National Food Security project, made available grant funding in the amount of $5 million to procure agricultural tools and equipment for our farmers. The government of Dominica expresses its sincere thanks to the World Bank for its continued contribution to this important sector. Mr. Speaker, this government recognizes the role that key fisheries infrastructure plays in creating the enabling environment for implementation of standards necessary to penetrate foreign markets, to generate foreign exchange, while securing livelihoods through sustainable employment in the local fisheries sector. The Japanese International Corporation, through an agreement signed in May 2021, agreed to rehabilitate the Ruzo and Marigot fisheries complexes. For the fiscal year 2021-2022, financial aid in the amount of $5,559,835 was approved towards these projects. These rehabilitated complexes have increased the storage capacity and post-harvest quality of fish for both local and export markets. The Ruzo Fisheries Complex in particular was designed to create a centralized location for fish post-harvest and quality enhancement services for the fishers of the local community and nationally. Mr. Speaker, the Food and Agricultural Organization, through its Build Resilient Fish Supply through Modern Technology Application Initiative, provided a total amount of $130,819 towards the activation and implementation of the regional project entitled Climate Change Adaptation of the Fisheries Sector in the Eastern Caribbean. The objective of this project is to increase resilience and reduce vulnerability to climate change impacts in the Eastern Caribbean fisheries sector through assessing the vulnerability of the fisheries sector in the region. Mr. Speaker, the government of the People's Republic of China continues to provide financial aid to the government of Dominica and consented to jointly undertake the construction of an agricultural science complex at 1 Mile, Portsmouth, in the amount of $11,405,062. As part of the agreement, the government of Dominica provided $784,996 for the initial startup costs, including site clearance, connection of utilities on materials, equipment, and construction machinery, and the provision of security services. Ministry of Education and Human Resource Planning, Vocational Training, and National Excellence. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to invest in our youth. Additional allocations were approved for the Ministry of Education and Human Resource Planning, Vocational Training, and National Excellence, amounting to $25,156,692 and distributed as follows. $1,808,296 was appropriated to cover costs related to the Dominica Climate Resilience and Restoration Project funded by the Government of Canada through the Caribbean Development Bank and the Government of Dominica. These funds were used for the rehabilitation of 5 primary schools, namely Granby, Delices, Salisbury, Monjon, and Will Strathmore Stevens Primary School. $182,857 was received from the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, to cover the cost of curriculum writing and training of teachers nationwide. The United Nations Development Program made available $52,812 to provide students of the Collyho, Colibistry, Atkinson, and Jurdell primary schools with the platform for developing and enhancing their creativity, physical fitness, confidence, and self-esteem, and also to reinforce Dominica's traditional value of volunteerism in collaboration with community groups, with special emphasis on youth volunteers within the identified communities. The Dominica Association of Bradford, which was formed after Hurricane David in 1979 by a few Dominicans living in Bradford, continues to offer humanitarian support. The association donated $31,029 for the purchase of educational equipment for 10 primary schools across the island. Mr. Speaker, $10,045,565 was required for the reconstruction of the Maho Primary School campus, while $13,036,132 was required to facilitate the extension of the Dominica Grammar School. Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development received a supplementary amount of $61,014,350. Of this amount, $26,054,040 was advanced for the construction of homes under the Dominica Housing Recovery Project and to fund the reimbursable financial assistance program through the Aid Bank for micro and small businesses enterprises who were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, $33,915,920 was injected into the Modern Resilient Housing Development Program, while $1,044,390 was approved for the construction of a road and other infrastructure-related expenses to facilitate the construction of homes in the Kalinago territory under the European Union funded Rehabilitation Post-Hurricane Maria Housing 11th EDFB Envelope Project. Mr. Speaker, this very caring and compassionate government continues to provide the country's most vulnerable people access to stable and decent living conditions. We are on the pathway to providing affordable living accommodation for Dominicans in need. We understand that home ownership brings a sense of dignity to our people and is a gateway to both short and long-term financial stability. We will remain focused on this task and will not be distracted. Ministry of Health, Wellness, and New Health Investment. Mr. Speaker, Dominica and the rest of the world have been through numerous disasters, including those caused by volcanoes, earthquakes, and weather events, as well as man-made disasters. However, never during our lifetime have we seen such a prolonged pandemic cause havoc in every continent over a 2-year period, resulting in millions of deaths across the world. I refer here, Mr. Speaker, to the COVID-19 pandemic. Sadly, all of us know someone who has died from this disease. Over the past 2.5 years, it has been a difficult and painful time for so many Dominicans, and we offer condolences to the families and friends of our fallen people. The fiscal year 2021-2022 as the coronavirus continued to affect our people and economy. This government's priority was to safeguard the lives and livelihoods of our people. In this regard, 76% of the total additional allocation to the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and New Health Investment of $22,080 was required for the management of the COVID-19 pandemic and distributed as follows. $18,900,000 load funds from the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries fund defray the cost of mitigating the pandemic. The United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund donated $621,046 to meet expenses associated with the COVID-19 vaccine delivery support program. This amount enabled the rapid rollout of the COVAX-funded vaccine doses. $216,502 received from the Pan American Health Organization was used to promote the COVID-19 vaccine uptake. This amount was earmarked to not only address the vaccine hesitancy in Dominica, but to generate confidence, acceptance, and the demand for vaccines. $2,262,532 was used to compensate public officers for the management of the COVID-19 pandemic. Once again, we applaud and recognize our many public and police officers who work tirelessly to protect and care for our citizens during the dreadful period. Mr. Speaker, the greatest wealth is health, and this Labour Party administration continues to make investments in our healthcare infrastructure. The new Marigot Hospital is finally here. Others try to discredit our vision, but we remain steadfast and vigilant, and today we can boast of the state-of-the-art new Marigot Hospital. This has only been made a reality due to our continuous investments in health infrastructure. During the fiscal year 2021-2022, the government invested $6,798,497 towards the completion of this new hospital. Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment. Mr. Speaker, as a government, we recognize the importance of youth development and citizen empowerment through employment. Bearing this in mind, we made available an additional of $24,965,440 to the Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment to support the National Employment and Mentorship Program. Mr. Speaker, this program is a nursery for young professionals. This program promotes Sustainable Development Goal number 8, which speaks to providing decent work for our people. The beneficiaries of the program are able to harness their skills and gain new experiences, which have allowed many of them to transition into permanent employment. Ministry of Sports, Culture, and Community Development. Mr. Speaker, our investment in sports continued to yield positive results. During the period, Dominica Thielafor winning a gold medal in the women's triple jump at the North American, Central American, and Caribbean Senior Athletics Championship held on August 21st, 2022 in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, this is a great win for not only Ms. Lafor, but Dominicans everywhere. This government will continue to channel resources to ensure the advancement of our young people through sports. Mr. Speaker, for the financial year 2021-2022, grant funds in the amount of $314,690 were negotiated and received from local and international organizations for sports development. The Dominica Lotteries Commission donated $227,826 to assist with preparations of the Winter Park Sports Stadium forecourt for the OECS ECCB netball tournament. Mr. Speaker, by all reports, this event was a great success, and we look forward to hosting more events like this. The Dominica Football Association, through corporate sponsorship, continues to provide financial aid for the development of sports in Dominica. An amount of $33,420 was made available for maintenance works at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, in terms of community development, the UNDP provided monetary assistance in the amount of $53,444 to cover expenses relating to the Community Emergency Readiness Initiative program. Mr. Speaker, this program aims to strengthen community-led approaches and preparedness actions at all levels and to build a cadre of trained persons to respond in the event of an emergency at the community level. Ministry of Planning, Economic Development, Climate Resilience, and Sustainable Development and Renewable Energy. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the Ministry of Planning, Economic Development, Climate Resilience, and Sustainable Development and Renewable Energy, $54,000 was approved for the payment of consultancy fees for the implementation of Resilience Mapping Action Plan and awareness raising for public officers. The objective of this consultancy was to develop capacities to integrate Dominica's resilience agenda into planning processes across the public sector and to enhance technocrats' knowledge of the Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan, CRRP goals and targets. Ministry of Public Works and the Digital Economy. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Public Works and the Digital Economy received a total amount of $33,122,398. 57% of the addition of $19,025,610 of this amount was to meet additional contractual payments for road maintenance work, asphalt patching, vegetation management, and other related rehabilitative works throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, when this government makes a commitment, we deliver. We continue to increase our investments in agriculture infrastructure and our farmers as we aim to increase the contribution of agriculture to GDP to $700 million by the year 2030. In this regard, the government is collaborating with the European Union invested in additional $9,044,910 for the rehabilitation of the several feeder roads island-wide to reduce farmers' costs, increase their output, as well as improve the quality of produce available on the market. In addition, Mr. Speaker, an amount of $5,051,878 was also advanced to the ministry to meet the payment of electrical charges for the months of March, April, and June 2022 due to higher costs of utilities. Cabinet Office. Mr. Speaker, over the years, the United National Development Program, UNDP, has provided numerous grants aligned with government's sustainable development programs. The Cabinet Office received a grant funding totaling $245,160 from the UNDP. Of this amount, $164,160 was used to train managers and supervisors throughout the public service, with a vision to amending and implementing new and innovative practices and procedures. While $81,000 went towards the development of a resilience plan and a fire risk management plan for the city of Roseville. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the government and the people of Dominica, I wish to thank the UNDP for its unwavering support for the implementation of Dominica's climate and resilience agenda. Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, Youth at Risk, Gender Affairs, Senior Security, and Dominicans with Disabilities. Finally, Mr. Speaker, additional budgetary provision was approved in respect of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, Youth at Risk, Gender Affairs, Senior Security, and Dominicans with Disabilities, amounting to $186,035 and distributed as follows. $3,185 was approved to identify and train young people and women to build capacity in the implementation of the Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan. The UNDP made available $46,506 to strengthen the CRRP executors' capacity on mainstreaming gender. $79,592 was allocated to the Cash Grant Initiative, funded by the World Food Program, and $56,751 was provided to building resilience and capacity in the Yes We Care program, including training in disaster management, geriatrics, first aid, counseling, feeding and nutrition, and sensitization of the NDRS and CRRP. Mr. Speaker, all of these advances which I have just listed are presented in the supplementary estimates and were funded as follows. 16% or $38,566,000 was met through grant funding. 71% or $167,811,376 was funded through local resources, while 12% or $29,340,000 was financed with loans. Mr. Speaker, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with the increasing cost of fuel, food, and shipping as a result of the war in Ukraine, continues to be a challenge globally. Dominica has not been spared. Nevertheless, this government continues to implement the necessary measures to stabilize the country's finances, build fiscal resilience, and provide relief to our people in order to facilitate sustainable economy. This fact is clearly visible in the reduced number of off-budget expenditure for the fiscal year 2021-2022, as well as greater targeting of expenditure to the productive sectors and the vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, based on the feedback received from the many of our international partners, this government is heading in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, with this said, I now commend for approval of the House the supplementary estimates in the amount of $235,717,376.20. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is now before the House for debate. Yes, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the supplementary appropriation before this House. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to take this opportunity to congratulate the recipients who were given a dwelling home under the Dominica Recovery Project. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is charged with the responsibility of providing leadership in coordinating the construction of housing across the communities of Dominica. According to the supplementary estimates, over $2.3 million was spent in the reconstructing of homes for the families that were affected by Hurricane Maria. This, of course, is a very good initiative funded by the World Bank. However, Mr. Speaker, lest we forget that there are also many persons who were also deeply affected who did not receive any assistance. This brings me to this point, Mr. Speaker, to the village of Kulibistri and Lagumbe. They form part of the Salisbury constituency, a community that has seen its worst with the river that passes in the center of the community under the passing of Tropical Storm Erica in 2015 and Hurricane Maria in 2017. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the village of Kulibistri was declared a disaster area. But up to this present date, nothing has been done to assist the residents there. Mr. Speaker, promises were made to the residents who had suffered loss of property. Promise of a home and to relocate them to Monrachet or to Salisbury. And it has been years, Mr. Speaker, and there isn't any sign of any home being built. Mr. Speaker, there is no hurricane shelter in Kulibistri. In case of a flash flood, they have to run all the way up to Monrachet. Yet, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing in the supplementary estimates that millions were spent, but the residents of Kulibistri and Lagumbe did not benefit under this program. Mr. Speaker, I would really like to know, how does one really qualify to get housing from the government? And who decides or who selects who gets a house? Mr. Speaker, I believe that a funding agency needs to be put in place for these types of projects instead of the government being involved. There are village councils, the disaster preparedness committees, there are stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. These groups or committees should be the ones selecting and to do the proper evaluation on those who are most affected. In that way, Mr. Speaker, there will be transparency, not only accepting and giving those that support and neglecting the others that doesn't, Mr. Speaker. The residents of Kulibistri and Lagumbe, they are citizens of the Commonwealth of Dominica as well, and they deserve better. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Planning, Economic Development, Climate Resilience and Sustainable Development, and Renewable Energy, the amount of $2,204,512.59 was spent on professional and consultancy services. Mr. Speaker, what consultancy has been done on the bridge and river wall in Kulibistri? Mr. Speaker, three-quarters of the bridge was compromised by the hurricane. And these are the issues that needs to be addressed, especially when it relates to the lives and property of the people. Speaking about lives and property, Mr. Speaker, the river wall in Kulibistri also. Not having the wall has caused so much destruction in that community. There has been no constant dredging of the river. To this present date, the residents would still panic when it rains heavily. There is no form of security from the river for the residents when that happens. I really do hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Ministry of Planning intervenes and finds the necessary solutions for the people of Kulibistri. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary estimates under the Ministry of Public Works and Digital Economy states that the European Union and the government of Dominica has funded the Feeder Roads Rehabilitation Program. An amount of $9,044,910 was allocated to this program. But the feeder roads in the heights of Salisbury, Guamon, Petit Makushri, just to name a few, Mr. Speaker, have not benefited from this program. Mr. Speaker, the farmers of Salisbury, Kulibistri, and Monrachet have been totally forgotten. The feeder roads in the heights of Salisbury is one of the most productive farm roads in Dominica and the most neglected one as well. I acknowledge the fact that some work, Mr. Speaker, was started on the road, but it is still not motorable. Farmers are experiencing great difficulty in traversing the Petit Makushri to Karam route. Mr. Speaker, the farmers have been experiencing serious financial hardship due to the recurring expenses of damage to their vehicles because of the road conditions. And that also has brought loss of productivity, Mr. Speaker. The situation, however, has been compounded by the recent heavy rainfall. Mr. Speaker, there is this one pineapple farmer in Salisbury who has to suffer so much loss with his produce because of the deplorable road conditions. But millions are being spent according to the supplementary estimates. But the breadbasket of Dominica, the village with the most productive farmers, their feeder roads have been neglected, moreover forgotten, Mr. Speaker. The Sukal Opitor Farm Road as well is on the outskirts of Kulibistri. It falls under the bracket of forgotten feeder roads. A road that is used by the farmers of Kulibistri and Kolio. Mr. Speaker, a lot more can be done to aid the farmers in this constituency and Dominica by extension. Mr. Speaker, the road in Morachet is of a great concern. The community is in dire need of a back road. There is only one road, Mr. Speaker, that serves both entrance and the exit of the village. This road is also used by the farmers who also has farm in the Morachet Heights, which is also in a deplorable state. Mr. Speaker, estimates has been done on the road, but to this present date, nothing has been done, Mr. Speaker. It has been 23 years. Yet, since the residents of Morachet has been promised this road, the making of this back road would eventually mean that there would be a village expansion. More persons would be more influenced to come and live in this community. It will also be easier for the residents to navigate back and forth from the village, Mr. Speaker. The hill in this community is a challenge for heavy equipment and trailer trucks to access the village because of the steepness. Because of this, Mr. Speaker, the containers have to be offloaded on the highway to smaller trucks, thereby incurring additional costs on transportation to the residents. Mr. Speaker, I do hope that this situation will be looked into as well. Mr. Speaker, I am placing some emphasis on fishing, in Salisbury especially. There are many fishermen, both of age and of the young ones as well. We are seeing in the supplementary estimates that some monies were spent on the fishing industry. The fishermen need proper training in modern fishing techniques. This, of course, will bring along viable employment opportunities, Mr. Speaker. However, there is a fisheries complex in Salisbury, but there is no electricity, Mr. Speaker. No electricity means that the catch cannot be preserved. It all boils down to that because there isn't any electricity. They cannot have an ice machine. And these are all the problems, Mr. Speaker, that we are faced with. Mr. Speaker, with all these unforeseen expenses during the fiscal year that we have seen in the supplementary appropriation, I have not seen any accommodations made for the electoral reform, and we really like to see this. This is my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to refer to my notes, please.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin by saying that it is gratifying to be back in this Honorable House. I am pleased that I have yet another opportunity to continue the contribution I started in my first term as a member of the House. This time, Mr. Speaker, I am here not simply as a senator, minister, and a de facto parrot, like the last time, but rather, I am in this honorable chamber as the duly elected representative the duly elected representative of the energetic and warm people of the largest, most diverse constituency. Yes, I am talking about the Roseau North constituency. We're on this side of the House now, Mr. Speaker. In this honorable House this time around, I again see my function as being a voice. Rather, I should say, the official chosen voice for every person living in Pottersville, Gutter Village, Tarish Pit, Yampis, Stock Farm, Bellevue Roll, Fokole, Wavincock, Mont Daniel, Cocoa Bottom, Goodwill, Center Roma, and Louisville, many of whom have placed their confidence in me to lead the charge for the progress and development of themselves, their families, and their respective communities. Mr. Speaker, allow me to use this platform through you to thank the good people of the Roseau North constituency for reposing that level of confidence in me to address their unique challenges, to assist them in sourcing new opportunities, all to improve their economic status and build better lives for themselves and their families. It is my intention to reward their support with conscientious effort and dedication. As I said during the political campaign, I am ready, Roseau North. I am ready to represent you, my people, and to do so in and out of Parliament. And I dare say, Mr. Speaker, a number of these people in my Roseau North constituency, my constituents, can already attest to this. And I say to my other constituents, there's more to come. I will work for you. On this note, I would like to say a public thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister, who's probably going to transfer his vote next election, for his support and guidance that has allowed me to begin touching the lives of so many of you, my dear constituents. Okay, Mr. Speaker, let me get to the business at hand. The schedule of supplementary appropriation. Firstly, I must say that I am on my feet with full confidence in the vision and good track record of this great Dominica Labour Party government, which has achieved so much because of strong and decisive leadership. And because of that, I stand with absolutely no hesitation to lend my unwavering support to the schedule of supplementary appropriation currently before this Honorable House for debate. And although I have just returned to the Cabinet of Ministers as of December of 2022, I stand because I am confident that I can contribute meaningfully to the debate. And I say so because I am well aware of the milestones of this government. Similarly, I know of the economic challenges across the globe, Dominica included. And I dare to say that the root of our challenges has been external to us. They've been exogenous shocks. And this is a fact. It is written, not in the Bible, you know, but by regional and international authorities on economic matters. So, Mr. Speaker, for the avoidance of doubt, I wish to refer to the latest Regional Economic Outlook, or RIO, published by the International Monetary Fund in October 2022. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am going to use that report from a reputable source, an international authority on economic matters, to put the schedule of supplementary appropriation into context. Dominica, based on Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the Regional Economic Outlook. And the reason I am doing so, Mr. Speaker, is because we're talking about money, and that money can be translated into economic activity. So going back to the Regional Economic Outlook, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to quote from that report, and I quote, "Recent developments in the Western Hemisphere, that is the United States, Canada, Latin America, and the Caribbean, have been dominated by the impact of two distinct global shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic and then the Russian invasion of Ukraine," end quote. These events are indeed external to us, hence exogenous shocks. We didn't start it. These things are affecting us, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must stop pretending or imagining that Dominica is in a vacuum. Things that happen outside of Dominica can, in fact, impact us. But of even more significance, in my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, is the data that confirms government expenditure or investments have had a positive impact on economic activity in Dominica. We're speaking here, supplementary appropriation, government expenditure and investments, right? So, Mr. Speaker, in the Regional Economic Outlook, the statistics and projections of our island, Dominica, is presented in an appendix, Table 1, as part of a grouping called Caribbean Tourism Dependent Countries. And a review of that table that shows the rail sector for the year 2022, which is the period, part of the period we're looking at in government expenditure, Mr. Speaker. That grouping, Caribbean Tourism Dependent Countries, the IMF is saying that as of October 2022, the expectation was that as a grouping, that group would have had economic growth or expanded as a group by 5.2%. I also noted from that table that the Dominican economy was then projected to grow by 6%. So here it is, Mr. Speaker, the regional grouping that we're a part of projected to grow by 5.2, but this country is growing by 6% according to that report. I think I deserve a round of applause, or Dominica deserves a round of applause in its honorable chamber. Yes, Mr. Speaker, the projection for our local economy is higher than the grouping as a whole, because as at the time of the publication, we're expected to grow by 6%. This I present upfront, Mr. Speaker, to give context to the schedule of supplementary appropriation, as it is those same expenditures and investments by this government that is expected to spur that economic growth. In summary, I presented those statistics to show the resources invested in the local economy by this government in 2022, some of which we're discussing today, included those presented. And I say to you, those were funds well spent. Can you imagine if we did not spend those monies, we would not have been able to have growth that we could be proud of. And so, having placed the total schedule of supplementary appropriation into context, I will briefly discuss a few of them. Although now, Mr. Speaker, I think the entire chamber is convinced that that supplementary appropriation should just pass because it was in fact money well spent. But I will go ahead anyway. In the schedule of supplementary appropriation, an amount of 24.97 million is presented as expenditure for the National Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, I'm thinking out loud again, you know. Do I really need to justify this or even speak to that expenditure? I'm not sure, you know, because I am sure everyone in this chamber and those within the sound of my voice are well aware of the positive impact that this program has had and continues to have on the lives of so many among us. But just in case, I am going to go ahead. This National Employment Program, NEP, is a brainchild of the Honorable Member for the Bakers constituency and the leader of government business in this Honorable Chamber, Dr. Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit. That program was developed as a direct response to the need to provide internship programs for our youth, both within the public and private sectors, creating opportunities for them to have a steady income and on-the-job training. This is what this caring government is about, looking after our people and being there for them in their time of need. Over the years, the program has evolved to also include caregivers for the elderly and infirmed, as well as beautification crews. Mr. Speaker, I know I shouldn't be speaking about this, but I'm going to anyway. For those of us who live with elderly people, we know how important it is to have someone looking out for them. Sometimes they're unable to look after themselves, to prepare breakfast, to have a shower. Which of us in this honorable chamber would want our aunt, our mom, our dad to be elderly or infirmed and not have someone to look after them? This is a caring government, and this is what we're doing. We're looking after our people, Mr. Speaker. I know, Mr. Speaker, that you'd be amazed to know the number of persons who benefit from this program and are able to bring home the proverbial bacon with the attendant economic and social benefits. And notice I didn't say indirectly, yeah? Because if we have to talk about the indirect benefits, we all know they would be huge. They absolutely would be huge. So, Mr. Speaker, it's no surprise that this newly elected member for the Roseau North constituency, often described as caring and helpful, would be in favor of such a program. And I stand proudly saying that with respect to the National Employment Program, Roseau North is getting its share of the pie. Mr. Speaker, I need to repeat that again. I do not want us to go back to where we were before in this honorable chamber. Let us not pretend that those constituencies that are not being represented on this side of the house are being ignored. Because, Mr. Speaker, Roseau North was on this side of the house when these monies were spent. And Roseau North, as I can tell you, they're getting their share of the pie. For sure, the development of the youth of Roseau North is a priority for me. It is no secret that the youth need new avenues created for them to build more hopeful futures, and it is surely one way to achieve this. I know that getting my young people working will improve their morale, stemming from the basic ability to provide for themselves, empowering them to escape poverty and improve their standards of living. So one may ask, how do I intend to do this? Job creation is at the core of my development plans for Roseau North, Mr. Speaker. The entry point for this will be the establishment of training programs to first introduce young people of Roseau North to areas of technical and vocational skills to which they have not yet been exposed. The ultimate objective is to empower our youth with hard skills that they can transfer into real jobs for themselves and hopefully be able to create employment for others. My goal is to engender a passion for entrepreneurship with assistance from the numerous support services available within the government system. We will be taking advantage of the technical support and startup assistance available through the Dominica Youth Business Trust, the Small Business Support Unit, Work Online Dominica, and other similar programs. I'll move briefly to housing, Mr. Speaker. This Labour Party government promised in its 2019 manifesto that, I quote, "The people of dynamic Dominica will be properly housed and our national housing and property stock will be amongst the highest quality and most hurricane resilient in the Caribbean," end quote. And I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that we are well on our way to achieving this. We see in the schedule of supplementary appropriation a total of 61.01 million spent on the furtherance of the housing revolution. What does that mean? It means that the government has successfully developed and implemented programs that offer housing solutions which significantly increase opportunities for home ownership while systematically addressing compliance to revised building standards. Mr. Speaker, I wish to touch on the impact of this government's housing revolution on the quality of life of so many in our country. Rome was not built in a day. It's coming, everyone. Improved housing conditions, we know, can literally save lives, prevent disease, and increase quality of life. In our case here in Dominica, the housing program is enhancing our efforts to mitigate climate change. We are all too familiar with the effects of severe weather on our livelihoods, our homes, and our ability to live happy, fulfilling lives with our families. Climate change is challenging our ability as a people and country to pursue our economic programs and generally reach our goals for prosperity. But we are pressing forward, Mr. Speaker. This government recognizes that one way to improve our people's resilience is to ensure that they are placed in safe, reliable shelter. And we are doing that across Dominica. Again, Rosonoff was not excluded, Mr. Speaker, under your time. Rosonoff is getting its share of the pie, even when Rosonoff was represented on the other side of the House. I personally am incredibly proud of this initiative, which takes into account the safety and security of all Dominicans. I can think of so many advantages associated with the improvement of the housing stock across Dominica. Better homes are leading to more thriving communities with increased access to jobs, education, and healthcare. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I should mention an offshoot of our housing revolution, the Housing Recovery Program, which is funded by loans and grants from the World Bank. As I stand here today, under that program, a total of 14 homes have been built in the Roseau North constituency at no cost to the recipients. Yet another example that the Roseau North constituency is getting its share of the pie. While another 25 homes will be handed over in the near future in the Roseau North constituency. My good people of the Roseau North constituency, indeed, we are getting our share of the pie. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure my good people in Roseau North that they won't be left behind. I am working hard behind the scenes to bring the housing revolution to Roseau North in a more sustainable way. You heard the Honorable Prime Minister during the campaign and during my launch speak of the government's plans for housing in Roseau North, and I will follow through for you. Mr. Speaker, in this current sitting of the House, we have before us a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Act to bring relief to citizens. This measure will increase the number of VAT-free units provided by DOMLEC to domestic customers and the zero rating of VAT on fuel surcharge payable to DOMLEC. This relief follows from the forward-thinking move by the Roosevelt-Skerrit-led government to purchase the majority of shares in Domlec in March of 2022. This move, Mr. Speaker, was in keeping with our foregoing efforts to build energy resilience and advance our prospects for sustained economic growth. Even as we explore aggressively the rich geothermal energy source in the Roseau Valley, we are strengthening our electricity generation capacity. I am not sure if you noticed, Mr. Speaker, but electricity bills are down, and consumers are seeing this reflected in their daily charges. Do we ever hear people talking about this, Mr. Speaker? This was achieved through an initiative of this Labour Party government. With the purchase of controlling interest in Domlec, the government of Dominica is in a position to upgrade transmission and distribution lines to strengthen operations at existing power plants. In this way, we will be able to provide a more reliable energy supply to homes and businesses. So what are we working towards? Lower utility bills, reduce costs of doing business, job creation, and increased economic activity. The measures announced in the 2022-23 budget, which are now being effected in the sitting of Parliament, points to a commitment to bring relief to Dominican citizens, to ease their economic burden, and to empower them to improve their quality of life. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that following a quick review of that schedule before the House for debate, that each line item was money well spent. Every one of these projects' expenditures have placed us a few notches forward to building the dynamic Dominica that this great Dominica Labour Party has promised. And I say that the statistics from a reputable organization bore testament to this. I presented this before in my contribution. Make no mistake, all of these expenditures were undertaken because your government saw a direct link between them and the development of our country. In other words, they were all expected to positively impact the lives of all of us in Dominica. And so, Mr. Speaker, with absolutely no hesitation, I give my full support to this schedule of supplementary appropriation. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Charles.
Good day, Madam Mr. Speaker, the rest of the House. I'm here because Margot constituency are very good in numbers. When it comes to the rehabilitation of the Margot and Roseau fisheries, yes, it was a great venture with the Japanese International Corporation and the government of Dominica to rehabilitate this facility. The Roseau Fisheries Complex is essential to fishing activities on the island, saving over 300 fishers from Scott's Head to St. Joseph, a wide expanse of area. While Margot Complex is not being used as intended after being gazetted in this very house, it is still serving 135 registered fishers and vendors. Imagine if this complex is used as a port of entry by the community of Margot and environment. The potential of growth within the area will be vast. For example, the Honorable Minister of Upliftment, Kalinago Upliftment, over 45 fishers vend in the Margot Fisheries Complex. Imagine if the port of entry has become fully operational. I think this number will increase vast. And knowing the total amount of fish recorded, catches, most of those fishes are being transferred to Roseau fisheries. Because as I can see, Margot is the food basket. She said Salisbury is the bread basket. But Margot is the food basket of Dominica. The food basket. The food basket. The food basket. This will formalize bilateral trade. This will formalize bilateral trade. Two-way tourism exchange. Miss Honorable Dennis Charles, Margot is also
You are supposed to say the Honorable
Honorable,
Minister,
sorry, I
Minister.
retract that, sorry.
You have to
Honorable
address her by a
Minister.
ministry.
My Honorable Minister,
Minister of
Minister
Tourism.
of Tourism. Yes, something like that. Cousins, yeah. Margot being the gateway of Dominica. We need a little emphasis on those bilateral trade, those commuting from Marie-Galante, Guadeloupe, Martinique, as the port of entry. The port is so important to tourism, being Margot being the gateway. We need a little emphasis. We need the Honorable Minister of Kalinago Upliftment. We need the Honorable Minister of Tourism. We need the Honorable Minister, no, the Minister of Public Works to come on board to help facilitate the operational of this port, because the personnel is already in place at the Melville Airport. And Margot, again, according to Cecil Shillingford, being the safe haven of this country, we need to have both access, land, sea, and air. After Maria, the devastating effect, Margot financial facility was the first operating one. Also, the bakery of Huawei was the first operating bakery. The first U.S. military ship was docked outside of the Margot Fisheries Port with smaller vessels transporting the water. It's a good thing it was built, but it's underutilized. Millions is being spent. And for the Honorable Minister, Honorable Roland Roy, to get that projection that he projected for agriculture to come back into the revenue, this sport is very, very important. For example, Marigot, I'm a farmer. And from growing up, we need, Honorable Finella Wenham, I don't have a problem with Portsmouth. But I am getting old. The commuting to Portsmouth on a port, when there is one fully equipped, all party boats, private vessels, when hurricane season approach, they dock in the Margot Fisheries Complex as a safe haven. So why can't it be operated as a port of entry? That's all. We just want a little assistance. So you see the projection that the Honorable Roland Roy projected. He can never meet that projection, or the government will never meet that projection if the food basket of the country is not fully equipped with transporting the country main income at present. And over the last centuries, decades, is figure growing. it's still growing. At one point in time in all of your life, some part of farming have touched or grown your or some part of income in one of your family came from farming. We want to go back to the sea and the land. Is there the money is. We need to invest in the sea and the land. And we need to have food security. For one, we need food security. We have funia. You cannot get up in the morning and do nyam. You have
to translate
eat.
that because I think it's kokoi.
Yes, you have to eat.
Yes.
Not if or must or maybe. You have to eat. So we need the port of entry to be fully utilized, please. We need the port of entry to be fully utilized. And again, the port of entry, it have a custom building, immigration building one. At this present, it is used as a housing facility for diaspora workers. We need to start this process because my opponent in the last general election said he was going to dance in the, I don't know if it's on this table, I am not sure, that in the event that when you all win, he's going to make sure that this port become a port of entry which is fully operational. Well, maybe it was a politics thing, but anyway. We need the port of entry to be fully utilized. And again, yes, we had our fishing cooperative. They try to operate the facility to the best way they can. It did not happen. I don't want to use no cockeye terms. It did not happen. As everyone have the ups and downs, everybody have the financial difficulty, the cooperative did not work. But I'm urging my neighboring members in the house, my schoolmate, Honorable Minister of Public Works, Fidel Grant, Honorable Minister of Cardinal Upliftment, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Minister of Port, Honorable Minister, my cousin, I need your upliftment. But this thing, this port of entry is not only for Marigot. It's not only for Marigot. It's for Dominica to the wider extent. Because I saw helicopter land on the fisheries complex after Marigot. And this is not only for improve in financial wealth, it does not improve in foreign exchange only, it also comes to resilience. Honorable Minister of Resilience, I also need your help also, being also Minister of Finance. We need to put the proper facility.
Honorable Charles, I don't know, I think our clerk will have to, I think we've handed out the different titles of the different ministers. But I see you struggling with it, but yes. I think we have it there. So yes. And I just want to just guide you.
Okay.
When you are referring to members who are not ministers, you say the member of the particular constituency. So if you are going to say, for example, which one I can think of, yes. As Paul, no, you are not a member, you are a senator there. So Salisbury, you would say the honorable member for Salisbury, and then you can call a name. And the minister, you say minister for whichever ministry, honorable, let's say Charles, the minister for tourism. Okay. Yeah, and refer to the little notes we give you. Yeah, okay. Proceed. Yeah, proceed.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to wrap up this port of entry. All I want this present government is please give us an opportunity to run the facility to the full capacity. This is $27 million plus 5.5. We need to operate this facility to its full capacity. That's all. And we need people of the Northeast to try again to run this facility because we have the know-how. We are accustomed to the area. We know what we need, where we need to go, and we have the vision for our constituency. So this honorable house, I need you all full cooperation to make this facility in full operational before the year ending. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Proceed, Honorable
Mr.
Roy.
Speaker, I'm seeking permission to make reference to my notes, please.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as I stand in support of the supplementary estimate, I would like to first express my gratitude to the wonderful people of the Cottage constituency. Over the past month, I have felt their love and support. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank them for entrusting me to represent them at the highest level. And I can say to the people of Capuchin, Clifton, Kokoye, Cottage, Tukari, Monalwee, Southern Pike Jelly, Tanton and Lago, I'll provide effective representation on your behalf. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the former senior minister and former parliament of the Cottage constituency, Honorable Austri, for his service and sacrifice in representing the people of Cottage for the past 28 years in this honorable house. We owe it all to Mr. Austri. So thank you once more, Mr. Austri, for your service. So getting to business of the house now, Mr. Speaker. The projects that were funded under the estimates of expenditure for 2021-2022, as it pertains to the Ministry of Agriculture, they will all get towards building resilience in the sectors, in agriculture and fisheries. But Mr. Speaker, before I move or I make specific reference to some of this expenditure related to the Ministry of Agriculture, please permit me to put some of these interventions into context. Hurricane Maria damaged 80 to 100% of root crops, vegetables, bananas and plantains, and 90% of tree crops. Total damage losses to agriculture estimated $576.8 million. And most of the gains achieved from recovery efforts after Erika will reverse dramatically, affecting crop and livestock production over the past years, particularly vegetable, tree crop, poultry, and pork production. Over the 5 years, Mr. Speaker, the government has provided technical support and financial resources to restore the sector through several interventions, including technical cooperation on agriculture through bilateral agreements with several countries and international institutions. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that the sector in Dominica, the agricultural sector in Dominica, has recovered. Significant crops acreages in roots and tubers, tree crops, vegetables, bananas, plantains have been established. our leading stocks for poultry, meat and eggs, pigs, goats, rabbits are in production. Our agro-processors are gradually receiving supplies on island to support enterprises. And the fisheries, mariculture, aquaculture subsectors have returned to pre-Maria production levels with assistance through our partners. We can report that there has been an overall positive impact of our intervention in the sector during the restorative phase over the past 5 years. But as we arrive at a critical juncture of our development, we are faced with additional challenges that can be devastating to our agri-stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the global lockdown measures to contain the spread of the COVID-19 virus severely disrupted global supply chains and pushed up food prices. Food security has further compromised by the war in Ukraine, with its direct effect on major global food staples such as wheat, whereby low supplies and rising food prices and increases in freight costs have resulted in higher food and input prices in 2022. So, Mr. Speaker, it is against this backdrop that investments in the following projects that are reflected under the supplementary estimates will be necessary. They include leveraging ecotourism for biodiversity protection, building resilient fish supply through modern technology applications, construction of an agricultural complex at 1 Mile Portsmouth, enhancing agricultural resilience and national food security, and the rehabilitation of the Roseau and Marigot fisheries complexes. So the member of Marigot, as you can see, we are investing in sea and land. Okay? But I will leave the responses specific to fisheries for my colleague Defoe, our expert in the blue economy, to respond. Mr. Speaker,
Not your colleague, the Honorable
Minister,
the Honorable
Member,
for Marigot.
yes.
Yeah, not your colleague. Okay.
Yes, I think I said that though. I said my colleague.
Oh, you said okay.
Yes.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will speak to just a few of the interventions. In terms of leveraging ecotourism for biodiversity, Mr. Speaker, 369,862 and 20 cents was spent before the approval of the project for the preparation of project manuals and documentation required for implementation. The overall goal of the project is to coordinate and improve government's intersectoral approach towards more effective planning and management of protected areas such as Mount Wapito, Cabrids, and Mount Blute National Parks, and the Kanagu Territory and Forest Ecosystem. Also, the assessment, design, and scope for the rehabilitation of the Waitipu National Trail were also undertaken under this project. So, Mr. Speaker, this is indeed good news for the Ministry of Tourism as they continue to push our ecotourism product. As it relates to enhancing agricultural resilience and national food security, under this project, Mr. Speaker, the ministry spent $5 million to complete support to 3,500 crop farmers for restoring their agricultural establishment through the provision of tools and equipment. Mr. Speaker, these tools and equipment and materials were provided to the farmers to ensure that they bounce back quickly from the ravages of Hurricane Maria, whilst enhancing their productivity on farm. For transparency, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to list a few of this equipment and the quantities we procured. 450 water tanks were procured, 300 banana trays, 350 bush cutters, 380 chainsaws, 1,000 cutlasses, 500 grain spades, 40 irrigation kits, 1,200 sets of protective gears, 500 jack spades, 850 knapsack sprayers, 100 mist blowers, 45 pole pruners, 25 power tillers, 20 rotovators, 60 water pumps, and Mr. Speaker, the list goes on, including wires for the packet farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, we have already seen the benefits of these small tools and equipment based on the increased efficiency on farms, particularly during land preparation for vegetables, and now with our wild potato programs, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that under this program as well, approval has been granted for the implementation of the productive alliance model that links farmers to market, while additional resources for the provision of building materials to support the restoration of livestock farmers are being pursued. So some of the support that the livestock farmers will benefit from under this program will include the construction of pens, the supply of superior breeding stock, and the subsidization of animal feed, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, materials required to facilitate training for the construction of 53 resilient fiber reinforced plastic boats by 5 boat builders have been procured. Mr. Speaker, so we're going to move now to the construction of the agricultural complex at the 1 Mile Horseman. Mr. Speaker, as we gradually develop our research and crop development capacities in our effort to meet the same target our member for Marigot the reference school, $700 million contribution to GDP by the year 2030, we have been working with the Chinese Technical Mission to implement technology in the sector. Thus far, they have rehabilitated the climate smart greenhouse with the capacity to harden 500,000 seedlings per annum. This smart greenhouse will be supported, Mr. Speaker, by a new tissue culture lab, which is now being constructed at a cost of $11 million. Mr. Speaker, the complex, which will include the tissue culture lab, training center for technology transfer and extension services, and training of youth and schools in advanced agricultural techniques, reflected in this supplementary estimate, will bring the following benefits to the sectors. 1, new plantlets can be grown in a shorter period. Only a small portion of the initial tissue plant is required. New plantlets and plants are highly likely to be free from pests and diseases. The process is not dependent on season and can be done year-round. Plants that are difficult to propagate can be done easily using this means. As well, locals will be trained in this technique and will be gainfully employed. And revenue can be generated by supplying the region with specific varieties based on request. So, Mr. Speaker, this investment of $784,995.70 to prepare the site and provide utilities for the construction of this facility is money well spent, Mr. Speaker. This includes the cost of the provision of potable water from the WASCO, so that involves the extension of service connection from Transportsmouth to 1 Mile, and this service connection will also serve the 1 Mile coffee plant, which will see in operation by the end of 2020, Mr. Speaker. 2023, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the tissue culture complex is expected to be completed in October 2023 as well. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, I will leave expenditures in fisheries subsector for my colleague Minister Defoe to provide more details. But just to say, the $5.5 million associated with the works at the Roseau and Marigot fisheries complexes cannot go unnoticed, Mr. Speaker. Both facilities were extensively damaged by Hurricane Maria, and I want to thank the Japanese government for the grant of US $10 million to see the rehabilitation of these facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I did not make mention to the expenditure of over $9 million for the rehabilitation of feeder roads island-wide under the Ministry of Public Works. The government has invested in feeder roads in key productive areas across the island. So, Mr. Speaker, please permit me to mention some of the investment that were made in feeder roads over the past 2 years. Middle Ridge Feeder Road in Calibichi, $5.3 million. Mopo Makato in Grand Bay, $1.4 million. Formy Road in Castle Bruce, $830,000. Bopla Feeder Road in Pebush, $1.4 million. The Agricultural Station Road in La Plaine, $833,000. Mango Gutter Woodford Hill, $2.9 million. Cuba Petit Makushui, $4.8 million. Honorable member for the South Bay constituency. And in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, under the BAM program, millions were spent on the Kaum Feeder Road. When I served as PS of Public Works, Mr. Speaker, we spent $2 million on the Kaum Road in addition to that. And the Kaum Feeder Road is again in the list of a priority feeder road for assessment and investment over the next 24 months, Mr. Speaker. And I have to make mention to my friends and constituents of Clifton that the Clifton Hill Jido Feeder Road is coming as well. Mr. Speaker, this is an investment of $20 million in feeder roads in a period when resources are scarce. Yes. So this strategic investment allows for better access to productive lands and allows for better connection from farm to market. With this investment, we have created better access to over 1,000 acres of productive land, Mr. Speaker. So member for Marigot, this is what the $700 million target is about. We have put in the base work to find that. Access to land, expansion of production. So the framework is being built, member for Marigot. Mr. Speaker, with over $190 million spent on the recovery of the agri-sector by this government, no one can argue that this government has not placed emphasis on agricultural development. We have set our targets and we are putting the necessary structures and systems in place in order to continue the transformation of the sector. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I just want to give my commitment to the House that the ministry is committed to agricultural development. And I also want to thank and commend all our hardworking farmers for their resilience and commitment over the years. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, considering that the $11.8 million investment under the Ministry of Agriculture was critical to this transformation or this transitional phase from the restoration of the sector to the recovery, I extend my full support to the Minister of Finance in this motion for the approval of the supplementary appropriation bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
my eyes fell on the Honorable Grant first. Yes, yes. So Honorable Grant, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, please allow me, while I'm on my feet, to extend congratulations to you on your appointment as Speaker. I hope that you will continue to serve this honorable House with the responsibility and wisdom that you exhibited the last time. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to extend congratulations to the Honorable Prime Minister and all of my colleagues on this side of the House for their victory at the December polls. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to express my profound gratitude to the people of Wesley, Woodford Hill, and Palm Tree for placing their confidence and trust in me for a second time. Their patience and love will make my service easier and more satisfying. Mr. Speaker, I would also, on behalf of the government and the people of Dominica, express my gratitude to the people of Wesley, especially those who are in the Eden area who are relocating to make way for the international airport. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday evening, I witnessed the blessing of one of the homes at Joe Burton, and it was really a community event, Mr. Speaker, and I was pleased in the manner in which the persons are enjoying their new homes. And for those who are still not yet moved, Mr. Speaker, I have given them my commitment and the government as well to ensure that this transition continues to be a smooth one. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be part of this hard-working Labour Party government. This Labour Party government cares for the people of Dominica. And what we are working to do, Mr. Speaker, is create an environment where Dominicans can thrive and where Dominicans can feel safe. Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to the supplementary appropriations. Unforeseen events in the past, Mr. Speaker, have burdened economies across the world. First-class countries, Mr. Speaker, are grappling with the crisis. But here in Dominica, this Labour Party government continues to provide with experienced leadership, Mr. Speaker, and this government continues to make a difference in the lives of many Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, the expenses set out in the supplementary appropriations is well justified. It is ensuring that Dominicans continue to live a dignified life during difficult times. Mr. Speaker, one of the programs that we all have grown to love over the years, the National Employment Program. This program continues to provide internship to small, medium, and large businesses through support staff. Mr. Speaker, for power reps like myself who represent a rural community where you have a number of single mothers, this program, the NEP, the National Employment Program, is truly a lifesaver, Mr. Speaker. And for persons who speak negatively about this program, Mr. Speaker, truly does not understand what the program is about and the impact it is having on the lives of our rural communities. Mr. Speaker, touch on housing briefly. I'd like to express my gratitude to the then Minister and the Prime Minister of Housing, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Housing, Senior Minister Honorable Ostry, as we are currently building in the Woodford Hill area, small farm to be specific, 16 three-bedroom homes. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who understand the community of Woodford Hill, Mr. Speaker, this is something that will go a long way in the development, not only of the individuals who will be receiving these homes, but the community as a whole. Mr. Speaker, I was recently made Minister for Public Works, and my understanding is that when it rains, you don't sleep. And it's not because of fear, Mr. Speaker, but it's the love and concern that as Minister for Public Works, and the ministers before me would have expressed similar sentiments, that you are concerned for the livelihoods and life of the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure is costing this government quite a lot. And if you permit me, Mr. Speaker, I'll run through some of the estimates that are sitting in the ministry for infrastructure across the country. You have the Hampstead Bridge, Mr. Speaker, $10 million. The Bells retaining wall, $22 million. The Red Gully retaining wall, 10 million. Emsall Bridge. Mr. Speaker, these are just some of the large infrastructure projects that this government has to undertake. So, Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader noted that for 23 years, a lot of things have not happened. And I would just like to remind not just the opposition leader, Mr. Speaker, but the country that in the last 23 years, we have witnessed and gone through a stabilization levy, the 2008-2009 financial crisis, several trough systems, Erica, Maria, COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, and now we are going through the Russia-Ukraine war. Mr. Speaker, just last November, we witnessed damage to the east, Mr. Speaker. And what this government is doing is preparing the country so that we can fight and respond as quickly as possible to these natural disasters. So, Mr. Speaker, we have recently installed hydromet systems around the country, and we were fortunate to have one in the east. And just so that the public understand, Mr. Speaker, in 17 hours, just over the east, we had 24 inches of rain. Now you can imagine as we have witnessed the damage. Cleaning up of the east, Mr. Speaker, that is running this government at an estimated $4 million, and those are estimates that we have, Mr. Speaker. So climate change is real, Mr. Speaker, but what the Dominica people can be assured of, Mr. Speaker, that this government and this Labour Party remains committed to them. Mr. Speaker, this government has been wise. We have been creative, we have been innovative in the measures to keep this economy afloat and turning. But Mr. Speaker, in all what we do, we ensure that the livelihoods of Dominicans remain intact. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to the supplementary appropriation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some observations with respect to the supplementary estimates for the fiscally ended June 30th, 2022. Mr. Speaker, when I had a quick look through this program for today, I went through it and I realized that we have 14 full ministers and 9 ministers of state and parliamentary secretaries. So that tells me, Mr. Speaker, that we have a situation where the executive is dominating the legislature, which is not a very healthy situation. So the onus is on us here on this side of the House to ensure that we exercise even a greater level of scrutiny, a greater level of parliamentary oversight is needed, because we have an over and almighty executive. Mr. Speaker, over the last several years, this government has been coming to this House and presenting to the Parliament very large supplementary appropriations, very large supplementary estimates. And I went back into the archives, and I know it's 23 years ago, but in 1999, for example, around July, Mr. Julius Timothy was Minister for Finance, and I saw supplementary estimates of $7 million. And Mr. Speaker, the purpose of supplementary estimates is to cover, as far as I know, unforeseen expenses. And we on this side of the House, we're not entirely convinced that most of the expenses here of 235 million $717,376.20. We're not convinced entirely that those expenses were in fact unforeseen. Mr. Speaker, the planning of a budget is a very disciplined process. And I was able to witness that firsthand when I was press secretary. Mr. Speaker, the budget, when a budget is presented, work on the budget, the next budget starts almost immediately. At the start of the budget process, the government sets out its priorities, its macroeconomic goals. There's planning that goes into the preparation of a budget. With the line ministries, they look at the expenditure and they send these estimates to the Ministry of Finance. And in fact, certainly when I was there, every single month, you had a meeting of the Public Sector Investment Program, monthly meeting, usually chaired by the Financial Secretary and also by the Minister of Finance. So, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when I look at the huge supplementary appropriation, I ask myself, what conclusion can we draw from this large amount? And the conclusion I can draw is that there appears to have been a complete breakdown of a disciplined approach to budget preparation and planning. And Mr. Speaker, we need to guard against that. Yes, of course, you have storms, you have hurricanes, you have unforeseen events. But we have to guard against coming to the Parliament after we've spent money to seek approval. We have to ensure that we plan and we plan properly. We plan better in the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to turn to now I look for the estimates, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Alex Boyd and I keep on thinking he's still in the chair. I look at the estimates, Dominica Grammar School, D33, E300 under Ministry of Education, Human Resource Planning, Vocational Training and National Excellence. And I see here $13,036,132.41 to meet expenses related to the renovation of the Dominica Grammar School. When I looked at that, Mr. Speaker, I said, wait a while, are we talking about the same Dominica Grammar School that we've been hearing about for the last 20 years? Mr. Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Vickers, the Honorable Prime Minister, was Minister for Education when plans were devised to build a new Dominica Grammar School in 4 or 5 phases. That was 2003, Mr. Speaker, 2003. In fact, from my memory, the Republic of China and Taiwan was supposed to finance at least part of the construction of that cost of the new Dominica Grammar School. I can recall, Mr. Speaker, as the press secretary, I joined the media for a tour of the grammar school to hear officials from the Ministry of Education about the phased construction of the school. In 2004, Mr. Speaker, and you can recall that Dominica broke ties with Taiwan and established diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China.
Member, you'd have to indicate what is the relevance of going back. All that
I'm going back,
time.
Mr. Speaker, because what I'm saying is that this is a project which was supposed to have been financed going way back, initially by the Taiwanese and then the Chinese. In fact, I have somewhere here the MOU or the document that the PM suggested was the MOU that the Chinese government would finance the construction of the new Dominica Grammar School.
Yes, but I can't see the relevance because you had how many budget cycles you'd have gone through? Many budget cycles. So if it was something recent as 2 years ago or last year, I could see the relevance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was simply giving a historical perspective about the school and saying that why does it take a government so long to complete to complete a secondary
So
school?
just say that, but not to go way back with
Well,
a long
I
story.
thought, Mr. Speaker,
So
that
proceed.
yeah, I thought, Mr. Speaker, it was good to give a perspective, so we understand where we are. Mr. Speaker, the parents of students at the grammar school for many, many years have been waiting for this new school. And Mr. Speaker, all I can say is that I'm hoping, and we on this side are hoping, that sooner rather than later, that this new school will come to fruition, because by the time it comes to fruition, if it finishes this year, it would have taken about 21, 22 years to complete. And judging, Mr. Speaker, from the time it has taken to build this new school, one wonders, if it has taken 20 years to build the grammar school, one wonders how long will it take to build the international airport. Mr. Speaker, I move on now to the section on the purchase of additional ordinary shares through a rights issue in the National Bank of Dominica. According to supplementary estimates, government spent over $8.8 million through this rights issue in the National Bank of Dominica. It will be interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, after this money has been spent, whether the government's shareholding in the bank is still under 50%. It was, the last time I checked, 40%. Mr. Speaker, it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that the National Bank of Dominica does not become too exposed to a single customer, in this case, the government of Dominica. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, in 2001, it was decided, 2003 actually, by the then Labour Party government, under the leadership of Pierre Charles, to reduce government's holding in the National Bank to under 50%, to reduce the government's or the bank's exposure to the government. And in fact, there was concern back in the 90s and the early 2000s that the Dominican Social Security and National Bank, there was concern about government's influence over these two institutions. What I'm concerned about, Mr. Speaker, what we are concerned about, Mr. Speaker, is that this government does not, at this time, with the purchase of these new shares, because I understand that the rights issue was not fully subscribed in the initial stages. I'm hoping that we don't go back full circle to where we were 20 years ago, where the government is heavily exposed, or the bank is heavily exposed to government's influence. We're very concerned about, Mr. Speaker, because we know a few years ago that the government of Dominica, they went way above the limit, the overdraft limit that was approved by the parliament, and were able to get this overdraft, this part of it anyway, converted into a loan on very concessionary terms. And we don't know whether that because of the government's influence, it was able to get this loan under very concessionary terms. You're concerned about that. So I would like to know, Mr. Speaker, the speakers who come after me, to tell this House whether the government shareholding in the bank, where it is. We know that Social Security has over 20%. The government had 48.2%. We'd like to know, Mr. Speaker, whether the government shareholding has increased beyond 50% and what the implications of that will be. Mr. Speaker, the construction of the agricultural complex at 1 Mile, it's an issue, a development which I hold very dear to my heart, because I live in the Portsmouth area. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, as I said, I listened to the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Roy. Happy to learn actually about the training that will be received, technology transfer, as a result of the construction of this tissue culture lab. Mr. Speaker, the experience at 1 Mile, there's been, I would say, mixed. I have mixed feelings about it because there's concern that the Chinese seem to be doing what they want at 1 Mile, and the government of Dominica, certainly the technical people, there isn't much, from what I have managed to find out, that there isn't much. The Chinese have basically been allowed almost exclusively to do their own thing at 1 Mile, and I'm a bit concerned about that, and perhaps subsequent speakers could address that, what's happened at 1 Mile. The history at 1 Mile, as I said, has been mixed. You know, I am very encouraged when the minister said a while ago that the coffee plant will be completed by the end of this year. Now, it was in 2009, Mr. Speaker, that the visiting Venezuelan president, Mr. Chavez, promised us a coffee plant. 2009. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure whether you're aware, but over 11 containers, as far as I've been told, over 11 containers of coffee had to be dumped at 1 Mile in the dead of night. So I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that the experience this time with this new coffee plant, it will come into operation at the end of this year, early next year, and do what it's supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how long this 11th Parliament will last, because the last Parliament lasted for 2.5 years. But Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that part of our legacy on this side of the House, during this lifetime of this Parliament, this 11th Parliament, is that we are able to oversee and witness a complete and fundamental overhaul of electoral laws. And we have genuine electoral reform in Dominica before next election. Mr. Speaker, to me that's a very important legacy, because we've been talking about that for so long, and I can see, based on what the PM said this morning, although I'm a bit puzzled if you were so keen to have electoral reform and was keen to get it done and dusted, I don't know why he didn't wait just an additional 12 months to allow Mr. Byron to complete his report, have the reforms enacted, and have fresh elections. But Mr. Speaker, that is true. It's not about me. It's not about me, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Honorable AG. It's about really having a parliament that reflects the will, the free will of the majority of members of the House. And I'm not convinced, Mr. Speaker, that this House genuinely reflects the will of the majority of people in the House. Yeah. Mr. Minister.
No. Mr. Speaker.
Your mic is off. Yes.
Speaker, I wasn't clear to understand, but I mean.
You started on a point of order? Yeah, but you put off your mic again. Yes. So complete your thought.
And then he has to sit.
Yes.
Yeah. I was not inclined, Mr. Speaker, to have stood up, but I'm asking, what's the relevance of election reform?
Yes.
To the supplementary estimate.
Yes, Senator.
And then to say further that the honorable senator must make up his mind. This is not my boy kitchen. This is
Yes.
Parliament.
Yeah, your point of order is clear. Senator, please proceed. Yes, the Honorable Minister was asking what is the relevance of going into all electoral reform when it's not there in the supplementary estimate. No money was spent on anything dealing with the election.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's indeed regrettable that electoral reform monies for electoral reform are not in the supplementary estimates. It's indeed regrettable. It's indeed regrettable. But Mr. Speaker, I think that I have made my point on behalf of the people of this country with respect to the matter of electoral reform. And while I'm here, Mr. Speaker, I see as part of my role, and we see as part of our role, to champion the cause of electoral reform in Dominica. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, as I said that the start just in concluding, that the government needs to pay more attention in how it plans expenditure. Because clearly, when you're preparing a budget, there are assumptions, there are projections as to what you want to do. And every single year, I have seen for the last couple of years, not as a member of this House, but the government comes to the Parliament and presents these large amounts, large figures of money spent already. So the government needs to spend time in planning more how it allocates monies and how monies are spent. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I personally, the monies have been spent. I support the motion, but I hope, Mr. Speaker, in the future, we'll have better planning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Honorable Laville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise because I was moved to speak. Mr. Speaker, I could not sit and hear these assertions and not respond immediately, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding, before I do, I wish to greet you, Mr. Speaker, and also congratulate you, the Deputy Speaker, and also too to congratulate all the parliamentarians in this honorable house today. Congratulations to all of you. May I say also congratulations to the people, the good people of Dominica, for expressing their will, for expressing their desire, and for expressing that confidence and that belief in us as a Dominica Labour Party to return us to office with 19 seats. Mr. Speaker, permit me also to refer to some of the former parliamentarians, like the immediate past parliamentarian for the Mao constituency.
Since it's in a positive light, then no problem. You can proceed.
Honorable Raymond Blackmore and others like Dr. Daru, Reginald Osh, Senior Minister, and many others, Mr. Speaker, because really it is on the legacy, it's on the hard work, the shoulders, the discipline, the body of work that we stand today. So I would like to thank them publicly for their contribution. Mr. Speaker, I wish to also thank the Honorable Prime Minister and congratulate him for his exemplary leadership by example over the past 23 years. In Dominica, we are truly blessed to have had a leader of that stature, that capacity. Someone like the Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt, who leads, Mr. Speaker, in service to country. It's more than service, as a matter of fact. It is really a vocation. And I've had the pleasure to serve with him for the past 3 years, and I really appreciated the opportunity to work with him, to learn from him, and to also represent the people in the way that he does in what he embodies. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the good people of the Mao constituency. Every single one who resides or who was born within the blessed geographic borders and confines of this constituency, all the way from Tara in the north to Canefield in the south, all the villages and hamlets along the west coast, and moving towards the east, like Layupa, Roger, and so on. Greetings to all of them. Thank you very much for expressing your confidence and your belief in me and to select me as your parliamentary representative. It is in fact one of the greatest honors of my life. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, I truly mean it. And I promise and I commit myself to never letting them down. And I will most certainly use this opportunity to be here in this chamber, in this house, to convert the beliefs, the ideas into legislative action, Mr. Speaker. And I commit to doing that wholeheartedly. Mr. Speaker, reference was made to the elections, Mr. Speaker. And all I wish to say on this is we've had observers here. We had CARICOM, we had the Commonwealth, we had the OAS, among others possibly. And I recall having the pleasure and privilege to meet with them. And I remember in one of my meetings waiting outside for the opportunity to meet with them also. When I looked on our side, it's only me. And on the opposition, the scale was tilted, much more of them. And in the final reports, Mr. Speaker, what you see was that elections were free. The election was fair, Mr. Speaker. No cheating, no bribery, nothing of that sort, Mr. Speaker. And the people, in fact, demonstrated their will 19-2, Mr. Speaker. So when we speak of fairness, Mr. Speaker, is it that we're challenging the will of the people, Mr. Speaker? When we speak of the executive branch dominating the legislative branch, Mr. Speaker, what we must ask ourselves is what 19-2 represents. 2 represents 9.5%. And 19 represents, Mr. Speaker, 90.5%. We have done exceptionally here. But, Mr. Speaker, going further, when I look at the makeup of this house, of this chamber, I see, Mr. Speaker, 6 over there on this side. Actually, in my math, I calculated based on 5, so there are actually 6. So, Mr. Speaker, what really this means is that while based on the will of the people, it's 9.5% selecting the opposition, however, here in this legislative chamber, we have 17% making up the opposition on the legislative chamber, Mr. Speaker. So there's a tilt against the will of the people, Mr. Speaker. So I truly don't understand the complaint. We should be the ones complaining on behalf of the people, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I heard the past speaker, Senator the Honorable Sean Douglas, what I sensed, Mr. Speaker, was an overwhelming spirit and sense of nostalgia, being stuck in 2003, Mr. Speaker, and making significant references to 1999. When we speak of these modern times, Mr. Speaker, these progressive times led by the Labour Party, Mr. Speaker, where we in fact have budget estimates in the billions, Mr. Speaker, and with that being the case, like any company, any corporation being run, you have contingencies, and in this case, we speak of $235 million, Speaker. Reference is being made to possibly going back to the days of $7 million contingencies for over $1 million budget, Mr. Speaker. That does not seem normal, Mr. Speaker. It does not at all. And we must reject and dispel these assertions and this notion. And that is why I was moved to speak, Mr. Speaker. Making reference to the shareholders on the board at National Bank of Dominica. When the Dominica Labour Party came in 2000, Mr. Speaker, what they received was in fact a collapsed economy, Mr. Speaker, and decisions had to be made instantly to ensure that we restored the economic health of this country. So any decision that is being referenced right now when you speak of 2003 was a Dominican Labour Party government ensuring that we restored the health of this economy, Mr. Speaker. And when we make reference to this same National Bank of Dominica, we must ask ourselves some more questions. If we are concerned about the makeup of shareholders and so on, Mr. Speaker, we must really, in fact, evaluate and ask, what is the wealth and the health like of this bank, Mr. Speaker? And if we ask ourselves honestly, we will see, in fact, that the National Bank of Dominica is, in fact, doing well, and we must be grateful. So let's not create problems, and let's ask the right questions. And if we're making assertions, let it be well-intentioned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we speak of 1 mile coffee agricultural station. I can't imagine anyone in this global times, when things are generally difficult, that any investment in agriculture, any investment in food security would be criticized, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand. And when we speak to in fact, I will leave this one out because the last speaker, the Honorable, the Senator, was asked to not speak on that, so I don't feel the need. I'm not moved to speak on this one anymore. I think the Prime Minister elaborated and was quite eloquent on this matter, his stance on this, so there's no more need for that. So I will move on, Mr. Speaker. So thank you for that opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy and honored to be the representative for the Mau constituency. And Mr. Speaker, when I look at the supplementary appropriations, Mr. Speaker, I can see that there has been significant investments in this constituency, Mr. Speaker. And I make reference, Mr. Speaker, to the indoor sporting complex that we have in Massa, Mr. Speaker. Quite commendable. I make reference to the over $10 million investment in the Mau School at this point. And what you can see with that type of investment in education is already in our grade K classrooms, Mr. Speaker. We are seeing that we have almost doubled the registration, and that is in fact positive. And it is quite commendable on the part of the government. So in my view, it is certainly money well spent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also too in the Mau constituency, we speak of the high commendation and accolades of Thea Lafont, who is someone whose parents, or one of her parents, is from the Mau constituency also. So I speak of what the government has done, and sometime during that period is to recognize the contributions of Thea Lafont. That is in fact positive, and that is in fact what the government commits to spending on, Mr. Speaker. Positive things, Mr. Speaker. When I look more broadly out of the constituency, I see investments in a difficult time when security was of tremendous concern to the people of Dominica. And the government strategically decided to invest in security, Mr. Speaker. To invest in public officers, Mr. Speaker, who were the frontline workers, uniforms for police, emoluments for healthcare workers, Mr. Speaker. That is the type of investment that this government made during the period, Mr. Speaker, in question. When I look further in finance, we know, Mr. Speaker, of the significant contributions to our economy by way of the CBI. So when we invest $28 million, Mr. Speaker, for due diligence to ensure that we continue to preserve and protect our CBI, Mr. Speaker, that is in fact money well spent. And as I go further, Mr. Speaker, we speak of agriculture, and the representative for the Cottage constituency stated quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, of even more plans beyond the investments that the government has made in agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And we will continue to, in fact, invest in food security. And we know, Mr. Speaker, of the challenges during this COVID time period when food security was of tremendous concern, not just locally, but globally. So we had to, in fact, make our own investments here to ensure our food security. That is money well spent, Mr. Speaker. And when I move further also, Mr. Speaker, and we go to youth development and empowerment, youth at risk, gender affairs, and so on, and I look at the investments that we have made in public assistance, transfer grants, investments in Yes We Care, Mr. Speaker. It continues to show that this is a government that is steeped, that is well rooted in the social well-being, the well-being of each individual, to ensure that we provide care for the less fortunate, the care for the indigent, Mr. Speaker, the care for our elderly, Mr. Speaker. That is what this government is about. And you know, in fact, that during this COVID time period, our elderly and our seniors, to a large extent, were more at risk. So this is what this government is about, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we provide security for all. Mr. Speaker, when I zoom in more closely, well, I don't have a magnifying glass, Mr. Speaker. I move into healthcare, my new ministry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. And Mr. Speaker, when I look at the numbers very closely, I can see, Mr. Speaker, that in the supplementary appropriations, Mr. Speaker, we spent $28 million, Mr. Speaker. When I refer to the budgetary estimates of that period in question, the very same period, 2021-2022, for operations, Mr. Speaker, recurrent expenses, we allocated $59 million. And in terms of capital expenditure, $32 million, a total of $91 million. So what in fact, when we ask ourselves, what does $28 million really mean? It shows in fact that that is an increase, a deviation in spending by 31%, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is in fact acceptable, and I will prove that that is truly acceptable. We must ask ourselves also, what is the source of that revenue? And when I look at the numbers that's been presented to us, 3% of that was by way of grant, 32% local, and 65% loan. What in fact this grants mean to us, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a government that continues to foster close and formidable relationships with all our partners around the world. It shows in fact that many of these grant organizations have belief and tremendous confidence in the administration of the affairs of this Labour Party government. And this is quite commendable. Mr. Speaker, 32% of this $28 million came by way of local revenue. And what this in fact shows, Mr. Speaker, while there was an attack, Mr. Speaker, on the prudence of the government and the so-called poor planning of this government, what it in fact showed was that we were able to raise more revenue than we had initially projected, Mr. Speaker. When I speak to the 65% loan, Mr. Speaker, and most of this came by way of OPEC financing, what this really shows, Mr. Speaker, is a government of planning, a government that understands these present lived realities, a government that understands the uncertainties associated with the worst pandemic that we have seen in our life. To not only plan, to preempt, Mr. Speaker. So that is why we're able to access this facility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, looking in closer at the uncertainties, Mr. Speaker, there were quite a few uncertainties in healthcare, quite a few determinants during that time period. And we should in fact delve deeper into some of these factors, some of these uncertainties. Mr. Speaker, there was no plan, no rubric by any health organization for how any country or any healthcare sector should handle the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the science was not really clear in the early days. It is still evolving to some extent in this time. The data was not truly reliable. It took a long time before we really, in fact, and I'm not even aware that even to this day, we understand completely the source of how this virus came into existence, Mr. Speaker. We have had mutations, Mr. Speaker. So while on our own front here in Dominica, we have dealt with the pandemic to the best of our ability, the challenges that we face, Mr. Speaker, with people movement, free movement, and trade, Mr. Speaker, you would well see that no matter what we did on our local front, Mr. Speaker, we are also dependent on what our neighbors do elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. So these are some of the uncertainties that we faced in handling COVID. Mr. Speaker, what was the government's response? As a responsible government, Mr. Speaker, I submit to you that our government's response was swift and precise. Regardless of the cognitive differences in interpretations or the data that was presented to us, as a responsible government, Mr. Speaker, we had to lay it down and make decisions swiftly and quickly, and we did just that, Mr. Speaker. And that is why we were able to very quickly not only build 2 hospitals in Portsmouth in quick time, but to provide also facilities all throughout the north, and later on we extended it to allow people, Mr. Speaker, to be isolated. And this is what the government did. I can't imagine any other island, Mr. Speaker, who took care of every single aspect related to the care and the logistics of that patient coming into a facility, from admission, Mr. Speaker, to leaving, Mr. Speaker. From food, medicine, every single form of facilitation that you could think about, Mr. Speaker, the government took it on. And that's the makings of a response. These are the makings of a responsible government that cares about the people. Now we ask ourselves, Mr. Speaker, how did we perform? And may I submit that we performed exceptionally well, Mr. Speaker. Our performance was such that the confirmed global cases of COVID-19 was 676 million, but in Dominica it was a meager 15,851, Mr. Speaker. In terms of death, COVID deaths around the world, Mr. Speaker, I submit 6,700,000 deaths, while for us it was 78 in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, what that represents, Mr. Speaker, therefore, is that in terms of deaths, 0.0014 people died in Dominica based on the people who were infected with the reported cases of infections, Mr. Speaker. And I repeat this number, 0.0014% died based on the reported cases, Mr. Speaker. Now when I compare these numbers to the global numbers, Mr. Speaker, 1% of the people globally, Mr. Speaker, who were infected with COVID died. So, Mr. Speaker, we certainly deserve a tap on the shoulder, Mr. Speaker, because our numbers are better than the global numbers, Mr. Speaker, 715 times, Mr. Speaker. When it's good, we need to say it is good. And this is what we did with the people's money, Mr. Speaker. This is how we expended that $28 million, Mr. Speaker, in healthcare in the supplementary appropriations. Mr. Speaker, someone in a large corporation reviewing the finances of a company may want to look at various factors: assets, liabilities, income, expenditure. But Mr. Speaker, in this field of healthcare, Mr. Speaker, in this field of humanity, this religion of mankind that we in this Dominican Labour Party subscribe to, Mr. Speaker, we look at every life as an asset, Mr. Speaker, one that's indispensable. And our commitment over the past few years, Mr. Speaker, was to ensure that we give every Dominican a fighting chance at survival. And this is what we are about on this side of this chamber, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to do more in the healthcare sector in Dominican. We have done well, and I must commend my dear brother, the member for Roseau Valley, Mr. Speaker, who steered that ship, who spearheaded that ship, Mr. Speaker. In the most difficult times, the most tumultuous times, Mr. Speaker, and never once was he ever led, never once was he ever drifted by the whims of the wind, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mark is certainly, in fact, a true hero. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, we parked side by side prior to the reassignments at the government headquarters, so we used to speak a lot. And never once did it ever show on his face, on the face of a true champion, that he was going through very difficult personal health circumstances within his family, Mr. Speaker. That never deterred him, Mr. Speaker. While he had his challenges, he fought and continues to fight on behalf of the good people of Dominica. And this is the type of leadership that we have on this side of this house. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wish to support firmly my belief in the decision making, my belief in the prudence of this administration, and I wish to pledge and to commend my support to the supplementary appropriations in this schedule. Thank you.
Yes. The Honorable Lloyd stood up earlier, so I'll ask him to proceed. And then you will go after. Yes, after him. So, proceed, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to unequivocally espouse the supplementary Mr. Speaker, I rise to unequivocally espouse the supplementary estimate before this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I beg for your permission to refer to my notes during the course of my presentation.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to firstly extend warmest greetings to each and every constituent of the St. Joseph constituency, both home and abroad, who are currently viewing these live proceedings via different forms of social media platforms. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I am fired up and ready to go, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and this is a result of the long-lasting and reverberating effects of this past weekend's St. Joseph Carnival opening, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would like to congratulate you on your re-election as Speaker of this august body. And I would like to congratulate each and every parliamentary representative who has been, Mr. Speaker, democratically installed by the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to join my friend and colleague, the Honorable Miriam Blanchard, in saying that I am extremely proud to be standing on this side of this honorable house, Mr. Speaker. The side of integrity, fairness, and very importantly, Mr. Speaker, the side of the people. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary estimate is a clear indication that this government is working in the best interest of all Dominicans. When you take a close look at the line items of expenditure from health to education, agriculture to housing, these are the areas with the largest amounts in estimates, which speaks vociferously, Mr. Speaker, and conspicuously demonstrates this government's continued commitment to the priorities of the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we are to look at the amounts spent by the Ministry of Health, Wellness, and New Health Investment, Mr. Speaker, the amount was to ensure during the COVID-19 pandemic that the entire Dominican public would have been taken care of. Mr. Speaker, the government of Dominica, led by our visionary leader, and the Ministry of Health, led by our fully capable doctor at that time, did an excellent job at okay. So the Ministry of Health, led by our fully capable doctor at that time, did an excellent job, Mr. Speaker, at providing top quality health care to all of those who were infected by that virus. Now, we know that in the Caribbean and even internationally, that Dominica is recognized as very few countries, Mr. Speaker, who did a stupendous job at the prevention, treatment, and care of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, but in order to provide the level of care which was done and continues to be done, we must have the financial resources to do so. And Mr. Speaker, irrespective of who you are, irrespective of which country it is, Mr. Speaker, in order to contain COVID-19, you have to tap into your financial resources, Mr. Speaker. We also know that the pandemic is a worldwide phenomenon, and every country would naturally put their citizens first when it comes to spending their financial resources. And so Dominica having to provide for our citizens, government had to contract loans in order to care for the populace, Mr. Speaker. And this also shows that this government has a very good track deal with the COVID-19 pandemic and dealing with lending agencies. Hence the reason why we were able to contract and attract the loans and even the grants needed, Mr. Speaker, to provide the level of care for all Dominicans. If we look at the amount in this supplementary estimate for agriculture, we will realize that most of the funds allocated were received through grants. This again, Mr. Speaker, speaks vociferously about the good relationship and the high level of accountability of this government administration in attracting funds, Mr. Speaker, from other international agencies and governments, Mr. Speaker. Our fisher folk in Roseau and Marigot, member for Marigot, and all over Dominica are benefiting tremendously from the reconstruction of the Roseau Fisheries Complex. The fisher folk utilizing the Marigot Fisheries Complex is also doing the same. Mr. Speaker, this government is providing the necessary facilities for farmers and fisher folk to ensure they continue to produce and provide food for all Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to place education of all Dominicans at the core of our development. So many of our students are recipients of scholarships to the Ministry of Education, again through government's partnership with friendly governments. Mr. Speaker, I am the quintessential of such relationship, Mr. Speaker. This government continues to improve and upgrade the facilities where children learn in these supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker. We see funds utilized for the rehabilitation of the Maho Primary School, the renovation works to the Dominica Grammar School, Mr. Speaker, as alluded to earlier by the Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker, well in excess of $36 million just for the extension of the Dominica Grammar School. Mr. Speaker, housing is a basic need for all human beings. But Mr. Speaker, we are aware that to build a house is a very expensive venture, Mr. Speaker. This government has placed housing for all citizens high on our priority list. Mr. Speaker, a number of families have received free housing under the various housing programs being implemented by the government. We are aware that this government has been criticized profusely by many for providing free housing to the least fortunate. And the leader of the parliamentary opposition made mention of that, Mr. Speaker. Now, I can empathize and identify some of the challenges which confront the people of Kudi Bistri, and I also agree that we are willing to do something about it, Mr. Speaker. But then at the same time, where is the spirit and the culture, Mr. Speaker, that I'm my brother's keeper and I'm my sister's keeper? Why can't we, instead of recognizing the folks who do not receive, why don't we recognize the folks who has received, Mr. Speaker? Why don't we identify the millions of dollars that are being spent at Marigot, Mr. Speaker, for the renovation works at the Fisheries Complex, Mr. Speaker? Why don't we identify the over $36 million that is being spent for our students at the Dominica Grammar School, which I had the privilege to teach, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I say this to say that Dominica's development is not predicated on the development of one constituency, Mr. Speaker. It is much more than that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and as such, Mr. Speaker, all I can say is, Magwe Sa, Mr. Speaker, to the critics. Magwe Sa. Mr. Translation, Mr. Speaker, after all, Mr. Speaker, after all.
Thank you very much.
But Mr. Speaker, we will continue to help the most needy in our society, Mr. Speaker. And I will be one of the main proponents of such programs and policies, Mr. Speaker. So I know that when Judgment Day comes, Mr. Speaker, I shall look at the sky in confidence and beat on my chest, Mr. Speaker, while I sing in jubilee, Mr. Speaker, it is well with my soul, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am very thankful to the government for the houses that have been given to the families in the St. Joseph constituency, Mr. Speaker, and for all those who have received some form of assistance to assist in improving the condition of their homes, Mr. Speaker. This is a caring government with a caring leader, and the families that we assist, when keys are handed over to them, they now have a piece of real estate. They now have a small piece of this beautiful country. And so, Mr. Speaker, this government will continue to assist those in need of housing here in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. The National Employment Program has brought on a much-needed internship program to the hundreds of interns under this program, Mr. Speaker. And I dare say that this National Employment Program has crippled, or I should say decalé, the unemployment and poverty rate in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Translation, Mr. Speaker, destroyed, obliterate, Mr. Speaker, the poverty rate in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. It has ensured that our youth are well prepared for the world of work. It has ensured that the youth are well prepared for the world of work. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the interns continue to clean and beautify our country. Over 200 of these individuals are employed in the public service, and over 300 continue to work in the private sector, adding value to the many businesses in Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Many of these interns have attained very high levels of education and are now gaining experience for the world of work, as I mentioned earlier. I am grateful for the 202 interns from the St. Joseph constituency who are working under the National Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, on a monthly basis, over $156,555, Mr. Speaker, is being spent in payments of stipends to these interns. And Mr. Speaker, this is a remarkable sum, Mr. Speaker. And on their behalf, Mr. Speaker, and that of their families, I would like to express my profound gratitude to the government of Dominica, because these funds that circulates in the community, and these are the funds which circulate in the communities, within the St. Joseph constituency and in the economy as a whole. This is contributing to the overall well-being of the interns and their families, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I shall cast away any negative deliberations or criticisms, Mr. Speaker, to aside. And as my dear friend, the Honorable Julian Depot once said, Mr. Speaker, we shall send them back from whenceforth they came, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I again give my full support to the expenditures as stated. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I again give my full support to the expenditures as stated in the supplementary estimate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution on the supplementary appropriation before the I was about to discuss this and just speak freely based on everything, but I'll keep to this thing. As we take a look at these unforeseen expenses of the financial year ended June 2022, I would like to draw attention.
Member, I don't want to distract you, but you need to ask for permission to read or to refer to your notes. You need to ask for permission to read or to
Mr. Speaker, can I have permission to refer to my notes?
Yes, permission granted.
Thank you. As we take a look at these unforeseen expenses of the financial year ended June 2022, I would like to draw attention to the figure for the 11th EDF Federal Rehabilitation Program enlisted under the Ministry of Public Works and Digital Economy. The explanation on the supplementary appropriation states that an unforeseen total of approximately $9 million was spent towards the rehabilitation of feeder roads island-wide. However, the feeder roads for the Salisbury constituency were left unattended. Yes, I am aware the Honorable Minister for Agriculture stated that a certain amount, to be exact, $2 million was spent on the BAM project on this feeder road, but this project is still uncompleted. Okay. The farmers of Salisbury, Monrachet, and Kulibistri, in addition to farmers as far as the communities of Mao and Poliu, whose farms are accessible by these feeder roads, have once again been placed on the back burner, and their cry for proper access to their daily bread fell on deaf ears. The feeder roads located in Beaumont and Salisbury Heights, namely Petit Mapushi and Kaum, provides access to a large number of farmers, yet the use of these excess finances did not include the rehabilitation of the feeder roads to these farmers. This action has led me, as a young woman who has benefited greatly from the proceedings of agriculture, to wonder why. Why have we continuously neglected the feeder road that provides access to the farmers who produce some of the best agricultural produce on island? Why are we taking from the livelihoods of these farmers? These hard-working men and women depend greatly on the agriculture and these feeder roads to provide to their families. Mr. Speaker, I remember growing up, I would hear farmers boast of how they could send their children to college straight from their pocket, from the proceedings of farming, the income from farming. Today, our farmers have to seek financial assistance from the government to assist in providing proper education to their children, and we all know how that goes, Mr. Speaker. Why are we neglecting our farmers? Why are we allowing our farmers to face additional expenses to repair their vehicles from damages caused when accessing the road? Are we forgetting the importance of agriculture in this land? Are we not aware that apart from farming and agriculture, the same feeder road provide access to our tour guides and tourists to expand. These same feeder roads that were not reconstructed with the finances from this program also provide access to two of the Whitey Kubuli National Trails that segment 8 and 9, and also provide some of the best bird watching tours. I remember, just so that everyone should know, my background entails tourism, and I remember when I first started loving tourism. I can remember in the 1990s when Mr. Raffle used the same feeder roads to transport tourists every Thursday on his poster for sightseeing. I remember my sister doing a bird watching course in the same area with one of the best bird watching tour guides in Dominica. But today, we have neglected these tourist attractions by neglecting access to them. As we speak at this moment, the community of Salisbury, by extension, Bartley, has at least 4 tourist accommodation inclusive of the CBI funded project, the Tranquility Beach Resort. A resort the developer has been working extremely hard to complete to cater one of the best hospitality service for his future guests. With my experience in tourism and dealing with visitors, I can attest that all tourists do some level of research before visiting a destination, and most likely choose some tours in the vicinity of their place of accommodation. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, a tourist visiting such a prestigious resort deciding to take a hike on the Whitey Kubuli National Trail segment 9, which goes from Petit Makushi to the heights of Poliu, to have to access this site in such deplorable condition? Road, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that? Can you imagine the feedback, the reviews we will get on maybe TripAdvisor, Booking.com from these stories? Yes, we are openly calling ourselves the envy of the Caribbean. But what is there to envy, Mr. Speaker? The shantytown and the Bayfronts? Bringing back my focus to the CBI funding resort in the community of Salisbury, I would like to also briefly address the unforeseen figure of $2 million spent on public health care emoluments listed under the section of Ministry of Health, Wellness, and New Investments. Here we have such a big investment being done under this program in the community of Salisbury, but this community is left with a type 1 health center. Not a type 3, but a type 1. A community with approximately 4,000 people, different tourist attractions, and accommodation has a type 1 health center. Yet an additional $2 million was spent on public health care in the supplementary appropriation, and none was directed to the healthcare system in the Salisbury constituency. How can we cater to this amount of people and a resort that is expected to bring thousands of visitors with a type 1 health facility? Mr. Speaker, this leads me to wonder why for 20 years the Salisbury constituency have been neglected by this government, from agriculture to tourism to healthcare, just to name a few. All these things that I have touched on before this house has a domino effect. This means they are all linked. To end my address today, Mr. Speaker, I could not help but heard one of the statements made to Honorable Senator Sean Douglas while he was speaking. Why is he here? The 6 of us are all here by the default of this government in regards to electoral reform, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable. Yes, but you need to ask permission of the chair. You cannot just change your seat.
Mr. Speaker, seeking permission to change my chair for greater visibility.
Permission is granted. Permission is granted.
Okay. Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Speaker, thank you for honoring my request. Okay, I rise to give support to the supplementary appropriation. And may I say that even when it was first read out by the Honorable Minister, Dr. McIntyre, Minister for Finance, I think we would have ended on this supplementary appropriations because it was quite clear, and to me and for all of us, I believe. But I will give my part. But before I do so, I must especially recognize the entire constituency and constituents of the Pitit Savan constituency, whom loyalty to the Dominican Labour Party and who is currently in government surpassed the tenure of this government for over 30 years of solidarity. And also I must recognize the presence of the former parliamentary representative, Dr. Kenneth Daru, who is here with us over a decade in this parliamentary house, is outstanding, 13 years to be exact. So, before I give my thoughts, especially on the sections related to the fisheries estimates in the supplementary appropriations, I wish to respond to some questions asked by on the other side. And I will start with the Honorable Jesma Paul, the parliamentary representative for the Salisbury constituency. And she brought up the question about fisheries development in Salisbury. And I wish to say to her that though I in my former profession as a fisheries officer all the way to the top level as chief fisheries officer, I have very good friends there. And but good friends does not always translate to development. And the reason why I say that, you would have heard the Honorable Blackmore and Honorable Ian in the 10th parliamentary in the previous government, or a same government, but before this election, yes, debating about how many fish is falling on people's head and how each other's communities are strong fishing communities. I say that to say that in some community you need advocacy, and advocacy comes from community organizations, fisher cooperatives, and fisher associations. So sometimes we have to look within to see why maybe sometimes we have failed to materialize in terms of development and from a community setting. And I was happy to hear that your colleague, I must think, the senator also from Salisbury, Laurie Victor, spoke of tourism. And if I do recall, the cooperative, the name of the cooperative there is called Fisheries and Tourism Cooperative. And often, sometimes I believe this sort of naming brings confusion as to where the focus of development should lie. And I very passionately have always given open arms to Salisbury, and there are a few individuals who have shown signs of progress and wishing to make very good investment in the sector. But again, I just want to appeal and say that I am open on the other side for us to look towards the future in terms of the development of Salisbury, but there has to be commitment and there has to be advocacy. And you mentioned that there is a facility called a fisheries complex, but I wish to correct that statement. We do not have a fisheries complex in Salisbury. We have government assets that have been given to the fisheries cooperative here for their management. And the showing of these assets in its current state might be a reflection of the management abilities. Okay? So this is just to show that we have work to do with these individuals. We're not done playing them, we're not done crying them. We have work to do with this individual if we are to revive the fisheries industry of Salisbury to its former glory. Marigot Fisheries Complex, usually I have always defended that as a professional in my previous job. People like to speak of utilization in the context of size. I do not know where this originates from. In terms of acreage, somewhere is large. So if I have a home, if a large yard, then my house might be underutilized. The Marigot Fisheries Complex has a large space, Mr. Speaker, but a large space for many reasons in which the Honorable Charles himself alluded to. And the large space is for when there is a hurricane, an impending storm that fellow fishers from Saint-Sauveur and even in other parts as far as Roseau, people with larger boats can go to Marigot to rescue in this facility. And of course, because of engineering reasons, which Honorable Kasani maybe can even explain to us better, because we are on the East Coast, therefore the breakwater system had to be extremely large to create that calm moored area. So usually people refer to the size of the facility rather than the function and the utilities and the services that is offered, which I think is highly utilized, Mr. Speaker. But I am an optimistic person. There is always room for improvement. Nothing is 100%. So if Mr. Charles believed that a port of entry could add to the value of the facility, it merits a debate and it merits looking at. Okay? So we are not ruling it out. Then I wish to go to the Senator Honorable Sean Douglas. And I heard he mentioned regarding the supplementary estimates about expenditures. Yes, the supplementary rate is about expenditures, and I know Honorable Kasani alluded to that too, but I wanted to add my own sense. Expenditures doesn't necessarily mean that all of the funding comes from the consolidated funds. Okay, it is far from the truth. It could well mean that maybe it could be 90% grant funding. And I'll give you a specific example. All of the interventions for fisheries, and there are three areas: the rehabilitation of the Roseau and Marigot Fisheries Complex, and then we have the resilient fish supply through modern technology, combined 73, more than 73% of that total, which is more than $7.8 million, is grant. More than 73% of that is grant. So alluding to expenditures as if it is just coming from the consolidated fund, I do not believe is a fair way to categorize and look at the budget estimates. Okay? And so I just want to point to that. So to specifically look at, again, the figures for fisheries, as many of my colleagues on this side have spoken to the Roseau Fisheries Complex. I don't know if they can do it as well as me, are saying, how good this facility is for us. But it is not just an infrastructure. The focus of this facility is key and unique services. And also I want to say to the Honorable Charles that we have three such major facilities: Roseau, Marigot, and Portsmouth. Each of these facilities have their own strategic objective. So they are all not the same facility designed to do the same thing, because he alluded to, well, the fish is taken to Roseau, because Roseau has always been built and designed to be the main marketing hub. Okay, so this is why at Roseau you have 3 cold storage with all 11-ton capacity. So we can store more than 33 tons of frozen product. We can produce more than 10 tons of ice. We have a modern fish processing facility and cutting a modern fish market. Marigot in itself, and therefore these sort of facilities can lend to greater control for HACCP certification, hygiene practices, and so on. Whereas Portsmouth and the Marigot are designed more to be public facilities where fishers themselves can go in, land their catch, and conduct their own business without that level of control. So I just wanted to state for the record that each of these facilities have different strategic objectives. So we have to be very mindful of that. Resilient fish supply for modern technology application. Fisheries is a very unique field. And I know a lot of my colleagues are saying, oh, the fishery, but I think I'm expert in many other things too. So I really do not like, I really do not like when I just get, when you know, I am just considered as that, because I think I'm very well versed in many other areas. So I don't want to limit myself. So your PM would say, oh, okay, he want to give me the job of foreign affairs another time. You know, because I can do many things. Yeah, I can do many things. You know, I think I can be like Honorable Lloyd, eloquent, and I'm exuberant, you know, I'm a very well articulate. I know I can be many things when I want to, when I can. Okay? So I want to go back to resilient fish supply for modern technology, because a lot of the investments in the fisheries sector, usually because of the nature of where the investment is made, is not seen. Sometimes they are out in the open ocean. And you would not believe if I told Honorable Charles that 15 miles outside due east of Marigot have almost a $1 million investment under the water, which we call the Mega FAD. Okay, again in 2016 donated by the Japanese government, and further to the southeast there is another one, submerged FAD, almost another $1 million. You look at $2 million investment under the water, going strong, producing a lot of the large pelagic fish, tuna, marlin, and that we consume. So a lot of that money is underwater. It's not in a bad way. You know, something when you have money underwater, something it can have a bad connotation to it. But in this sense, it is in a positive light. And these two projects impact a lot of people. If we're going to talk about diversification of our food supply to secure for food security, we have to speak about aquaculture, mariculture. And in this appropriation, a lot of these things are addressed here. Post Hurricane Maria, we had 0 individuals in Dominica involved in aquaculture. At this moment, we have 10, 7 of which are already producing giant freshwater prawns, a high-value luxury product. And don't mind the price, as you say, it's a high value, pay for it, luxury product, okay? And we have 7 already in production and 3 in an advanced stage of development. And the reason I say that, because these are you require high capital investment. And these individuals have invested in these areas, knowing very well that it has high capital investment, but also with the confidence. And if they did not have the confidence of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Blue and Green Economy, and the support that we are providing through these supplementary appropriations, equipment, material, technical expertise, significant investment has gone into, many people would not know, we have an aquaculture field station in Jimit, all right, which was at ground zero after Maria, and we have slowly built back our expertise. It's a high science area. We have one aquaculture technician. We have acquired a lot of tools through the assistance of the FAO and through our own investment. Because while in the supplementary estimate, the figure here amongst under the modern technology supply, amongst $140,879, but government's contribution to that segment is $350,000, which is more than 100% of what is in the grant. So when we ask people for things, we do not just stretch our hands out, we contribute, we add to it, and sometimes we add more than double. So that is very important. In addition, we hear about grants from the Japanese. But yes, while we are very grateful to our friends the Japanese, but also from the consolidated funds, we have been very generous in supporting this project to a tune of $1.2 million, and to be exact, $1,241,107 in the past fiscal year from the consolidated funds, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of that is going into building resilience of that facility. Because when somebody gives you a grant, my God, you cannot ask them for everything. And even though you had asked them for everything and you did not get it, you have to be thankful and fend for yourself. So what we have done with the Rose of Fisheries Complex, the state is paying for a standby generator. And we're not talking a little thing that you pull the rope at your home, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about a standby generator that have to power an entire facility that has free cold storage, free ice machines, state-of-the-art industrial refrigeration type system. and we have procured these equipment. Again, we talk about digital transformation. The Japanese were very good to us, give us refurbished our building, but to be in line with the digital transformation, we made sure through our own funding that we created internet and data network into the entire system so that everybody can connect and everybody can have Wi-Fi, be it upstairs or be it downstairs. Okay, this is forward thinking. Again, we had to furnish the entire building. State-of-the-art furniture, state-of-the-art chairs, because usually we say we go to places and how nice it is. But when it comes to we ourselves preparing our own facilities, we tend to stand back and want to buy the cheapest thing. But so if you visit the Rosa Fisheries Complex tomorrow, and again, most of us will, because we have a state-of-the-art conference facility, and it has always been open to the entire civil service for their use. And we will have state-of-the-art conference room, tables and chairs. So I'm just trying to say all where we have spent this additional state funds, and Mr. Speaker. So the supplementary appropriations here did not really make justice to all of the investments that has been done. That is why I had to bring them out and state it. And so there are many areas of the supplementary appropriations which my colleagues have touched upon and which others will touch upon. So I more wanted to restrict myself to the area of my expertise. Again, I'm restricting my own self. What I said so earlier, Mr. Speaker. Okay? So with that being said, I give my full support to this supplementary appropriation. And I thank the Honorable House for the opportunity afforded to me and to serve the people. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, I believe 90% of our job is as a PAL rep, and which I intend to do with all my heart and enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Oh. May I move to my seat, Mr. Speaker? My original seat.
Yes, yes, you will take your seat. Yes. Yes, Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, after what I consider to have been a masterful presentation by Honorable Defoe, I move that we suspend the House until 7 p.m.
Seconded, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be suspended until 7 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. House stands suspended until 7 p.m. House resumes and debate continues.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the 2021-2022 supplementary estimates, as every dollar spent in those estimates was for the protection, security, upliftment, and advancement of our country and people. But Mr. Speaker, before I continue, I really want to give glory and honor to our Heavenly Father for His goodness over our land, Mr. Speaker. Minister, a wise and prudent, brilliant leader in the form of Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, who has been able to steer our ship through difficult times, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to also thank him for the wisdom of the Dominican people who went out overwhelmingly to re-elect the Dominican Labour Party, saying to the world that the Dominican Labour Party is still the best choice for Dominica. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, it may appear that we are dominating in the House, Mr. Speaker. But as Honorable Lavin said, it is the will of the people, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate you as well on your re-election to the chair. You did an outstanding job in guiding us in the last House, and the Honorable Philip Rowe. And I'm confident that you'll continue to do a very good job. And let me say a pleasant good evening to the loving, caring, and committed people of the Soufriere constituency who have re-elected me for a third time to represent their interests and have put their full confidence in the Dominican Labour Party administration, because they know that in all their struggles and in all the times that they have voted, the Dominican Labour Party is the only government that has brought true and serious development to the people of the Soufriere constituency. And Mr. Speaker, I know that many think that COVID-19 was a dream, just like Maria, something that Maria was a dream, and Erika was a dream, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, this Dominican Labour Party government has had to steer our ship through very troubling times, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when we thought that after being in government for 3 years, Mr. Speaker, and imagine having almost 2 years of that 3 years battling a pandemic, trying to save lives, Mr. Speaker, I am very surprised when I sat here in the House and I heard the leader of the opposition, the member of Salisbury, that the only response to the supplementary estimate was to bring a shopping list for the people of Salisbury, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if this is a new style of opposition leadership, because I would hate to think that the Prime Minister can come into this House and only speak about the constituency of Acres, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the opposition has a greater responsibility, factoring that we have gone through so much, has to understand, even if we want to help everybody have a resilient home, because that is the focus of the government under the housing revolution. We made a commitment to build 5,000 homes. But Mr. Speaker, on that journey, look at the number of challenges we have had to face. But have we relented on that commitment to the people of Dominica? No. And my colleague, Minister of Housing, the Honorable Melissa Skerrit, the Palmer from Roseau, will further elaborate on the amount of money we have spent in ensuring that many people can sleep safer at nights. And even under the World Bank program, Mr. Speaker, where we commit to build over 420 homes, how many homes that have been built, and the number of Dominicans that are in a safer place, a more comfortable place today, because they have the hard work and commitment
of the Dominica Labour Party administration, who despite the storms that we face, continues to deliver on its promises to the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to really continue to focus on education. Well, before I go to education, I want to talk about the amount of money spent in healthcare, Mr. Speaker. And please allow me to refer to my notes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government has spent 28 million in the supplementary healthcare, Mr. Speaker. 18 million of that expenditure was spent to battle COVID-19. An unplanned, unforeseen pandemic. Imagine what 18 million did not have to battle that pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And that is just in the supplementary. Let us not million already. That is additional 18 million. Over 70 million alone just to battle, to ensure the safety and security of our people, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we have to remember when we come to this honorable house. When you have unforeseen challenges, with your best efforts, with the best plan, because we had a brilliant manifesto, the building dynamic Dominica from our 2019 elections, Mr. Speaker. Little did we know, 3 months, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, after taking office, Mr. I pledged my oath I took my oath in January. By March, we were locked down, Mr. Speaker. And all the plans, the great plans we had to advance our mission to build dynamic Dominica, Mr. Speaker, some of it had to put on hold because we were dealing with a pandemic unfamiliar to man. Because the last pandemic was said to be 100 years ago. So nobody in this world knew how to battle this pandemic. But you heard the Minister of Health report, which I don't have to go over, how outstanding Dominica did under the leadership of the Honorable Dr. McIntyre, the member for Roseau Valley, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, you see the number of investments we continue to make. Look at our hospitals. We have 2 brand new hospitals in Dominica, one in Goodwill and one in my cousin's constituency, the member for Marigot. The amount of money we have spent in ensuring not also we have the best facilities in the Caribbean, but state-of-the-art equipment in all of them, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, you know what really saddens me right now? There was a time in Dominica that we had poor facilities, but the best delivery in service. What really breaks my heart now and bothers me, and it is not done by all, Mr. Speaker, is the delivery of service at our facilities at times, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it is not a fault of everybody, because you really have some dedicated doctors, nurses, and maintenance officers who try their best, Mr. Speaker. But you know it is, Mr. Speaker. You are strongest as your weakest link, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, what I want to say to some of our workers, Mr. Speaker, who are not taking very good care of our facilities or not giving patients the best of care, Mr. Speaker. Although we now have the best facilities, one of the best facilities in the region, is they must remember that they are not doing a disservice to the Dominica Labour Party or to Dennis Charles. They're doing a service to themselves and to the citizens of this country, a disservice to Dominica, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, we have to be very careful. All of us proclaim to be Christians, and we go to church in our pretty outfits on Sunday morning, and we say, praise God, we love you, God. You are great, you are awesome. But in the book of 1 John chapter 4, John said, 20, verse 20, if a man says, I love God, and hateth his brother, he is a liar. A liar, Mr. Speaker. Because how can you love God who you have not seen and hateth your brother? And this is the matter we as a people have to deal with, to encourage our medical professionals, all of them, to change that culture. And in this national reset, that is one of the things I hope we can do. Change our culture and ensure that we deliver exceptional service to the people of Dominica at the hospital and health facilities, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that I wanted to talk about education, but Mr. Speaker, I want to respond to my newest colleague on the block, the Senator Laurie Victor, who I met at dinner. We had a wonderful time at dinner, having a chat, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Minister of Tourism, I presume, because she said that is a passion and an interest is in tourism, Mr. Speaker. And I welcome that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I was very disappointed that as a Minister of Tourism, the first people she took a shot at is the hard-working vendors on the bayfront, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 79 vendors are not in this house, so I must respond for them, my dear. Don't take anything personal. I must respond for the 79 vendors who make a living on the bayfront. You may have your nice fancy job in an office, but they get up every morning, 4 a.m., 5 a.m., in sun and rain to be on that bayfront. And there was a complaint that the tents were shanty, Mr. Speaker. So we did a temporary measure to upgrade them and give them a better structure, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, you know the Dominica Labour Party government. That cannot be the end for the vendors, Mr. Speaker. We had dealing with COVID-19. We have plans to build a major vendors arcade right there. We have the land. So just be patient. My Senator, Victor. Great things are coming for the vendors, but please don't look down on our people. They are hard-working people, and many of them build their houses and send their children to school based on the income they're making on the bayfront. So don't worry, the vendor arcade will soon come. Will soon come. Yes. Yes, man, Mr. Speaker, I should ask the member to get up and apologize to the hard-working vendors. Nothing short of an apology, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, we spoke about education and the massive investment this government is making in education at $25 million, Mr. Speaker. State-of-the-art primary school, secondary school, better equipment. I heard Senator Sean Douglas, who seemed to be reminiscing on the years in Dominican Labour Party. He seems frozen in that period, Mr. Speaker. And I can understand that. The best years of your life was in the Dominican Labour Party. I don't pay for it. I can accept that, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, he should get us, let us show him the designs for the new Dominica Grammar School. $7 million will not cut it. We have a basketball court, multi-purpose courts, football field. Senator Douglas, you would be happy that we waited to get the kind of facility that this Dominica Labour Party will now build for the Dominica Grammar School. You'll be proud. So, Mr. Speaker, let me see which other colleague, Mr. Speaker, who on the tourism, I forgot to mention, was concerned about the YT Kubuli Trail, which is a valid concern. And that is why the Minister of Agriculture, Honorable Roland, spoke about the project we have, the biodiversity project, and what we did in that project. Since after Maria, we have not been able to access many of the segments, including segments 8 and 9, at no fault to ours. But it will cost a lot of money. And to divert a lot of funds at the time when we were battling COVID wouldn't have been prudent of this government. But we got a grant, and under this grant, as the Minister Roy said, we did an audit of those trails. So we are just awaiting the report. And once we get the report on the trails and what is needed, we will definitely be working on the access to those trails, because we know that having the longest trail in the Caribbean is a good selling point for Dominica, and it's a product we use to promote our country. So rest assured that work will be done to restore all access to the trails. But we have to be prudent, and we have to be mindful of the fact that just before the election, we had a major disaster in the east of the country. Most of the people have to the people in People's Super Cartibus have to resettle. So being a prudent government, I say, even if you want to do A, but unforeseen things happen all the time, and you have to redirect your focus and your attention and reprioritize as a government. So that is what has been happening, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, I am fully confident that the Dominican Labour Party intends to deliver on dynamic Dominica. And this supplementary estimate represents really a fraction of all the investments we have made to rebuild after Hurricane Maria. I was at a meeting in Jungle Bay, and the CEO of Israel Aid said he was here in 2018 or 2017 after Hurricane Maria. And he landed in Dominica a couple weeks ago. And he was in total amazement. He could not believe that that is the Dominica he saw after 2018. The amount of work and things we have accomplished. And all of us should be proud of the hard work of Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominican Labour Party government, that all our international partners want to offer us all funding and grants because they see we are committed to building the first climate resilient country we ambition. With that, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to the supplementary estimate. Thank you.
Your mic. Yes.
Good evening, everyone. Allow me to say, Mr. Speaker, hello to my 7-year-old son who's watching. Mr. Speaker, permission to refer to my notes?
Permission granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my contribution to the supplementary appropriation for the period July 2021 to June 2022. Mr. Speaker, the 11th EDF feeder road, Honorable Vince, I'm hypnotizing you over there. Mr. Speaker, the 11th EDF feeder road rehabilitation program shows that the government spent over $9 million compared to the revised 2021-2022 budget estimate of $7.5 million, fixing feeder roads all over the island. During that time, Mr. Speaker, the constituency of Marigot must have been detached from the rest of the island because our feeder roads are still waiting to be rehabilitated. Roads like Barron, Tantan, Craig, Sunley, North End, and Mount George are deteriorating every day. We have a young farmer in the name of Cheffy Stout, Mr. Speaker, who farms in Mount George. This 27-year-old is struggling to sell his produce to hucksters, as no one wants to put their vehicle on this dilapidated road. He has to traverse with his produce on a wheelbarrow in 2023, on a wheelbarrow to areas that hucksters' vehicles can reach. This is a major problem. Mr. Speaker, these farm access roads are very important to the farming community of Marigot. The Kayambuk Road project started 4 years ago, and it is still incomplete. We have a prominent farmer in the name of Mr. Edmund Henderson, yes, my dad, who has made several complaints to the member of the Wesley constituency, the then Minister of Agriculture of the Tarish, which was left on the incomplete road from the project years ago. Heavy rain washed the Tarish into the culvert close to Mr. Henderson's property, which caused the blockage. So every time it rains, Mr. Speaker, there is flooding in the property of this farmer due to an incomplete feeder road. I appeal to you, new Minister of Agriculture, member of the Cottage constituency, as we reset, I love the word reset, as we reset, please listen to the cry of this farmer and attend to the blockage causing the flooding on his property. And please complete the Kayambuk Road project. The farmers and residents of this area are weary. Mr. Speaker, not only will the rehabilitation of the feeder roads in Marigot benefit our existing farmers, it will serve as an encouragement for the young potential farmers in the community. Road access to the properties that their parents and grandparents had no choice but to abandon. These farm access roads will increase productivity. Accessible roads will increase in the sale of more produce in the area. The feeder road rehabilitation project will create employment for the young men who are interested in construction. Marigot, as Mr. Honorable Charles said, is the gateway to the rest of the country, and these roads can serve as secondary access should the need for traffic diversion occur. For example, the damages caused by Tropical Storm Fiona at the Bayfront area caused road blockage, Mr. Speaker. Free flow of traffic will occur once priority is placed on these important road projects in our constituency. The overall 2021-2022 budget was overspent by $235.7 million, yet the wave overtopping problem at Melville Hall, which has been destroying the vehicles in the Marigot Wesley area for over a decade, has not been addressed. For budget 2021-2022, Parliament approved spending of $19.7 million to correct the problem. $200,000 was scheduled to be spent in 2021-2022 and $19.5 million in 2022-2023. Yet, the $200,000 which was approved in the financial year 2021-2022 for the project to prevent seawater destruction of vehicles was not spent. Not a quart. In Marigot, that's not a quarter, it's not a quart. We came to budget year 2022-2023 with $19.5 million already approved for spending. And instead of prioritizing completion of this long outstanding wave overtopping mitigation project at Melville Hall, the government announced an indefinite suspension. What is really happening, Mr. Speaker? The wave overtopping is a dangerous issue. Mr. Speaker, close to $53,000 was spent building friendship, resourcefulness, and creativity among youth in Dominica through Youth Resilience Initiative. Building friendships? How are we building friendship among youth while the skills and training facilities are no longer available to them? The constituency of Marigot no longer benefits from the Youth Skills Training Initiative that many of my friends and schoolmates benefit from years ago. So many completed the Youth Skills Training Initiative and went on to be successful caterers, mechanics, seamstress. Some were employed by institutions in the community like Marigot Cooperative Credit Union Limited and Countryside Bakery, and some are gainfully employed in the government system. Mr. Speaker, our community suffers from a high unemployment rate. So many young men hanging around the streets with nothing to do and nowhere to be. I know of adults in their late 20s and early 30s who would like to contribute to society, but there are no jobs available for them, and there are still very little opportunities to gain skills and training. Mr. Speaker, as we reset, I tell you all I love the word, you know. As we reset, our vision must be more than building friendships among the youth. We need to empower the youth by reinstating the initiatives which made them self-sustainable and would avoid a large majority of them being dependent on the government to provide for their basic needs. Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the government of Dominica on behalf of the people of Marigot. We are very grateful that we have a hospital. The Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Climate Resilience, and Social Security spoke of its completion, and that is a fact. But, Mr. Speaker, we're not too sure if it's a tourist site or a hospital, because this structure has been standing there for close to 2 years and it is not operational. The supplementary appropriation shows an expenditure of over $6.7 million to meet expenses of the Marigot Hospital, yet the hospital is not functioning. The 2021-2022 budget for the Marigot Hospital was $2 million. The $6.7 million spent above budget means a total of $8.7 million in the first full financial year after completion of construction in June 2021 at a cost of $52.9 million. Yet it remains closed 9 years after it was shut down for termite infestation in 2014. The Minister of Health, Wellness, and Social Services stated that they are in the majority, so they should be complaining on behalf of the people. Allow me to hand over the complaints of the people of Marigot to you. Read the hospital becoming operational, as we are both Marigot people, and you have a bird's eye view of the hospital when you are visiting your family home in Marigot. Charity begins at home and it travels abroad. Mr. Speaker, this needs to be addressed with urgency. The people of Marigot should not feel like we have our very own Statue of Liberty, a monument to stand and be photographed by. The Marigot Hospital serves not just Marigot constituency, it serves the entire island. The hospital is near the airport, Mr. Speaker. The farmers in the northeast are ready to provide produce to a functioning hospital. This is one of their markets. As we know, the markets for agricultural produce are not readily available. The vendors in the area are ready to set up shop, providing the nurses, doctors, pharmacists, and all who will be employed at the hospital with their quick meals. Not only will the hospital care for patients, but it is also a revenue booster for the small business owners in the Northeast. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence has been a prevalent issue on the island of Dominica. More recently, this is a concern for the public as the last year ended and the new year began on such a sad note, with a murder of 2 hard-working women from the hands of their partners. We see here that approximately $46,500 was spent strengthening gender mainstreaming. But tell me, Mr. Speaker, what is in place now for the children who survived the parents who passed due to domestic violence? What facilities do we have to counsel and engage these children? Mr. Speaker, the issue of domestic violence does not end at the crime that was committed. It is much bigger than this. We must provide the necessary rehabilitation for the survivors of these crimes. We need to protect these children and provide them with the necessary tools, training, and support to become fit members of society. Let's not allow their minds to wander. As we reset, Mr. Speaker, we should implement what is needed to ensure that these children become who society needs them to be. Mr. Speaker, the people of Marigot constituency are very grateful people. Let me thank the government of Canada for the rehabilitation of the WSS Stevens Primary School. This repair and renovation was much needed after the devastation caused by Hurricane Maria. However, the safety of the students remained paramount to the community. The school needs fencing and security at the gates. We had an incident, Mr. Speaker, sometime last year where a student was attacked by an unstable individual who entered the compound of the school. The students are not safe, Mr. Speaker. A proper security system should be included at the school. Mr. Speaker, The Honorable Prime Minister said it's time for a reset. I agree. So let's reset properly. Press and hold the power button. Let's restart together. The Commonwealth of Dominica needs an overhaul on the way business is conducted here. Each constituency should benefit as much as the next constituency. The Marga constituency awaits its piece of the pie of development. Fix our feeder roads, open the hospitals, address the wave overtopping issue at Melville Hall, bring back the training and activities which empower the many youth, offer scholarships, build homes for the less fortunate, fix the leaking fire station by the airport, fence the well-strapped Mount Stevens Primary School. Let's decrease the unemployment issue in the Margot constituency and White Kubuli by extension. And earlier today, allow me to just add, the Prime Minister confirmed in his presentation earlier that he will give Dominicans what they have been asking for, which is electoral reform. And Honorable Prime Minister, as we reset, I know Dominicans will be holding you accountable to this. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I stand this evening as the youngest, the unopposed, the duly nominated parliamentary representative of the Paybush constituency. Humbled but emboldened, the Prime Minister in his contribution earlier mentioned that our ultimate responsibility as ministers of parliament is to carry out the work of the people with humility. Welcome, Prime Minister. And with this being said, Mr. Speaker, just give me some permission to refer to my notes occasionally.
Yes, permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, being passionately motivated by my full and unwavering confidence in the abilities of the Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit and the government of Dominica, I humbly rise to, without reservation, support the supplementary appropriation bill before this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, if you may, please permit me to extend gratitude to the Almighty Father, the people of Dominica and the Paybush constituency, the Prime Minister and the government of Dominica, for affording me the opportunity to frame the narrative and set the stage for the continued progress and prosperity of this country we so dearly adore. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak up for and represent my constituents and the youth of Dominica. It is truly an amazing feeling to be alive in a time such as this. A reset that represents the opportunities and freedom of the children, the youth, the middle-aged, the elderly, the hustlers, the farmers, professionals, fisherfolk, and every citizen of Dominica. Mr. Speaker, a reset for undeniably positive representation and progress of our people. In the Paybush constituency, Mr. Speaker, it is evident that monies were well spent. An unemployment rate of just 7% from a recent constituency database performed, 267 National Employment Program employees, 116 farmers and fishers receiving injections in their operations, 16 individual housing units being constructed at Assy Flat, and 2 housing complexes to be constructed at Calibishi and Benz. The construction of our tourism center at Benz, the resurfacing and modernization of the Benz and Paybush basketball courts, the commencement of the Middle Ridge Feeder Road, the construction of our modern health and wellness center at Anzime, 96 small and medium-sized businesses receiving support for startup and expansion, 19 tertiary level education scholarships, and an overall thriving and progressive constituency, amounting to over $69.3 million. Mr. Speaker, money well spent. Mr. Speaker, I intend not to do my Minister of Agriculture's job, but just to inform the Senator that, where is she? We have 29 feeder roads that have been approved for assessment and construction in the next coming months, and I believe, if I am corrected, Minister, Marigot is a part of that list, right? Mr. Speaker, the government continues to drive significant investment in the agricultural sector as a component of our overall goal of constructing resilient and sustainable systems on our quest of achieving $700 million as our contribution to GDP by 2030. Our farmers, fishers, and agro-processors continue to receive support to weather the storms of the ongoing climate, fuel, and food crises that usually bears negative impacts on our food production and security. Mr. Speaker, approval of approximately $11.8 million was granted for 3 major projects through the Ministry of Agriculture, namely the World Bank funded Emergency Agricultural Livelihoods and Climate Resilience Project, the construction of the first ever world-class agricultural complex at 1 Mile Portsmouth, and the rehabilitation of the Roseau and Marigot fisheries complexes. Each of these projects, though having experienced the individual challenges and delays, have proven to pose tremendous benefits for the people. Mr. Speaker, an additional $5 million was eventually disbursed in the 2021-2022 fiscal period under the Emergency Agricultural Livelihoods Project for the procurement of agricultural tools and equipment for 3,500 beneficiaries. This expenditure, which was planned for the previous fiscal year, materialized at this time frame, requiring the government to present to this Honorable House its report on the responsible stewardship of financial resources paid out of the consolidated fund apart from the intended approved budget. It is at this crossroads, Mr. Speaker, that the rigidity and strength of a government is tested and proven. And Mr. Speaker, I'm here to tell you that we were tested and we have proved that even amidst the detrimental erosion of government's finances during the pandemic, the Dominican Labour Party-led government came through. Commitments made, bargains kept. The delayed procurement of the necessary tools and equipment has incurred the supplementary expenditure, but we have good news. We have witnessed a positive impact on the farming community, especially in the Pebush constituency. Mr. Speaker, the CARICOM Farmer of the Year is none other than Mr. Dillis Warrington of Calibishi. And I must say that we are proud. Money well spent. He's a Vickers man, but he's from Calibishi. Whilst farmers like Mr. Warrington were being supported through the setbacks experience, delays were also evident in works associated with the rehabilitation of the fisheries complexes in Roseau and Marigot. An additional $5.5 million was spent over the proposed cost by the Japanese International Cooperation Agency for the increased cost of materials, equipment, and shipping, along with slight technical modifications in the scope of works and technical specifications at those complexes. But Mr. Speaker, consistency is key. More often than not, we are sidetracked from the true nature of the contributions and investments of this government and the progress we have made and are making to secure and maintain the welfare of this nation. Speaking of which, I am aware that my constituents patiently await the government's intervention to improve the Anzime port of entry, and I'm here to inform that we are coming. We will soon witness the positive impacts of this investment, and it bears benefits like being an important contributor to the local and national economy and intermodal transportation system, as over 95% of the cargo entering that area arrives by boat. Secondly, this port serves as a significant source of local employment, and activity there generates jobs from fish cleaning to port transportation and maintenance. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, this port serves as an integral resource to the communities and country's national defense, disaster preparedness and response. And Mr. Speaker, we all know what went down at Anzime after Hurricane Maria. So need I say more? It is coming. Mr. Speaker, it is equally important to note that with over $11 million spent to accommodate the delays in the implementation of our projects, we are adequately positioned to witness the commissioning of our very own futuristic, resilient, and multi-purpose agricultural complex, which will feature a tissue culture lab and training center. Tissue culture is a process of micropropagation where cells are used to grow new, mature plants under carefully controlled environments. This complex will certainly increase our capacity to rapidly propagate planting materials through the use of tissue culture technology, as well as serving as a center for training of agricultural stakeholders, particularly the youth, the farmers, and extension officers. We are well on our way to being introduced and exposed to new and emerging technologies, methods of production, varieties and plants, and new models and systems. Mr. Speaker, we are grateful. I am grateful. I have engaged with the farmers, fishers, business owners, tradesmen, and other stakeholders, and the benefits and opportunities are endless. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to expanding the contribution of the agricultural sector to national output. Thus, it requires a well-planned and united effort and team. As the newest and youngest parliamentarian to walk this walk and talk this talk, I am committed to revolutionizing this sector and the way we treat agriculture and conduct agricultural business. This is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to position myself to contribute substantially to the development of the lifeblood of our economy. This day, Mr. Speaker, while I rise in support of the Honorable Minister of Finance request to these supplementary expenditure, it would be remiss of me not to recognize the dedicated and supportive constituents of the Paybush constituency, especially the hardworking farmers, fishers, and agripreneurs of Benz, Ansdime, and Solder, Paybush, and Kalibishi, who continue to run things on a daily. As your parliamentary representative, we are here to continue to join our hats and hands to further the work already begun. We are well on our way to developing our tourism product, our agricultural outputs, and advance our existing value-added agricultural products in cassava, coconuts, dried fruits, simas, meat, and fish, as well as enhancing the farm access roads to allow for the ease of farming to dozens of farmers at Quet, Newfoundland, Fauché, Bupla, Boamopak, Middle Ridge, Savanpai, and Fort de Bois. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to put the people's well-being and livelihoods first. We continue to seek jointly to develop the agricultural and agro-enterprises throughout the communities in Dominica. So far, we have met with the processors like the Daily Stoloma Women in Action, and I must allude to the fact that that group is predominantly made up of 54 females. I have also personally met with the visionary and innovative cassava man, Mr. Glenn Cyril, who has definitely led the way in cassava production and transformation, from flavored cassava bread to cassava pizzas and wraps. Mr. Speaker, this is what we're talking about when we speak about agro-processing. We are committed to respond to the immediate challenges of these agro-processors, like those involved in Toloma and bay oil production, and we are well on our way to producing Toloma ice cream, and I'm sure Senator Douglas will be our champion for that Toloma ice cream. He has the recipe. But, Mr. Speaker, the long-term plan is to develop these crops into marketable, profitable, and sustainable products worthy and ready for local and regional consumption and export. Mr. Speaker, we are ready. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by pledging my unwavering commitment to providing the avenues for the development of a solid, safe, and secure advocacy for youth in agriculture and agro-processing at all levels in Dominica. As a youth actively and eagerly involved at both our national parliament and the executive levels, I certainly look forward to improving access for youth to develop their agricultural enterprises, particularly in agro-processing. It is therefore my personal mandate to establish the National Agro-Processing Association and to revitalize the National Association of Youth in Agriculture, NAYA, as Enterprise NAYA, and 4-H agricultural programs at schools. Mr. Speaker, I am sure you, my colleagues, and every Dominican can agree with me that in 2023, we not live in what we have for what we not yet see. How many farmers have you met? How many agro-processing facilities have you visited? Have you engaged the consumers and stakeholders such as Dexia, the DAIC, the Dominica Health and Wellness Association, DYBT, and others? What have you been up to? Mr. Speaker, well, as to the members on this side of the House, we have been working. Once more, Mr. Speaker, come ye forward, sons and daughters of this gem beyond compare. Strive for honor, sons and daughters. Do the right, be full, be fair. Toil with hearts and hands and voices. We must prosper, song the call. In which everyone rejoices, all for each and each for all. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Senator, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on the supplementary appropriation, that is currently before the House. Firstly, let me start off by saying it is an honor to be here. And before we do all that, Mr. Speaker, permission to refer to my notes. Kindly ask.
Permission granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to be here, to have the opportunity to represent the people of Marigot and Concord and Dominica by extension at the highest decision-making body in Dominica, to represent the interests of people at arguably the place where it matters most, at a time in Dominica's development where the decisions that we're expected to make here will have a lasting impact on the way we do things in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, it is more than reasonable to assume that we have an awesome responsibility to work on the behalf of the people of Dominica with the utmost sincerity, urgency, and integrity. Mr. Speaker, before we get into the concerns, and I have a few questions here, I hope I will ask the right questions. Honorable Minister of Health and Minister of Finance. Before it is assumed here that the members on this side are selfish with congratulations and we don't ever say that anything is good. Mr. Speaker, congratulations on your election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, congratulations. Everybody, congratulations and good job. All right? So we're on the record for congratulating people and saying that things are good. Good job, everybody. All right? Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, it concerns me that we're coming to this House with the supplementary appropriations almost 7 months after we should have. According to the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Section 80, subsection 2, where any advances are made from the contingency fund, a supplementary estimate shall, as soon as possible, be laid before the House. And when a supplementary estimate has been approved by the House, a supplementary appropriation bill shall be introduced as soon as possible in the House for the purpose of replacing the amount. Mr. Speaker, it is... hold on, what you said? Okay, I come into you. Mr. Speaker, it is in my view that as soon as possible has passed a long time ago. And I just heard the Minister of Tourism talk about the election, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we press the button on December 6th, we hold it down long and we reset the country. Correct? But Mr. Speaker, that was 2 months ago. That was more than 2 months ago. So that, in my view, is still a very long time to be coming here to deal with supplementary money that has already been spent almost 2 budget cycles ago. So, I mean, okay, okay. But it's late, Mr. Speaker. We should be dealing with new matters now under the reset, in my view. Mr. Speaker, we have in the supplementary estimates here, I have a lot of things highlighted here because I'm a very good student, Mr. Speaker. So I like to, when the teacher gives me work to do, I like to go through it and study hard. You understand? We have here modern housing development, an amount of $33.9 million in overspending. Mr. Speaker, in the approved budget of 2021-2022, page 14, to be exact. The amount expected to be spent on that item was $10 million. Yeah, we coming there. How then are we taking, talking, Mr. Speaker, about expenditure 3 times that amount? Now, Mr. Speaker, in my estimation, that is very easy to explain. It is very easy to explain. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the Minister of Finance can explain that very easily. Because if we had 10 and we spend that extra amount, we're now talking about 4 times, right? Correct. It's a simple math. And the children in school listening to us, Mr. Speaker, and they can do arithmetic, right? So it should be easy for us to demonstrate that at the time when we had those monies to spend in the building of those buildings, that it was necessary for us to do 4 times the amount that we had planned to do. And that would be easy to show. Or that the cost of labor and material would have gone up by 400%. That should be very, very easy to demonstrate, right? And maybe somebody can help me with it and show us where that difference would have arrived. Because obviously, that is not a new item. We dealt with that item in the previous budget cycle and the one before. So no, it's not new. And Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate all of the deserving individuals who have benefited from this initiative. They are in a better place. They are in a safer place, a modern, state-of-the-art facility. The deserving people who received or benefited from these structures, I'm sure that they were well deserved. And I want to congratulate them, and I'm truly happy that they received it. Right? We're not going to talk about all the people that didn't receive because maybe they're in their name on the list to get in it later. So we don't want to talk about that. But Mr. Speaker, in my industry, I have a growing concern in our field. As a matter of fact, it is past growing concern right now. It's almost a problem. Because we have the issue of local indigenous participation. Contractors. That's why I go with it. The local indigenous contractors. How many of them are involved on these types of projects? How many of them are participating? And I'm sure the answer is going to be plenty, a lot, the majority, right? Everywhere they are involved. But Mr. Speaker, how many of them are gainfully involved? How many of them are profiting? How many of them are sustainably involved in these projects? Plenty. So that's a very easy, that's not easily measurable. But Mr. Speaker, they are my friends. I speak to them very often. I meet them at the hardware. We talk on the phone. They send me the WhatsApp messages and so. And Mr. Speaker, they suffering. No, hold on, we come into that. They're suffering, Mr. Speaker. No, honestly. Some of them to the point where it is affecting their health. And I know the easy response is, well, fellas need to manage better. Fellas not taking their time. The fellas need to read more. The fellas need to pay attention to details, and that is true. Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of the argument, let's say that is correct. Because in all honesty, Mr. Speaker, we have those deficiencies. As local contractors, as indigenous contractors, we have those deficiencies. But the question now becomes, with all of these resources that we have, how much of it are we putting into building capacity in local contractors? in local indigenous contractors? How much of it are we investing in them to ensure that they can make the grade and deliver a quality of product that is worth boasting about? Instead of being proud of always being willing to say, Dominican contractors doesn't do good work. Them man can never finish a project. Them man want to live big on people. No, mister, we come into that. How much are we investing in them to ensure that they can continue to compete and provide internationally recognized standard and quality of work? I think, Mr. Speaker, that we're not doing enough. And we often criticize them, but yet we fail to help them. And Mr. Speaker, Dominican contractors can do the work, you know. And Dominican contractors prove that over and over and over again. You see, what often happens is that the playing field is not level. All we have to do is level the playing field. And we will continue to demonstrate that with the right type of environment and a level playing field, we can make the grade. But Mr. Speaker, we need help. We need our own administration to provide the favorable atmosphere and environment for us to be able to do that. And I'm sure the Dominican contractors who are listening will attest that yes, we know how. Yes, we can do it. And yes, we are willing to learn and grow and do it better. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the new Marigot Hospital, 9 years, 2 months from now, it will be 9 years and over $61 million later. And yet we do not have a facility that can benefit the people of Dominica. After it was delivered to the control of the administration almost 2 years ago. Delivered, finished. Now we can go into the weeds of it, Mr. Speaker, and in my professional capacity, I can argue, well, it shouldn't have cost that much, it should have cost $20 million lower, blah, blah, blah. We can do all of that, Mr. Speaker, but I know what we're talking about, because that would be fine if we had spent that amount of money, but the hospital was open. That the people of Roseau and Grand Bay and Salisbury and Maho, when they go into the airport or when they're on a trip, they're on an island tour, no, hold on a minute. When they are going to visit their friends and families in that area, right? That they don't have to live in fear that if, God forbid, that they were in an accident or had any kind of medical emergency at all, that they would have to drink milk and be strong, because that is the only option they have, because up there don't have help for them. I say it like that, Mr. Speaker, because there's a notion that the Marigot Hospital is for Marigot people, and that's not true. That is not accurate. It is for all of us. It is for all of us, because we are one and we will benefit from it. But Mr. Speaker, particularly in that constituency, how many more preventable deaths have to happen before it becomes necessary for us to find it urgent to install those first-class modern equipment to ensure that the people of the constituency can benefit from it, Mr. Speaker? I heard recently that it might have been a naming situation and that might have been part of the delay. But Mr. Speaker, in the 1920s, when Luther Boland, a gentleman from Marigot, and I'm not going too far back, just bear with me, let's be like a patient with me. When he got together with Charles Burton and they built the hospital, and name didn't stop them from opening it. So we can't use that excuse now. I beg in, let us not use that excuse now. That is not an excuse to have the facility still closed. Mr. Speaker, the new Minister of Health and I share a similar history, similar heritage. He has family members from up there. and they live a stone's throw from where the Margaret Hospital is. Literally, a stone's throw, literally. And I'm sure that back in the day when he visited Mama and they were playing in the yard, or even when he was away and Mama still lived there, remember that the family didn't have any issues because they know that if Mama had any kind of issue at all, she wouldn't have to go far for help. She just down the road. Don't worry about that, Mr. Blackmore, we coming to that. She wouldn't have any issues. But Mr. Minister, those of us who still have grandparents living in that community, still have family members living in that community, we don't have that confidence anymore. We know that if anything happens to our loved ones there, the Almighty God is the only help we have because the facility is closed. I'm begging you, your countryman, I'm begging you, help us now, boy. Do something for us now, boy. We can do something, and it's necessary because people's lives are really being affected every single day. For me first, I will help you to open the door because it's necessary, Mr. Speaker. Moving on. Mr. Speaker, we spoke about, I see we have $5 million here in enhancing agriculture and resilience and national food security. We used that to buy some tools, and I'm sure they were put into use, and that was done very, very well. Good job. Clap for me now. Right. But Mr. Speaker, are we really serious about agriculture? As the first climate resilient country in the Western Hemisphere, are we serious about agriculture? Because I listened to the Minister of Agriculture talk, I listened to I don't want to get it wrong, no, Parliamentary Secretary, Honorable Member for Peebush. Yes. Honorable Member for Peebush. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. But I haven't heard anybody mention the most resilient fruit plant in the Western Hemisphere. Cocoa, of course, you get it right. Good student. What are we doing for the most resilient plant? Because, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the cocoa industry, the global cocoa industry, attained a market value of $14 billion US, and is projected to grow by 4.7% between 2023 and 2028 to attain a value of $19.1 billion. A cocoa tree will grow, hold on, we come into that, a cocoa tree, when it starts growing, will take anywhere between 1 to 3 years to start producing healthy fruit. And with 1 acre of land, Mr. Speaker, you are able to produce upwards of 10,000 pounds of cocoa. Yeah? So, Mr. Speaker, what excuse do we have to still be importing container loads of cocoa? Cocoa. Cocoa. You know it? What are we doing to ensure that we can participate in a $20 billion industry when, according to the ICO, the International Cocoa Organization, out of the 9 countries around the world that can produce fine and flavor cocoa beans, Dominica is one. A quality of bean that is sought after across the globe by international chocolates. Dominica can produce that naturally without effort, and we are still importing container loads of cocoa beans. Mr. Speaker, why? I will tell you that in private. When you come to Margaret, I'll show you. No, but it's not about me. It's about the farmers that don't have the access. It's about the farmers that don't have the access. Mr. Speaker, Why are Mr. Speaker? Give me a little protection, now, man. Come on, now, man, Mr. Speaker. Give me a little protection, now, man. Come on.
Members,
Come on,
members,
now,
he's
man.
asking for
Give me a
protection.
little protection, now, Mr. Speaker.
So,
It's unruly over there.
yes.
Give me a little protection, now, Mr. Speaker. I beg of you.
Yes. So, you have received the protection. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing to ensure that Dominicans outside of the members, outside of the House, can participate and benefit from that 20 billion US dollar pie that exists? Thank you. We're looking forward to that. Mr. Speaker, professional consultancy services. I have a little issue there because to meet outstanding payments, road works, asphalt patching, vegetation management, and other related rehabilitation works. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the item is recorded twice with the same expenditure account identifier. But with a little bit of arithmetic, we sort that out. So we're up to $19 million, right? Now, Mr. Speaker, what is puzzling is that in the 2021-2022 revised budget, page 371, an amount of $15 was approved for this very same item. So, Mr. Speaker, through you, how are we now spending more than twice the amount? What was the extenuating, unforeseen circumstances that allowed us to be spending more than twice the amount that we budgeted for? It would be nice if we could get a little explanation on that. That would be very, very helpful. Mr. Speaker, we saw an item in the appropriation, in the supplementary appropriation for due diligence. And Mr. Speaker, I just need to ask a question because in my field, in our field, numbers are important. And when we get the numbers wrong, somebody is going to lose or pay a lot of money, or somebody's going to get some people are going to get hurt. So numbers are important. So I pay a little attention to them. Mr. Speaker, my understanding of the due diligence fees is that it is a passed-on fee. Something similar to VAT, you can help me. Something similar to VAT. We collect it and pass it on. All right? That's easy to understand as a start. Of course. No, not that we're talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, let's establish a few things. Let's establish a few things because I have a little confusion in that area. So maybe the Minister of Finance, maybe he can help me out a little later. The cost of the processing fee, according to the website, I looked it up, $675 EC. That's number one. I can look it up. Mr. Speaker, I'm not answering. You can't answer my question. Mr. Speaker, the due diligence processing fee per potential citizen is $7,500 US dollars, or $20,000 EC. Okay. In the 2021-2022 budget estimates, Mr. Speaker, I have it here. I go and look for it so that I could get the information that so I would be saying the correct thing and asking the right questions according to Minister of Health. We expected revenue from the issuance of certificates of naturalization of $815,000. That was later revised. We brought it down to $193,000. Now, if we were to use what we established earlier, a little bit of arithmetic, we would see that we were expecting to issue about 287 certificates. That's fine. Mr. Speaker, in the same year, we budgeted an amount of $137.5 million, and that was in respect to the revenue expected to handle for due diligence fees. That was later revised to $77.3 million. Mr. Speaker, it turns out now that in addition to that 77.3, we are spending an additional $28.3 million, which is fine, on due diligence fees, right? Now, here's where I need the help, because that's where it becomes confusing for me. But Mr. Speaker, if we do a little bit of arithmetic, 287 citizens or certificates doesn't add up to $105.6 million. It would mean, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that we would be no, that's not calculus. That's simple math. That's not calculus. It would mean, Mr. Speaker, that we would be using $368,000 per certificate. And of course, a certificate is per person. Or we would have dealt with 5,215 potential citizens. Now, Mr. Speaker, another easy solution is I just need some help on these numbers. I don't understand it, and maybe in the minister's wrap-up, he can just clarify it for me. So maybe he can just assist me. And Mr. Speaker, I need to finish. I want to finish, Mr. Speaker. I beg you, Mr. Speaker, a little bit of protection, please. Thank you, please, Mr. Speaker. I'm begging you. I'm moving fast.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Claims against the government. On this issue here, we see, Mr. Speaker, is my understanding that these claims against the government is money that our government is
5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. That our government is paying out over and above what it expected to pay out in settlements owed to citizens because they felt like their rights were violated. Okay, well, we can clear that up. But Mr. Speaker, if we continue to do that, if they continue to feel that way, we will continue to have situations like that. And I'm sure where individuals of the Commonwealth of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, continue to feel like their rights are being violated, or situation went awry and they had to make a claim against the government, and so on and so forth. So it behoves us, Mr. Speaker, that we should be a little bit more prudent. We have a situation in the Marigot constituency, Mr. Speaker, of a young man that used to work at the Port Authority. For more than 8 years now, he's out of a job.
Yes, what is the relevance to the supplementary estimate?
Mr. Speaker, because I think we should be moving, we should be moving with urgencies for situations like that to be solved and handled very efficiently and quickly. And we should plan to have them sorted out, as opposed to having them being unforeseen matters. Right? Mr. Speaker, I was so happy this morning when the Prime Minister in his address by ministers talked about the situation that has been pontificated on for so very long. So many people have pontificated on it. It's under the same thing, Mr. Speaker, where some people are feeling like their rights to free and fair elections are being violated. No, hold on. Some people, Mr. Speaker, some people. But Mr. Speaker, I was happy to hear. But Mr. Speaker, why they behaving bad like that now? Mr. Speaker, I beg you, 5 minutes I have. I beg you, Mr. Speaker. I beg you. Yes, give me some time, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion to give Honorable Senator Harris 5 more minutes. I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senator Paris be given an additional 5 minutes. Those in favor?
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay,
very
you are
much.
given an additional 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Senator, proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Because I was not prevented from going to the polls doesn't mean I wasn't afraid, you know. Because there's free and fair, but there's also free from fear. But Mr. Speaker, I was happy. I was happy when the Prime Minister, in his deliberations this morning, the Honorable Prime Minister, in his deliberations this morning, said that him personally, he wanted to see that matter put to rest. And he wanted to stop all the pontification about this thing, about electoral modernization, reform, / everything. He wanted to see that finished with. He wanted as soon as possible. I was happy to hear that because I find it very unfair for so many people in the public to be talking about 69% of the electorate stayed out of the election and election teams and all of those things. I think that deliberation should stop. I think it should stop, and I was happy when I heard the Prime Minister say that he's going in his power. As a matter of fact, today he had to leave Parliament, which he holds so very important, to go and have a meeting with the gentleman that is working and giving us advice on this. I was happy to hear that because it brought me good confidence, and it meant that after today we can see expeditious work happening in this area because we have advice and we have reports. And Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to work assiduously as fast as possible unless the people of Dominica, Mr. Speaker, lest they get weary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, yeah.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to the supplementary appropriation before this Honorable House. But before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, I would like to first of all congratulate you and Honorable Rule for your leadership and your continued leadership in this this parliamentary cycle. But while I am really happy for your appointment, I'm also saddened by an incident that has affected the Kalinago community and by extension the Dominican community. I do extend deepest condolences to the family and friends and relatives of Velma Valmont, and to say that as a member of Parliament for the Salivary constituency, I condemn that injustice, regardless to color, creed, race. And so I stand in solidarity with everyone who seek to get justice against this crime against humanity. Chair, Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the other side. I'm sort of really saddened, really, by the assertions and the utterances of Senator Paris when he speaks about cocoa plantation. Yeah, I think you should have indicated support that your family would have received for your plantation. Could maybe speak about it, and not to give the impression that nothing was done. And so I really, on the other hand, want to commend this family for taking advantage of the support given by the Ministry of Agriculture. So, Mr. Speaker, I am really delighted to support the supplementary estimates because it reflects the work that has been done in the past year, the past budgetary year, especially as it regards to the housing interventions across the country, and also importantly to the employment program. And so I would like to briefly speak to the housing interventions and the value which is attached to housing by this government. Mr. Speaker, it appears to me in the very short history of the Dominican Labour Party, which has spanned just 23 years, that we have done a lot to ensure safe and resilient homes for the people of Dominica. And especially, Mr. Speaker, to the folks out in the Kainagu space and the Salabe constituency, which stretches from Pegua all the way to Wakama. And so we have a long history of development, but the development has had a magnified or have seen some magnification in the last 22 years. So, Mr. Speaker, as a student of history, would realize that we had a trough system, we had a Hurricane Maria, we had Erika, and all of those really affected the housing stock across the country. And so it is important for us to understand how we have evolved over the past few years. And so allocating monies within the constructs of a supplementary appropriation is so critical, because we are dealing with lives and we are dealing with livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance spoke earlier on about the EU houses, which were built within the Kainagu space. And as of last week, we were able to hand over 18 homes to needy members of the community. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is clearly articulated in the estimates that it was money well spent. Money well spent. Mr. Speaker, and we are not just talking about just homes. We're talking about resilient homes built to ensure that people have a better way of life. And so the history of Dominica is wrought with a series of developments that have been retarded over time. And more importantly, to look at how do we treat the difficulties that we have in developing a rugged country like our island. And so I am of Kainagu heritage. I would want to argue that the Dominica is Kainagu country, and that every one of us here would have something and have some Kainagu blood going through our veins. And the history of that one is one of a struggle to survive within the colonial experience. But, Mr. Speaker, I dare say that in the last 23 years, we have made much stride. And the Kainagu people have benefited from all programs of the government. So I will not mention the 70 years and over. I'll browse for that we are benefiting from this. I'll not mention the scholarships for the education program by the government. We all know that. I will not mention all of the work we have done in healthcare. And the list goes on and on, Mr. Speaker, as to how the people within the Salabe constituency have benefited from the programs of government. And so it appears to me that we are equal citizens in our own country. And we are equal because the government have made a concerted effort to ensure that we are part and parcel of our development. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I stand here as the duly elected member for the Salabe constituency. And had there been a different disposition by the others, we may have had another warrior in the house, but we don't. So I speak as a brave and as a, Mr. Speaker, I'll argue the sole authority on Kainagu heritage and culture. Mr. Speaker, the NEP program, we spoke about the NEP program. We speak about, and I will speak about it with some level of authority because I serve as the minister for the National Employment Program. It is a flagship program. It started off in 2013. There was a proclamation by the Prime Minister during the independence celebration. About 2 months after, we saw a number of folks being engaged. And so graduating over the years and evolving into what we now know as the NEP, we see its importance. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we do have some monies in the supplementary estimates and the appropriations here to ensure that we can continue to provide support for the young people. Young people who are not just engaged in cleaning up and beautifying, but who are engaged in the public sector, who are engaged in every department of government, who are also engaged, Mr. Speaker, within the private sector, and who are honing their skills and who are endeavoring to become better citizens so they can better contribute to our evolving resilient society. Mr. Speaker, within the Saliba constituency itself, we do have a number of folks. We do have a number of young people who are engaged in the public service, in the private sector, in beautification, and also cleanup, and also who are mentors at schools. And Mr. Speaker, so the allocation here of approximately $24.9 million as part of the bigger purse for the NEP is money well spent. Mr. Speaker, I really want to say at this point a big thank you to the folks from the Saliba constituency, really. And truly, I'm honored, I'm humbled to serve. To serve within this hall and to have a decent conversation, to present facts, and to present it against the backdrop of where we have been as a country and where we intend to go. And so I'm very proud of the folks who came out and really participated in the elections to ensure that there was a free election of someone they wanted to represent them. And that person representing a big organization in the name of the Dominican Labour Party. So I really, really want to thank the people of the Saliba constituency. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary estimate is very, very clear. It's very, very clear how the money is used. If we go through the various line items, we'll see it touches every facet of our governance system. And so, I wish I could spend some more time to talk about the Saliba constituency. But I think it's more important within the House of Parliament to look at the whole. Look at the whole. And the whole I speak about will eventually, Mr. Speaker, be Whitey Kubuli. Whitey Kubuli, the name called by the original folks who were here. That's part of my ancestry to call this wonderful land Dominica and call it Whitey Kubuli. And to say that we have to, when we discuss issues like the supplementary estimates, and we look at the figures and the justifications and the explanation, that we have to look at the whole. And while we represent as members of parliament, constituents, and benefactors, we have to ensure that we are reasonable and we are guided in how we discuss those matters. Because, truth be told, Mr. Speaker, this is the highest court that we are in. It is the highest governing body. And so we cannot be flippant about issues. It is not a place where we make fun of everything. And though I enjoy the laughter and sort of the manner in which we present, it is important to deal with the facts. And a serious bill like the supplementary appropriation bill here before us is so critical, because it tells the rest of the country, it tells the rest of the world how it is that we manage our business as an independent country. An independent country would have gone through some serious strives in previous time. And to say, as a member for representing the Saliba constituency and representing all of you guys here who have Kayalago blood, that I'm really delighted that we could have such a responsible response to the use of the finance. And we are using the finance, Mr. Speaker, and having this finance available in very tough times. And I will not belabor you with COVID-19. It's obvious that we are under some pressure. I will not tell you again about Hurricane Maria. I will not go back to Tropical Storm Erika. I will not go through the struggles that we had to inherit when we came in as a Labour Party government post 1999. I will not go there. But it is important for us to take this thing seriously. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just humbly tonight lend my support to the supplementary appropriation. And I really thank you for your patience, and I'm hoping that we will have a wonderful evening as we continue to deliberate in a responsible way the matters of this honorable parliament. Thank you so much.
Proceed, Honorable Lockhart.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Like permission to refer to my notes from time to time.
Permission granted.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give support to the 2021-2022 supplementary estimates that is before us being debated here this evening. But before I begin my presentation, Mr. Speaker, I want to say send a warm greetings, and to express my gratitude to the people of the Roseau South constituency who have once again re-elected me as their parliamentary representative, Mr. Speaker. Shecky did it again, Mr. Speaker, in Roseau South. I also want to thank my team, my constituency association, my family members, my husband, for the tremendous support that they have given to me, Mr. Speaker. But before I delve into my presentation, there were some remarks made earlier by Senator the Honorable Delbert Paris in regards to the supplementary appropriation. I want to speak, one, of local contractors not being engaged, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the highest court of the land. And when we come to this chamber, we must ensure that we are responsible, because there are people out there who are listening to our every word. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, there are 16 homes, 3-bedroom homes being constructed in the Eggleston area, and all being constructed by local contractors, Mr. Speaker. In the Kalinago territory, the Honorable Minister and the parliamentary representative for the Salibia constituency can attest to the fact that there are several local contractors being engaged on all the housing projects in the Kalinago territory. Under the World Bank funded projects in the various communities, local contractors are being engaged. And I'm hearing you now saying that it is true. I'm hearing you now saying that it is true. So I'm very happy this evening that you're clarifying to all Dominicans listening and to this chamber that local contractors are being engaged on our local projects. Mr. Speaker, there has been an argument throughout the day about free and fair elections. And we heard the Honorable Sean Douglas speak of the domination of the House on this side. But Mr. Speaker, he made reference to several ministers of government and minister of state. But we are all here because the people of Dominica re-elected us and said to us that the Dominica Labour Party is still the best choice, Mr. Speaker. And I want to remind them that it's because of free and fair elections that they are sitting on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. In 1990, the Dominica Freedom Party won 11 seats, UWP 6, DLP 4. The elections were free and fair. In 1995, UWP won 11 seats, DLP won 5, the Freedom Party won 5 seats. The elections were free and fair. In 2000, the Dominica Labour Party won 9 seats, UWP won 9. The Dominican Freedom Party won 2 seats. The elections were free and fair, Mr. Speaker. In 2005, the Dominica Labour Party won 11 seats. The UWP won 9. And there was 1 independent, Mr. Speaker. From 2009 to now, Mr. Speaker, 2021, this Dominica Labour Party have dominated, Mr. Speaker, and have won every single election handsomely, Mr. Speaker. And these elections were free and fair, and we use the same electoral process, Mr. Speaker. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. So this is why, Mr. Speaker, we are not reforming, but we are modernizing the electoral process, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, one of the main concerns I've heard from the opposition is that they have seen dead people voting, Mr. Speaker. Have you ever seen a dead person vote? If I see... Oh! You're not saying that? Okay. You're not saying that?
Order. Members. Proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have heard the members on the other side speak of monies have been overspent. Mr. Speaker, that's not monies overspent. That is monies that had to be spent. Justifiably spent, Mr. Speaker. It was necessary, Mr. Speaker. Because we hear some talk about unforeseen. Could we have foreseen the trough system some years ago? Could we have foreseen Tropical Storm Erica? Could we have foreseen Hurricane Maria? Could we have foreseen COVID-19? Could we have foreseen the Ukraine-Russian war? Mr. Speaker, could we have foreseen the disaster that happened in the East, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, when I look at the supplementary appropriation and the millions of dollars that has been spent in fighting COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, that is monies well spent, Mr. Speaker. Well spent. Mr. Speaker, and we were fortunate to have had great leadership in the Ministry of Health in the person of Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre. And he has passed the baton to another great person in the Honorable Kasani Laville, Mr. Speaker, whom I know will transform the Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's not forget that we had to create a whole new hospital in Portsmouth, Mr. Speaker, to house the people who were affected by COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. We had to provide vaccines to the people of Dominica. And let's not forget, it was because of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, with the contacts that he has. We were the first in the OECS to have gotten vaccines, Mr. Speaker. Monies well spent. Well spent. And I'm hearing plenty, I agree. All of a sudden, I agree. Mr. Speaker, it's not that. We are in the highest court of the land. I keep saying, when we come here, you have to come with your facts. Mr. Speaker, millions of dollars were spent fighting COVID-19, and we are still not out of the woods. We are still not out of the woods, Mr. Speaker. And so, probably, when we come back, we will have another supplementary estimate with millions of dollars spent on fighting COVID-19, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the area of housing, several monies have been spent rehabilitating and reconstructing the homes of the most vulnerable amongst us. I have heard on the other side that we are being selective in whom we give assistance for housing. And the leader of the opposition asked a question: how are these people selected, Mr. Speaker? But I will leave that to the Minister of Housing to address. But Mr. Speaker, the playing field has always been fair, Mr. Speaker. Several people who are non-supporters of the party have received assistance in the area of housing. If you look at the World Bank Housing Recovery Program, many of them have gotten assistance through this program, Mr. Speaker. And we do not look at whether or not you're blue, you're red, and there was a yellow party, a yellow that tried to come against me, but you cannot test Shecky in Roseau South. So whether you're blue, red, or yellow, Mr. Speaker, you're vulnerable, your house was impacted by Hurricane Maria, you get the assistance that you require. Now, there are times the process takes a little time, because we all know that our revenues were affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And as such, government had to scale down on some of its programs. It's not that we do not want to help our people. We want to assist each and everybody, because you have to, understand that housing is a major priority for this government, Mr. Speaker. And as the parliamentary representative for the Roseau South constituency, I too have my challenges in regards to housing. We are currently building 16 homes, as I said earlier, and we're hoping to purchase some land in the Newtown area to build apartments for the people of Newtown, an area, Mr. Speaker, that is very vulnerable. And so I'm talking to the people of Newtown this evening, that let not your heart be troubled. Your housing is coming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier on, I heard the leader of the opposition, Honorable Jesma Paul Victor, came with a comprehensive shopping list. Kulibishri Wall, feeder roads, all sorts of things. But, you see, we on this side, Mr. Speaker, were responsible. Because my question to Honorable Paul would be, if your house was damaged by some storm or some disaster, and your roof had gone, You lost your personal possessions, your furniture, your items in your home. What would you give priority to? Would you not cover your roof and then deal with the personal items? Or would you go ahead and purchase the personal items and you do not have a roof over your head? So we as a government, we have to prioritize. I'm in the Roseau South constituency, and the people of Emsall have lamented time and time again, Mr. Speaker, about the Emsall Bridge. I, on several occasions, and many of my colleagues can attest to the fact that I have brought up this matter in cabinet on several occasions. I have been to Public Works. Look, we have the former PS in Public Works and the former Minister of Public Works right here with us today. But as a government, things happen, disasters occur, and we have to prioritize. But nonetheless, the Emsall Bridge is a major priority for me as a PAL rep, Mr. Speaker. But we have to be understanding. We cannot want everything now for now. And Honorable Paul reminded me of the internet children, Mr. Speaker, where they want things now, Mr. Speaker. And as the leader of the opposition, I want to caution her that she has to take her job much more seriously, Mr. Speaker, and do much better. You cannot come as the leader of the opposition and only speak of Salisbury and Kulibishri. You have to look at the entire country. Look at the challenges that we are going through, Mr. Speaker, and then you come in and make a proper representation on the people of Dominica and not only the Salisbury constituency. But Mr. Speaker, when I look at the supplementary estimates, I must say, and I will reiterate, that this is monies that was well spent, Mr. Speaker. And if you look in every area, every sector, especially the productive sectors, in agriculture, in fisheries, in education, Mr. Speaker, and we are known as the education government, Mr. Speaker. We have provided assistance to our primary, our secondary school students. Tertiary, Mr. Speaker, State College is free, Mr. Speaker, to all those who want to attend the Dominica State College. We have provided millions and millions of dollars of assistance to send our students to university. Oh, Mr. Speaker, when I look at these supplementary estimates, I want to give my full support, Mr. Speaker, and support it wholeheartedly. Thank you very much.
I stand to give my full support to this supplementary appropriations. Mr. Speaker, you know that the Ministry of Health has been allocated quite a few sums of money under these appropriations. And it is because of the COVID-19 pandemic, as my colleague said a while ago, Mrs. Hippolyte and the member for Roseau South, no one could have foreseen COVID-19. It was a pandemic. It attacked us. It was a pandemic attacking the entire world, and every nation on earth was affected by COVID-19. The first world countries, the so-called third world countries, everyone was affected. And I can assure you that Dominica is not the only country that had to find monies to fight for COVID-19. And a very good job was done at that. As we all know, when COVID-19 affected us and we were attacked by COVID-19, the Dominica Labour Party government had to find monies and isolate its people, treat people, get the medical professionals paid and put them in a good stead to take care of this pandemic. So as a result, we all know that it was very important that we got that thing. And Let me tell the people of Dominica and this honorable house that the Dominica Labour Party government is taking the health of its people very, very seriously. Not only is COVID-19 a priority for the Ministry of Health, we all know what NCDs are doing to Dominica. And the Dominica Labour Party government and the Ministry of Health has decided to fight the NCDs head on, because whilst COVID-19 is a communicable disease, NCD is a non-communicable disease. These are non-communicable diseases that can affect young, old, and as we know, statistics are now showing that the biggest killers in Dominica are the NCDs. It is the heart disease, it is the stroke, it's the respiratory disease, and the cancers. And the Ministry of Health has decided to go after the NCDs head on. As a result, a coordinator to coordinate these events and this division was put in place, Dr. Andy Sentile, and he's now staffed with an office to go to the districts, go to the health districts, go to every cranny of Dominica and educate Dominicans as to how to prevent, because we have decided at the Ministry of Health that we are going on a preventative drive and teach our people how to eat properly, how to exercise properly, and do things that will prevent them from getting sick, because we know that prevention is always better than cure. As a result, the government has put infrastructure in place. We know of the health and wellness centers that were already existing in the primary healthcare system, and new health centers were built. One was built in Vickers, one was built in Ansdime, there's one at the Penville, Savonpai is ongoing as we speak, St. Joseph to come, Bacatel has a new health center, there is one at the Bellevue Chopin, Soufriere Scottshead, and the list goes on and on. Newton also. And primary health care is what we know will help us fight NCDs. We are going to look at the primary health care level, at the district level, to prevent people from being hospitalized. And we know once that is done, we are going to put a dent in the NCDs, because the NCDs are what that are killing Dominicans and the world at large. But coming back to these supplementary appropriations, every government, every company, everybody have unforeseen expenditures. At the home, you might want to buy a television, but your child needs a school book, you have to buy the school book. You have monies there for your groceries, but something else come up, you have to use the money to buy it. It's no different from the government. The government could budget some monies to allocate it to fight or to work on different aspects, because it's a very large country. Dominica is a country that is very difficult to develop. We all know that. We are a very mountainous country, the terrain is bad, and our economy, as you know, is dependent on agriculture. So we should commend the Dominica Labour Party and the Minister for Finance for finding innovative ways to develop Dominica, because the only person and the only government that could develop Dominica after being affected by so many unforeseen events is the Dominica Labour Party. And we must say, thank God, at the time, it was the Dominica Labour Party in office. We know of the 2028 economic situation. We know of Hurricane Maria, Tropical Storm Erica, and the COVID-19. And recently, in the east and southeast, there was another disaster. And every time that the Dominica economy seems to be growing, something happens. And this innovative Prime Minister, thoughtful, very well inclined Prime Minister, always finds a way to bring back Dominica on its feet. And it will continue to be that way. It's going to be that way for the unforeseen future, for the foreseeable future, sorry. And Roosevelt Skerrit and the Dominica Labour Party is the party of choice for Dominica, as we saw in the last general elections. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, congratulations being appointed as the new Speaker again. and the deputy, and we on this side of the house are fully behind our Prime Minister. And when you look at these appropriations, it was money well spent. Well spent in housing, well spent in infrastructure, well spent in agriculture, well spent in education, well spent in health, and the list goes on and on. Mr. Speaker, the Marigot Hospital, Mr. Honorable Paris, that's your name, sir? Yes. Asked a question concerning the...
No, he said Senator.
Senator
Yeah.
Paris.
Senator.
Okay.
Yes.
The Marigot Hospital was built. It was very necessary. The government found it fit to build a hospital at Marigot. And as I said earlier on, improving the infrastructure for health in Dominica is a major priority on the front burner of the Ministry of Health. The last minister, Honorable Irving McIntyre, did a very formidable job, and Honorable Laville is carrying on the baton, and I can assure you that he's going to do a very good job as well. The hospital is built, and if you go there today, all the equipment for the hospital is there. But the vendors, anybody who knows medical technology, the vendors who sell the equipment to you, they are the ones who have to come to install and calibrate the machines. Because these are not simple machines that you could just use and use vai. So once that is done, once this is done, the hospital will be open.
You need to interpret what is vai.
In a haphazard manner, sir. So once it is built, it's no use just opening the hospital for opening's sake and say that it is open, because you have to have the equipment ready and working so that you could diagnose people and cure people properly. So when the diagnosis equipment will be installed, and we have been in touch with the vendors, they have been speaking to us, we have been writing to them, and they will be there very shortly. And once that is done, the hospital will be open. It makes no sense opening it and the X-ray department is not working, the theater is not installed. No. And medical equipment is unlike most of all equipment. You have to install it and calibrate it and make sure that it's working so you could diagnose with accurate results. Once that is done, that we will have a state-of-the-art hospital at Marigot to serve not only Marigot, but the entire country. And rest assured, Honorable Paris, it will be done. So with these few words, I support this wholeheartedly.
Yes, Honorable Minister Alfred, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer commendation, to express gratitude, and to give my support to the supplementary appropriation for the fiscal year 2021-2022. But before I do so, let us put some things on the side. I want to commend the young presenters who have presented, especially those on this side of the house. I want to say to us that there's a difference between an advocate and a leader. If we start in this honorable house as advocates, let us use every opportunity to bring ourselves up to leadership position. Advocates identify problems, they highlight problems, they analyze problems, they talk about problems, and that's where it stops. Leaders solve problems. And this is what the Dominican Labour Party does. We see problems, but we also initiate solutions. We brainstorm solutions. We lose sleep over problems, finding solutions for these problems. I would also like to say that no government, not Canada,
no government can come in Dominica and build any school or anything without the government of Dominica seeking out assistance. And when people trust your leadership, they trust your integrity, they offer assistance. So when we give thank you to the people, to projects on this island, the first thank you is to the brilliant negotiating skills of the leader, and then to the government, and then to the donor. So when we say thank you to Canada for building school, I want to say thank you to the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit for his good, excellent negotiation skills that Canada could agree to help us in this venture. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's very unfair when Honorable Senator Parrish takes 17 out of his 30 minutes to push his personal and family agenda of cocoa and construction, and then ask for more time to complete his presentation. I just find it a little unfair. However, I'll move over now, Mr. Speaker.
Are you standing on point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
What's the point of order?
Point of order 44.6. The member is imputing improper motives and engaging in personalities. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. I did not have any motives about my personal family. We're okay. It's the people of Dominica and the cocoa industry I was talking about. So it is not right, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Okay. So obviously, Minister withdraw.
I withdraw, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker.
Okay.
So let us not involve grannies and aunties in our presentation.
Yes,
either.
yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Let us not involve nobody granny and nothing so in the presentation. This is not an inter-school debate. This is the honorable house. Amen? Amen. Let's go. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to thank the people of Pidit Soufriere, Saint-Sauveur, Good Hope, Mopo, Deepa, Cassius Proper, Formel, and Tarish Pit for giving me the other chance to serve as your parliamentary representative. Serving these people is my priority. I also express gratitude to all my team members, my family, especially the one I call my love. The Cassius constituency also extends congratulations to Mr. Austell Lockhart on his appointment as senator. I also wish on behalf of the constituents of the Cassius constituency to express thanks to the Prime Minister, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, and the entire government for the prompt response to the disaster caused by the trough on November 6, 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm understanding that more than $10 million has been spent just in clearing slides. I expect that figure, or at least part of it, to show up in the future on a supplementary appropriation document. Why? Because we didn't budget for that. And this is what supplementary appropriation is all about. This trough is going to create a figure for us in a document that will come later down the road. We are happy that the relocation machinery is in motion. 27 acres of land have been identified in Cassius for relocating the hard-hit persons from Pidit Soufriere and Good Hope. The process of relocation entails many aspects, and this will cost the government millions of dollars. But the fact is, we are moving forward. God will make a way, as he has always done in the past. We thank the residents for your patience, cooperation, and the strength you showed in self-management, caring for each other, coping, and recovery after the disaster. We are glad that work is ongoing in our constituency despite these challenges. The 27 million DVRP Eastern Road project continues. The upgrading of the Saint-Sauveur Health Center continues. The reinstatement of the Good Hope to Saint-Sauveur Road continues. The construction of additional classroom for Cassius Secondary continues,
and work on our feeder road continues. Thank you graciously, the Dominica government, led by the Honorable Roosevelt Skerry. That's what we do. We are not afraid of adversities. We smile in the face of adversities. Mr. Speaker, millions of dollars will be spent in the Castle Bruce constituency, and millions have already been spent on housing. We rejoice with all those who have received their new homes under the Housing Recovery Program. We continue to support those who are under construction, and we look forward to the commencement of other homes. I wish to now thank all the officers of the Ministry of Education, the principals and teachers of all schools at all levels for their effort in ensuring that our schools remain safe and happy places where learning is fun. I want to extend congratulations. Maybe that will be the first time you hear that news, Mr. Speaker. I want to extend congratulations to the Nature Island Robotics team who participated in the Roboco Virtual Robotics hosted by First Global and Filament Games in January. Countries worldwide were invited to participate by using the Filament Roboco platform to design, build, and to use virtual robots to help complete human tasks. Just over 50 countries took up the challenge. Dominica did, and Dominica was placed 26 overall, beating countries that are considered way ahead of us, like Germany and UAE. We commend John Paul Itido of the Dominica Grammar School and Giovanni John Baptiste of the Dominica State College and their mentor Cody Jean-Jacques for their representation. And we congratulate the entire Nature Island Robotics team for their passion and effort in the field of robotics and artificial intelligence. The Ministry of Education expresses deepest gratitude to the organizations, donors, and individuals who are supporting the Building Back Better effort in education in Dominica. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education, Human Resource Planning, Vocational Training, and National Excellence is dedicated to providing leadership and support in collaboration with all stakeholders in the creation and maintenance of an enabling environment for the provisions of holistic personal and social development of students, which will result in citizens capable of contributing to the sustainable development of their country. So, the Each One, Which One initiative is one of the strong community initiatives under the Dominica's Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan. Each One, Which One is geared at developing a holistic, regularly scheduled out-of-school activity program for children. The program maximizes on the contribution of youth, volunteers, parents, and community members for the benefit of self and community development. The program includes sports, traditional and modern dance, arts and craft, and life skills to include etiquette, cooking, agriculture, and computer studies. Another key component of this out-of-school program is developing our youth ecological values and commitment to environment protection. The four pillars of Each One, Which One is practical activities, youth volunteers, parental involvement, and community involvement. Mr. Speaker, this program provides students at the Cooley Bistri, Collyho, Girodale, and Atkinson Primary School with the platform to develop and enhance their creativity, physical fitness, confidence, and self-esteem. In addition, 13 primary and 6 secondary schools were assisted to revamp their 4-H and environmental clubs through training and resources under this program. Mr. Speaker, Dominica has committed to 20 climate resilient targets articulated in the Climate Resilient Recovery Plan as part of its vision to become the first climate resilient nation. As Dominica strives to achieve this vision, it is critical that Dominican youth are empowered to become active and passionate protectors of their environment. By establishing and enhancing after-school programs with a special focus on environmental clubs in schools, Dominican youth can develop a resilient mindset that includes caring for and protecting their environment, which they can carry into adulthood. Hence, the $52,812 from the United Nations Development Program spent on this youth resilience initiative was to recruit facilitators and youth volunteers, recruit students, procure tools and material, design and implement out-of-school activities. Mr. Speaker, the Climate Resilience and Restoration Project is a US $7.53 million project. This is managed through the Caribbean Bank. This project, funded by the Canadian, has a capacity building and institutional strengthening component in addition to the actual construction and rehabilitation of buildings. Mr. Speaker, $1.4 million from the Caribbean Development Bank and the government of Dominica was used to implement the third component of the Dominica Climate Resilience and Restoration Project, the strengthening and capacity building section. An initial consultation was held with representatives of numerous sectors to review their education system as groundwork to create a climate resilient education sector plan. In addition, 36 contractors were trained by consultant Grenville Phillips in best practices for contractors and suppliers. A basic skill training program was conducted for 141 persons, 65 of whom were females, over a 6-week period. Areas of training included masonry, carpentry, plumbing, and electricity. All participants received a certificate and a toolkit to start them off on their employment journey. Many of these individuals were engaged in work at the schools rehabilitated under that project. Participants also received training in the procurement of tools and equipment. Training was conducted by the Ministry of Education Procurement for Certification and other skilled persons. Supervision services were provided by the Dominica State College. A 6-week training in ICT was also conducted with teachers of 5 schools. Capacity building also includes gender sensitization, training for the project implementation unit staff and suppliers. Mr. Speaker, learning has evolved. Coming from the negative impact of COVID-19, we saw the need to ensure that a common goal of universal education is a program to ensure that education is not interrupted in the future by adversities of different nature. Just over $95,800 from UNICEF enabled the training of 30 individuals, teachers and curriculum officers in preparing lessons for online learning in mathematics, English language, social studies, and integrated science. 4,638 lessons were created. Teachers were trained in the use of virtual manipulatives and the accompanying software. The training was new to all teachers. The Ministry of Education led an internal peer review process of these digital lessons to ensure that the content meets the pedagogical standards and the needs of stakeholders. Each subject syllabus contains several specific objectives. Each lesson has text and images and a quiz. There are many resources to include videos, interactive resources, cartoons, word walls, quiz, and animation. All the content created was placed in a digital library which is available online in virtual classroom on the Notes Master platform. Mr. Speaker, the standard of this work is so high and the Ministry of Education does not have a learning management system to house and make available the content. So Notemaster Caribbean will develop a customized LMS for the Ministry of Education Dominica. This will enable online access to digital learning and will provide lessons for primary, CSEC, CAPE, and learning resources too. The next phase, that is what it will include. Mr. Speaker, the rollout will include a whole lot of things that will enable our children to, even if they are sick, they can still follow classes. But the best part is, the project is now being done in OECS, at OECS level, led by the experience of the Dominica Ministry of Education and Curriculum Unit, who started the process. Mr. Speaker, Dominica leads again one more time. Mr. Partner, give our ministry a partner. Another component of this project was continuing healthy practices at school, under which hand washing and sanitizing stations were installed in several schools around the island. Mr. Speaker, the Bradford Foundation out of London is a group of Dominicans living in the UK. The group contributed just over $31,000 to purchase 10 computers. Now I'd like to just stop a little here to say that sometimes when donors give donation, they actually tell you what they want to do with it. So even if sometimes you have a money and you want to use it somewhere else, you can't, because you have to use it where it was sent to. Mr. Colin Titt, who resides in England, has roots in Good Hope. He's the head of the foundation, and he will hand over the computers to the 10 schools during his visit to Dominica later this month. So when I hear people saying about money that was spent so long ago, always now we're talking about it, I'm saying we still have the computers there to hand out later this month. So that's not really true. It's not a fact. Mr. Speaker, just over $403,000 represent VAT refund payments to the contractors engaged in the rehabilitation of the W.S. Stevens Primary School. Mr. Speaker, for the academic year 2021-2022, the collaboration between the United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and the Ministry of Education, I'm trying to skip some notes here, Mr. Speaker. Ministry of Education, we spent just over $87,000 for early childhood development. It was in building capacity among practitioners to enable the delivery of service in early childhood development and conducting consultation for completing a diagnostic review and finalizing the existing draft of the policy on early childhood development. Mr. Speaker, individuals from Roving Caregivers Program and from both government-owned and private preschools were exposed to training in using the high-scope curriculum. High-scope curriculum is an early childhood education curriculum model that incorporates concepts, and it helps children to be active participation within their environments to promote their cognitive development skills. 80 individuals participated, and it is expected that in the first instance, at least 560 children will benefit from the training. Also, as part of the building capacity among early childhood practitioners, the Ministry of Education partnered with the University of the West Indies in offering a 2-year program in early childhood development to individuals who are already serving as facilitators of early childhood education. It is expected that the full program will be delivered over 6 terms. The second component of the proposal focused on finalizing the already existing draft of the early childhood policy to develop standards for regulating the early childhood development sector. In preparation for this, consultations with key stakeholders for both the diagnostic review and developing the policy and the standards were held. To date, the diagnostic review was completed, and the final draft of the policy and standards are nearing completion. Further consultations with practitioners and parents and other stakeholders from the public will be held. Mr. Speaker, we will agree that clean, modern learning spaces are directly correlated to students' achievement levels. It means that the condition of the school plants, classrooms, and grounds directly impact the performance of students. Good school infrastructure helps improve the attendance and interest of students in learning, and it motivates teachers to give their best effort. That is why this government of Dominica, the education government, invested $10,045,565 in the construction of the Maho Primary School, a state-of-art, modern, climate-resilient, two-story building. Since the passage of Hurricane Maria, we have come a long way with school rehabilitation. Our Build Back Better philosophy has meant that our rehabilitated buildings and construction projects are designed with everything modern, all classroom. We have special cute little washroom for little children. We have access for those who have physical disability, and we have a special washroom for children with special needs. Mr. Speaker, that is why we cannot continue in the same old way. So just over $10 million was appropriated to meet expenses related to the work at the Dominica Grammar School. Work is progressing steadily. The scope of work includes the construction of three blocks, classroom blocks. 3 blocks. A classroom block to house 6 classrooms, an auditorium, administrative block with library and computer room, and elevators. The external work to include football field, multi-purpose court, landscaping, area for school agriculture, parking area. The rehabilitation of the existing grammar school block will include painting, replacing damaged doors and windows, upgrading electrical and plumbing works, and we change some things in the existing block to complement the new block. Mr. Speaker, the people of Dominica are counting on us to continue their work. The Building Back Better process must continue. As we engage in education reform with emphasis on education for life and lifelong learning, as we seek to build resilience in our people and infrastructure, and as we endeavor to ensure that our people are prepared to fill in the job opportunities that our international airport, the geothermal project, and other initiatives in the blue and green economy, the health department, and the digital economy.
6 more minutes.
I wouldn't need 6 more. I would need all that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's roll back a while, Mr. Speaker. Let's go again. As we seek to build resilience in our people and infrastructure, and as we endeavor to ensure that our people are prepared to fill in the job opportunities that are available, that will become available with our international airport, the geothermal project, and other initiatives in the blue and green economy, health and digital economy, will offer the programs, projects, and initiatives presented in the supplementary appropriation. These programs, these initiatives, they were just too urgent and too critical to be postponed. Therefore, I once again commend the efforts of this government, and I support the supplementary appropriation for the fiscal year 2021-2022. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Peanut, proceed.
Good night, Mr. Speaker. Good night to this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, I stand here humbled to be a member of this honorable house tonight. You know, as a poor child growing up from a single father, I couldn't dream of things like that. I just basically was looking to see if one day when I grow up, if I can just get a job to just make some money, get food to eat and stuff like that. So this is a truly humbling experience to be standing in this house with such great people. And for that, I want to thank God for His mercies and His blessings. I want to thank the Prime Minister for putting his faith in me. I want to thank my family for the strong support, not just through the election period, but all the way through. And very importantly, I want to thank my constituents for carrying me here. I am here because of their will and their desire. And they really showed it and came through during the election period. You know. I had a strong team that followed me left and right over the constituency, all the way through Bells, all the way through Layo, all the way through Miru, Senju. And everywhere I say we go in, they're on. 7 o'clock in the morning, they're at my home. And I do not think I would have, this journey would have been so much more difficult without their strong support, you understand? I want to give them a big shout out. The Speaker allow me to refer to my notes from time to time.
Permission granted.
The Speaker, I want to pledge my unequivocal support for the supplementary appropriations being presented here this evening. And I must start off with addressing the apparent issues that the Senator, the Honorable Mr. Douglas, had with the government's investment in the National Bank of Dominica. I was truly astounded, Mr. Speaker, that the member appeared dismayed that the government chose to exercise its right to invest in the National Bank, one of the strongest institutions we have in this country, Your Honor. But just to clarify, the member asked about the percentage ownership that the government has in the bank after its investment in the rights issue. By design, the rights issue is set up so that the existing shareholders will eventually end up with the same percentage ownership that they have in a business after the investment. Whilst it will fluctuate, whilst the ownership percentage can fluctuate during the selling process, it's ultimately designed so that everybody purchases an equivalent percentage to what they had before the issue. So if the government's ownership in the National Bank has shifted, that is a short-term measures, short-term position that is expected to correct when all the shares have been issued as has been originally planned. And so there will be no change in the government's ownership of the National Bank of Dominica when all the shares under the rights issue have been sold, Mr. Senator. And you also had concerns with the National Bank lending to the government of Dominica on favorable credit terms. Mr. Senator, the bank is an institution of serious, educated, and committed people. We have about 170 of our brightest minds working at the National Bank of Dominica, and they take their job seriously. They do not give loans based on whether or not they like you. They give loans based on merit. And the government of Dominica, if it's getting favorable terms from the bank, it's because it's merited. Coming back from, I realize you like to talk about back in the good old days, 1990s and 2000, so we will just mention it briefly. What the Dominica Labour Party inherited in 1999 was a disaster in the Treasury. We had to go through a period of austerity measures where civil servants had to bear the brunt of the financial mismanagement left by the then United Workers' Party government. But if you've been paying attention since then, the government has done significant work to restore the credibility, the financial credibility of this country. And it has been demonstrated by, if you're looking at just the supplementary document, you will see a number of areas where we have funding and support from institutions, renowned institutions like the World Bank. This doesn't come by accident. This comes by trust and good faith. Our Prime Minister has done a remarkable job at restoring the good faith and credibility of the country and this government. And so that is on those bases that the National Bank has been offering favorable credit terms to the government of Dominica, and rightfully so. And speaking of the $8.9 million investment in the National Bank of Dominica, we know that this is not just about maintaining your ownership percentage. This is a significantly beneficial investment. The National Bank of Dominica is a strong institution. In the past 3 years, over the period 2019 to 2021, the bank made total profits of $56.4 million, $13.1 million in 2019, $23.3 million in 2020, $20 million in 2021. This is not a joke on the side institution that the government of Dominica has invested its $8.9 million. This is a serious, strong financial institution. And we should point out that the national, in this environment where we have all that de-risking and the foreign banks leaving the regional little markets, which are small for some of them, the National Bank is here to stay, and it is here to ensure that the people of this country, the residents of this country, continue to get the first-class, top-notch financial services that is available today. So if you still have objections to that, Mr. Senator, I would be very curious about everything when it comes to it. So I think we can put that matter to bed. And whilst we're on the investments issue, let us just discuss the government's investment in Domlec. $2.7 million was invested in Domlec. And that was to correct, since I'll still be looking at you because we like the 1997 times. That is to correct the mistake of the former UWP administration when it got rid of Domlec, when we lost control of Domlec. So the $2.7 million was a correction of an error that the Prime Minister saw it fit to ensure this country's energy safety and security. Mr. Speaker, when you put in everything into context and you're looking at the geothermal plants we have coming up very nicely in the Roseau Valley, we expect that that plant should be up and operational, and Dr. Henderson can correct me at any time, before elections are constitutionally due. The acquisition of the Domlec will give us more control over what happens with the energy, the clean energy that's coming out from that plant. We will make sure that the people of Dominica get the maximum benefit from this renewable energy, so that we reduce and possibly eliminate our dependency on foreign fossil fuels coming into the country, Your Honor. The government is commitment to ensuring that our people get the best benefit from this acquisition of the Domlec was demonstrated when the Prime Minister announced a zero fuel surcharge will be applied on electricity bills in this last budget, Mr. Speaker. And like the investment in the National Bank, I must point out that the investment in Domlec is itself a very good investment. In 2021, the Domlec had $3.5 million in profits. So again, whilst these two investments have been strategic, they have also been financially prudent, Mr. Douglas and Mr. Speaker. Now, I started off by thanking my team in Colio for the great support that they have given me. So if I do not speak to the NEP, then I don't think I will be able to go back to Colio tonight. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here, there are about 90 persons in my constituency that are gainfully employed, doing honest work under the NEP program, earning a very well-deserving income. Mr. Speaker, because of the NEP, about $40,000 goes into my constituency every month. Now that is $40,000 that would not be going into the pockets of those families without this very, very important and strategic. Mr. Speaker, we cannot express enough thanks and gratitude to the Prime Minister for putting this NEP program together and for strengthening it over the years, whereby right now we have families, we have single mothers, we have what used to be people that do not know where the next money and the next bread might be coming from. They know that they can get up, they can go and do some work, earn an honest living, send their children to school with food in their stomach, give them $2 for the feeding program. A feeding program that we might add the government of Dominica is supplementing with regular provisions of supplies. Single mothers can send their children to school with $2 in their pocket to do their feeding program because of the money that they're earning under this program, Your Honor. There is a sense of gratitude. You feel like a big man when you can get up and you can know that you do not have to beg for what you have in your pocket. When you earn it, good, hard labor, clean labor, you can't get around that, Your Honor. And the financial benefit to the family is just one aspect of the NEP program. All of us here benefiting from the NEP programs. All of us living in a cleaner, prettier, safer society because of the great work that is being done by our beautification team. Mr. Speaker, before you will be driving on the road and you know you have to try to lean outside the vehicle to see around a bend because the grass coming into the road. That doesn't happen anymore. The NEP team is on the ball, Your Honor, and they keep that grass low, and you can drive safely on our roads, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you're driving into Collio, as it will be when you're driving into many of our villages around the island, you know, you're welcomed by those beautiful flowers, and that will carry you through into Bioche, and that will carry you through into Dublin. Beautiful, colorful flowers, prettying up the place and making it like. And then the NEP beautification team doesn't just operate on the highway. They go into the villages, they go into the river, they clean up the rivers, they clean up on the side roads inside the villages, even on people's private property. They take their job very seriously because they enjoy the fact that it allows them to earn that honest income, Your Honor. We can safely say that our landscape has been transformed in a very good way because of this program. And then there is the other aspect, Mr. Speaker, that is the caregivers. In the book of Matthew, we are told that whatever you do to the least of my brothers and sisters, you do for me. And the caregivers is a demonstration of this Prime Minister's and his Labour Party commitment to the least of our brothers and sisters, Your Honor. Mr. Speaker. Our caregivers has added a different new dimension to the myriad of support services that this Labour Party government has already put in place to take care of the needy, the elderly, and the more desolate members of our society. Mr. Speaker, we have seniors who, without the NEP program, without those caregivers, would basically go alone with no one to care for them. But right now, you can walk up into their homes and you'll see clean sheets, clean, the place is tidy, they have eaten, and they are feeling good because somebody is there taking care of them and somebody is there looking out for their best interests. And Mr. Speaker, that is why, for example, if you go into a majority of the seniors' home in this country, you will see a picture of the Prime Minister somewhere inside there, usually close to their bed. And that is not by accident. That is because they know how to be grateful, Mr. Speaker. And they're very grateful for the love and care that is being offered to them through that NEP program. So I want to endorse every single one of that $25 million, almost $25 million, that is spent on the NEP program in the supplementary appropriations bill, Mr. Speaker. I come from the small village of Collio, and then we have Dublin, Bioche, rounding up the constituency. One of our primary activities is fishing and agriculture. And so it was very gratifying for me to see this $11.8 million that went into fishing and agriculture through the blue and green economy, Mr. Speaker. Up to Friday, just past, the Minister of State for the Blue Economy and I visited the Biosh Fishers, where we met with the president of the cooperative, the fishing cooperative in Biosh, and where we were having a good look at the locker room that was damaged by Hurricane Marion, where we have pledged $160,000 to repair that complex, Mr. Speaker. And then we went on to Dublin, where we met with some of our fisher folks. And again, we visited the ice making machine, where the government had again offered more assistance in the construction of that facility, and we have also given our commitment to help them finish it. And I want to commend the fishers of Dublin for their work, because they put in all the labor, they started the project, they did a lot of it, and we, the government, was able to come in and give them that support to take it to where it is. And we are committed to helping them finishing off that ice making machine, Mr. Speaker. So the commitments that the government has made in fishing and agriculture shows that we are serious about our target of $700 million by 2030. $700 million contributed to our GDP by 2030. And for that, we in the Collier constituency are very grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've heard enough mention about the funds that were appropriated in education, of which the Collier Primary School was a beneficiary. And so on behalf of the Collier people, I want to thank the Prime Minister and this government for continuing to invest in our education in the constituency. So not too long ago, the Dublin Primary School was an average performer. And if we have to be honest, it was a below average performer about 5-6 years ago. But because of the commitment of the government and because of the remarkable work that is done by the teachers, and I have to commend Ms. Joseph, the principal of the Dublin Primary School, because of the significant work that has been done, Dublin Primary School is now one of the top performing primary schools in the island. And so we must recognize that significant improvement, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that there is a wind of change blowing in Collier Primary School. We met with the PTA about 2 weeks ago, and 3 weeks ago I met with the teachers of the school, and we had some good conversations about how we're going to go about improving the performance in that primary school. And Mr. Speaker, by the time the PTA come around, we had new initiatives being tabled, afternoon classes and different merits and different things, and it was just an inspiring environment to be in. And just this weekend, we had the parents and teachers come together and fencing up the school garden, and so you can see that people are feeling a difference. People are feeling good about the future. And I can guarantee you that this government will continue to support education and continue to support what is happening in Collier Primary School. And for that, Mr. Speaker, we want to express our deepest gratitude and thanks. Like everywhere else in this country, we must give thanks to the government for its investment in the housing program in the Collier constituency. Recently, we had handed over about 11 homes up in Platmapier. This month, well, last month, the Honorable Minister Melissa Skerrit handed one of my constituents from Biosh a house, and that really made me smile. It really made me happy. So we want to thank her for that, and we want to thank the government of Dominica for its continued support of the housing revolution. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is providing people a means to live in dignity, to own a piece of property that never in their life they would have thought that they could own. And there is that sense of feeling like a big man when you can know you have your title. When you can walk into the bank and you can take a loan with your title and you can say, okay, if you have a medical problem, look, my certificate of title, can I get a loan to deal with that medical problem? Look, I want to send my child to school, can I get a loan to send my child to school, and look at security that you can use as collateral. Mr. Speaker, the government's commitment to the poor and to the people of this country is unsurpassed. The Prime Minister has demonstrated that truly he probably should have, he could have easily gone into being into the ministries, the church, because he is living by the word of God when he's caring for the poor and he's caring in the way he cares for the least among us. And so I want to wrap up by again expressing my unequivocal support for the schedule of the supplementary appropriations tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Roberts, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, it has been a long day, a happy day, and I'm grateful to be part of this group of people who have done well for the day and they're worthy of commendation. Our young people have really proven that they were indeed well chosen, and we wish to commend them. I wish to commend them this evening for a job well done. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend support to the 2021-2022 supplementary estimates. And if you don't mind, Mr. Speaker, I wish to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Excuse me if I shudder a bit because it's extremely cold. I've been chattering. Estimates that provide evidence of a government that is working towards the development of every sector in society, evidence of a government concerned about the well-being of its citizens, and further, a government that has shown over time its ability to manage effectively the affairs of a beautiful land. Mr. Speaker, but before I proceed with my brief intervention, let me acknowledge the constituents of Grand Fort, Montjon, Rivière Syriac, Fréal, and Tefem, who have allowed me yet another opportunity to be of service to them. I want to let them know that I am extremely grateful for the trust that they have placed in me once again. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to offer congratulations to you and to Honorable Grohl for serving yet another term. You all have served well, and then you are truly deserving of another term of office. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the supplementary list to the over $56,000 that was spent on building resilience and capacity of our caregivers of the Yes We Care program. I refer to this because it concerns my constituency, as many of my elderly folk in the constituency have been blessed with this service. Mr. Speaker, this program, which began in 2009, a brainchild of the Honorable Prime Minister, has brought tremendous benefit to our elderly and vulnerable people throughout the length and breadth of this country. Mr. Speaker, every constituency has been positively impacted by this program. Over the years, it has brought direct home care to our elderly, bringing a smile to their faces, and even more so, Mr. Speaker, employment for hundreds of people who serve as caregivers. Mr. Speaker, the emotional fulfillment of having to care for someone, making that person feel wanted, feel important, is a blessing in itself. Training in this area was indeed necessary in communicating, bathing, feeding, and even dressing our elderly calls for great empathy, great care, and concern for others. Our caregivers need to understand the personality changes of our elderly and need to respond with a high level of patience. Mr. Speaker, it was therefore deemed necessary to build capacity and resilience among our caregivers, since caring for them, our loved ones, those who paved the way for most of us, requires a great deal of responsibility, and taking care of them in their twilight years is a way of expressing our gratitude to them. Mr. Speaker, I also need to make mention of the $24,965,439.79 that was spent to meet the payments of interns under the National Employment Program. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency alone, over 200 interns who work as cleaning in the cleaning and beautification section in the public and private sector, and also as a brigade. All these have benefited from the National Employment Program. It's a joy, as was alluded to by Honorable Pinard, excuse me. It's a joy, Mr. Speaker, to see these young people, our single parents, to see them work so diligently. To be honest with you, most times when the NEP has completed their task for the day and I arrive in the constituency, I somehow stay at the end of the street because, you know, Grand Point it is a one-lane street. And most times I just stop and say, wow, because they really do a good job and they need to be commended. And then it is good to see that the NEP, the National Employment Program, has helped these people over the years. As a matter of fact, I see here that over $888,091 has been spent on this constituency alone. And I'm grateful. Well, I should not have said that because I'm hearing the little sounds. But I'm happy that the effort is made by the government to employ these people who, if it were not for the NEP, would have been left without anything to do, would have been idle in the constituency. So I am grateful for that. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the Ministry of Sports, Youth, Culture, and Community Development, and I refer to the Community Emergency Readiness Initiative, costing over $53,443.80, an amount which was spent to cover expenses relating to capacity building projects within our vulnerable rural communities. We as Dominicans know all too well how important it is to prepare for disasters. Mr. Speaker, this initiative sought to ensure that communities are safe and self-reliant before, during, and after an emergency. This financing, provided by the UNDP in collaboration with CREED, the Office of Disaster Management, and the Ministry of Community Development, and is one of the pillar initiatives of the National Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan, all in keeping with our vision to become the first climate resilient country by 2030. Mr. Speaker, this training targeted the most vulnerable communities and this included the communities of Calibishi, I was looking for Calibishi over there, Collyho, Campbell, Clifton, Capuchin, Good Hope, Petite Soufriere, Saint-Sauveur, Louvière, Tetmon, Fischler, and Bagatelle. And we provided training to village councils, disaster management committees, field officers, public officers, and residents in emergency response to build a cadre of persons to administer psychosocial support before, during, and after disasters. Training began in 2021 and continued in 2022. Of course, we had a delay because of COVID. And simulation exercises were also conducted as early as this year, where the response capacities of our village councils and disaster committees and Red Cross volunteers were tested. Mr. Speaker, this is noteworthy, since as a result of this exercise, 489 community residents, 35 village councils, 30 community disaster management committees were all strengthened and now in a better position to coordinate disaster management at the community level. This is money that was well spent, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Ministry of Sports, we also have an additional amount costing over $260,000. Money again well spent towards the rehabilitation of the Windsor Park Stadium, but which I will leave to my colleague minister to refer to when he's presented. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I wish to state that I give my full support to the 2021-2022 supplementary estimates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is indeed difficult to speak after such formidable labor men and women of this honorable house, but I will try my best. Mr. Speaker, you know, I listened to the contributions of the members of the parliamentary opposition, and you know, I want to remind the opposition members that this is a national parliament. And I kept on hearing about Marigot and Salisbury, and I just want to lend some advice. Please, your contribution should extend beyond the parameters of your constituency. Mr. Speaker, you know, I heard Marigot and Salisbury over and over again, and I stopped and I asked myself, but wait, how many par-reps are there for Marigot? How many par-reps are there for Salisbury? I even went as far as going in the standing orders and researching as to whether or not you can be a third par-rep or a half par-rep, because we saw that, you know, this kept on repeating itself. But Mr. Speaker, I rest that there. Mr. Speaker, I rise this evening to lend my voice in support of the supplementary appropriation before this honorable house. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like permission to review my note to...
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please permit me to make a very brief but pointed contribution. After carefully analyzing the supplementary estimates, I believe that the funds expended sought to accomplish three key objectives. One, to meet certain obligations. Two, to continue fortifying our country's development efforts. And three, to capitalize on opportunities. Mr. Speaker, speaking about fortifying our country's development efforts, we should all in this honorable house be able to agree that building resilient homes is not a luxury, but a necessity. With the increasing frequency and intensity of natural disasters, this Dominican Labour Party administration must be commended for prioritizing the issue of housing. This is a government that continues to move expeditiously with regards to the housing revolution. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this speaks to the deep concern and care that this government has for the people of this country. Our Prime Minister has said countless times that for you to lead people, you must first love them. And it is because of this abundance of love that we see the largest chunk of money from this supplementary appropriation spent in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. This DLP government has been relentless in its pursuit to ensure that citizens can be safe and secure during adverse weather conditions. Mr. Speaker, no one knows the day nor the hour that we may be impacted by another severe climatic event, which is why it is important that we act while we have the ability to do so. As a small island developing state, we are very much aware of the impact of natural disasters, and it can be very devastating. This, coupled with our geographic location, puts us in a very vulnerable position. Mr. Speaker, I say again, building resilient homes is not a luxury, but a necessity. And this is why this administration continues to take swift and necessary action. There are a number of people who still, to this day, hear the rain pounding on their roof and are triggered and fearful. Fearful because they know where they live may not be the strongest or most suitable to handle such an event for an extended period of time. Thanks to these interventions through the Modern Resilient Housing Program and the government-initiated World Bank Housing Recovery Project, that number continues to see a reduction. Mr. Speaker, I am of the firm belief that Dominica wins every time there is one more person, one more family in a resilient home. And I say all of this to say, Mr. Speaker, money well spent. Mr. Speaker, another item which has caught my attention was under the Ministry of Education, in particular with respect to the rehabilitation and renovation of 3 of our country's learning institutions. Education is the foundation of progress, and the quality of facilities in which students learn has a profound impact on their overall development. The rehabilitation of both the Will Strathmore Stevens Primary School and the Maho Primary School, as well as the renovation of the Dominica Grammar School, are all critical and timely investments. Based on the supplementary estimates, in excess of $23 million was spent in support of these renovation efforts. This Dominica Labour Party administration continues to invest heavily in this education sector. Over the last few years, we have seen the renovation of several schools from across the island, from Dalis in the east to Salisbury in the west. For this administration, investing in modern school facilities is not just a matter of comfort or convenience, but it is a long-term investment in the future of our children. By providing students with access to state-of-the-art facilities, we are ensuring that they have the resources and the opportunities to succeed in an increasingly competitive global environment. Modern school facilities not only provide more comfortable and safe learning environments, but they also support the use of technology and innovative teaching methods. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, these and other investments made in the furtherance of a stronger, more dynamic, and responsive education sector can only be considered as money well spent. Mr. Speaker, I move to sports. In the area of sports, under the then Ministry of Sports, Culture and Community Development, we see funds expensed during the fiscal year 2021-2022 of approximately $277,826.30 for the preparation works on the Windsor Park Sports Stadium forecourt for the hosting of the OECS ECCB netball tournament. While some may see on the surface, simple preparation works, infrastructure, improvements and the like, it's much deeper than this. I believe that the true benefit of such an endeavor is the development of our sports tourism product. Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we have much to offer in terms of our natural beauty, our hospitality, and our rich cultural heritage. As a nation, we are also fortunate to have a government and champions like the Honorable Popon Skerrit and former Minister Honorable Rosalind Paul, who recognize the significant role of sports, that sports tourism can play in boosting our economy, creating jobs, and elevating our country's profile on both the regional and global stage. For one, sports tourism has the ability to attract large numbers of visitors to our shores, providing a boost to the local economy. Just from the netball tournament hosted, we hosted players from various OECS countries and Barbados, their coaches, and other sports administrators. From hotels to restaurants to shops to taxis, all of these businesses benefited from the influx of these visitors to our shores. Even the very same preparation work for which funds were expensed would have created jobs and generated revenue for the local economy. In addition to the economic benefit, sports tourism can also boost our country's international profile. Hosting major sporting events can help showcase our beautiful country to the world, highlighting our towering mountains and lush vegetation, while also demonstrating our ability to host large-scale regional and international events. Mr. Speaker, this has already begun to materialize. Case in point, the hosting of the 2022 boxing tournament right here at the Windsor Park Sports Stadium. Mr. Speaker, and this is why I wholeheartedly support the investments made towards the hosting of this tournament. Mr. Speaker, this is an opportunity that Dominica has successfully capitalized on. As I close, Mr. Speaker, while I sought to highlight certain elements of the supplementary estimates, I believe it is important that I step back a bit and assess the broader picture. As the Honorable Minister for Finance elucidated, a total of $38.5 million small number. Sometimes we end up saying 38.5 and we think it's nothing. I remember one day hearing somebody talk about a ministry after budget and saying, oh, that ministry only got $14.2 million. Like that was a small number. Mr. Speaker, $38.5 million is a lot of money. And to me, this speaks to the strong support by our international community as Dominica continues to chart its development path. A total of $167 million, or 71% of the total funds, were through local financing. This is remarkable, especially given the fact that revenues were still being severely impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And finally, while $29.3 million, or 12% of the funding, came from loans, it must be noted that this was largely due to the costs associated with the impeccable management of COVID-19. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I once again express my total support to the supplementary appropriation and say emphatically, money well spent, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my support to the 2021-2022 supplementary estimates presented here today. But before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to extend my very best wishes for success in your election as the Speaker of the House. In your previous stint, you served with humility, confidence, and respect. Congratulations. I also wish to sincerely thank the wonderful people of Rosa Central for your unwavering support and the confidence that you have placed in me. Thank you for electing me. You are the reason why I'm standing here in this honorable house today. Thank you to all those who stood by my side, my husband, my children, my family, and all my constituents who rallied behind me throughout the campaign. Rosa Central, you asked for a ministry, and you got it. I would say the best ministry, the ministry necessary to transform the city of Rosa. Mr. Speaker, allow me to refer to my notes as I proceed.
Permission granted.
Before I get into the supplementary estimates, Mr. Speaker, I wish to address some of the issues placed before the House by the honorable member of the Salisbury constituency. Mr. Speaker, the member gave the impression that many of our constituents in Salisbury and Culliver Street did not receive assistance, and that under the Housing Recovery Project, it was politically motivated, and so they were denied housing because it is in the Salisbury constituency. Since, Mr. Speaker, she wants to draw political lines as a deciding factor for eligibility under the HRP project, let me inform this House that out of the 114 homes built in the Prime Minister constituency, the red zone I call it, received one home. In the Roseau Central constituency, another Labour stronghold received one home, to a non-supporter to be exact. In the Cottage constituency, a Labour stronghold, only 2 homes under the same project, Mr. Speaker. Let's switch over to the opposition seats from the previous term. Roseau North, 40 beneficiaries. Marigot received 31 beneficiaries. Sadly to say, in the Salisbury constituency, very few people applied to this project, but yet still 4 beneficiaries were awarded to Salisbury, twice that of Bakers and Roseau Central combined. So tell me, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the selection process has nothing to do with bipartisan involvement. There is absolutely no influence of cabinet in that process. In fact, if that was the case, the Roseau Central power rep has a very aggressive power rep. She likes to take a big chunk of government funding for her constituents. Surely Roseau Central will be able to boast of a significant amount of homes under this project. But I can only speak of one. In fact, Mr. Speaker, based on the expressed concerns of the applicants who were falling short, the Prime Minister solicited the consideration of the World Bank
to make adjustments that would allow more Dominicans to qualify. They asked about the criteria for the housing recovery project. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to do their homework for them. The World Bank office is right opposite courts. In fact, pamphlets and flyers listing the criteria all over Roseau. People were even using it as fans. So how can you say that you're not aware of the criteria? It is public knowledge. You know, people may not be aware, or beneficiaries may not tell others what they received. But I want the member of the Salisbury constituency to note that $2 million was spent in Coolibee Street and Salisbury and Monrachet to help with home renovations. And these funds, they can track it, these funds were routed through the village council. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, after Maria, 10 houses were built in Platma, which benefited both the people from Collio and Coolibee Street. So, Mr. Speaker, these are facts that I bring before the House. And I urge the members to do their research and do their homework and bring facts to this honorable House before making statements. I refer to statements made by the Honorable Senator Paris. He went on and on about local contractors not being engaged. But where are you getting these facts from? Have you done your research? When I look at the contractors list, 266 contracts were signed, and out of that, 23 were signed by contractors of Marigot and Concord. A total of 56 local contractors and contracting firms were engaged under the HRP. And the members, the employees of the HRP have said to me personally that when they do a project in a particular constituency, they look first for local contractors within that constituency first for the project. So the money stays within the constituency, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it begs me to wonder if the member is bringing certain interest to this honorable House. Are you a lobbyist or are you a parliamentarian? I beg to ask the question. Mr. Speaker, there have been countless training. The member speaks about there's no training for the contractors. Again, where are you getting this information from? There have been countless training opportunities for contractors for various initiatives to be in line with the international bid requirements. The NAO office trained, the World Bank projects trained contractors as well. Mr. Speaker, the senator said to us tonight he's an engineer over dinner, and he has insight into construction. Yet still, he comes here and accuses the government of overspending, not considering all factors involved. Again, do your research. In fact, if you're involved in that industry, you don't even have to do research because you understand how the world operates now. It begs me to wonder, are you living in a bubble, Mr. Speaker? Not you, but the member. Does the member not recognize the effects of the Ukraine-Russian war and increased construction costs? There are rising prices of building materials, Mr. Speaker. Is he not aware of the increased labor costs as well? Mr. Speaker, COVID delayed shipping and this prolonged construction periods, which in turn made a lot of our projects more costly. Mr. Speaker, under the HRP, if $150,000 is allocated to build homes across Dominica, yes, that could work on nice flat land in Roseau. But if you decide to build a house on the east coast of Dominica, when you get there and you start to dig, and you see that on the east coast our bedrock is very low, and then you'll realize that the type of soil is not dense enough to hold the weight of the foundation of the house, so that you cannot build a proper soil foundation, you have to dig deeper. Mr. Speaker, all this will significantly increase the cost of building your home. But Mr. Speaker, with all these measures, we have taken strides and tried in different ways to offset these unforeseen costs by buying materials in bulk. Mr. Speaker, allow me to proceed on the supplementary appropriation. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to bring to the attention of this Honorable House the details of this government's supplementary spending on housing recovery and development for 2021 to 2022 fiscal period. The Labour government, Mr. Speaker, has given its commitment to build resilience in the housing sector consistent with its vision to rebuild Dominica as the first climate resilient country in the world. And to achieve this, the ministry pursues several social housing initiatives to include the implementation of the Kalinago Housing Program, the Housing Recovery Project, and the Modern Resilient Housing Project. And Mr. Speaker, under the Kalinago Housing Program, 10 million EC dollars were allocated to build 50 homes. This is a commitment that we at the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development take with a sense of joy, knowing that the level of damage that occurs and the extensive loss experienced among the Kalinago people, if we as a government were to turn a blind eye to their needs, particularly their housing needs. It is therefore on this basis, Mr. Speaker, that our government has sustained its construction activities through the COVID-19 pandemic to continue to build homes for the Kalinago people. Government has clearly demonstrated its intent on changing the housing landscape in every community in the Kalinago territory. And our results were shown clearly when we handed over 18 new constructed homes under the project to beneficiary families just last month, Mr. Speaker. We are dedicated, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the commitment to build at least 300 homes to the people of the territory made by the Honorable Prime Minister becomes a reality. And we can report today that our government has provided new homes to over 100 families as a testimony of government's expression of care to the communities and the people of Concord, Bataka, Crayfish River, Salibia, St. Cyr, Gullet River, Maho River, and Seneco, Mr. Speaker. That's right. We encountered one major challenge in its initial attempts at coordinating the implementation of the project. Access to sites for construction was poor, and in some instances, there were none. And as a responsible government, we responded by undertaking roadworks to provide improved access, which benefited hundreds of homeowners throughout the Kalinago territory. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the project is being funded under the 11 EDF-B envelope for rehabilitation post-Hurricane Maria housing, and as part of the government's contribution, all taxes incurred in the implementation of the project must be paid out of local funds. And so a total of 1.26 million was incurred in the fiscal period, of which 0.3 million was settled in the 2020-2021 financial year. And so, Mr. Speaker, since the project spending on the VAT payments and the roadworks amounted to 2.6 million, which surpassed approved allocations, we present this supplementary spending on the Kalinago housing for the additional sum of 1.04 million paid out in 2021-2022 financial year. Mr. Speaker, every dollar can be accounted for. As members of this honorable House will remember, we are still recovering from one of the most perilous events facing the world, which started 2 years following Dominica's most traumatic and economically crippling event, Hurricane Maria, in 2017. The COVID-19 pandemic and its impacts on all facets of life left us with no choice but to prioritize spending on activities aimed at safeguarding the health and the wellness of every Dominican. Health is wealth, Mr. Speaker. And so in response to the declaration of the COVID-19 and as an emergency approval, it was granted for the activation of the contingency emergency response component to finance the livelihood income support program and the reimbursable financial assistance under the grant component of the housing recovery project. This was administered by the Aid Bank government, where they provided assistance up to $15,000 to small businesses in paying operating expense, which they accumulated during the period of the pandemic. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, that quite a few people in the Roseau Central constituency benefited from this program and welcomed this cash injection, which kept their business afloat during the pandemic. As a forward-thinking government, I firmly believe that this supplementary spending has allowed us to transition to recovery at a much faster pace. Mr. Speaker, this government continues to demonstrate its leadership in the management of financial resources by providing to the needs of Dominicans. Disasters, as you know, Mr. Speaker, can make or break a leader. But under the sterling leadership of Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, not one of our housing projects came to a halt during these challenging times. And it is also interesting to note that this government did not cut back on the quality of the homes which were given to people, like we have seen in the other islands who had no choice but to downgrade their housing. But here in Dominica, we have committed to building resilient homes with hurricane-proof roofs, concrete structures which will stand for generations to come, Mr. Speaker. In fact, as we speak, the Ministry of Housing has embarked on an island-wide resilient roof program in an effort to strengthen existing roofs to endure strong winds, Mr. Speaker. And so we can proudly say that even in times when our funds were depleted, we can say that promises made, promises kept in all constituencies. Mr. Speaker, we are uncertain of the full impacts of the war. It has led to significant effects, rising shipping, freight costs, increased building materials, rising costs of materials. And this continues to have a significant impact on the cost of constructing homes in Dominica. But we are prepared to respond, Mr. Speaker. And this is why we requested an increase in the value of the grant per beneficiary under the HRP project, which allows for $140,000 to be available to meet the cost of construction for a home under this project. Several of our contractors had incurred additional costs for improvements to sites with acceleration and implementation of this project over the financial year. We note, Mr. Speaker, that the funds are provided as grants to the beneficiaries, as this is an owner-driven construction project supervised by technical personnel who approve the release of funds. And so, under this project as well, we can count for every dollar spent because there is an established system where there is an agreement, there are agreements between the contractor and the beneficiary and the bank, the beneficiary and the government and the bank. And so we ensure that every last dollar goes directly to the construction of the approved houses. In addition to that, government has developed a modern housing construction model implemented for the private-public sector partnership with MMC. And this project has delivered 1,047 completed homes to date. I am particularly proud of this program as part of our social housing policy to raise those who are vulnerable to disasters from substandard housing to decent and safe housing and to transform the residential landscape of our communities with modern, resilient homes. A total of 10 million was allocated for implementation of the project for ongoing works, Mr. Speaker, at Center Grand Bay for Dubique Resettlement, Scott's Head, and Eggleston, Mr. Speaker. And while we experienced delays in project implementation due to rising costs of building materials, availability of labor, we were able to initiate several other housing projects at Upper Penville, Kenfield East, Vacals, as well as City Breeze Apartments in Roseville. And so with total spending of $43 million for the financial year, we have received the approval of the additional $33 million from the Ministry of Finance, and herein support the ministry request for the approval of the sum of the supplementary appropriation bill presented here today. And it is no coincidence that the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has up to a quarter of the supplementary spending in the last financial year. The importance placed on our Labour government to provide decent, modern, resilient homes to our vulnerable citizens is a clear reflection of the spending patterns of this ministry. And so we were quite conservative in our last estimates, as we were uncertain at the time of the continued threat of COVID-19. COVID was here, COVID pretended to leave, COVID came back. But this is the most significant reason for additional spending of over $61 million. And we were not daunted by the challenges posed by the pandemic, the Ukraine-Russian war, and a resulting increase in construction costs. But we are determined to continue investing in housing, as it represents an important response to employment and job creation. We have completed over 1,500 homes in our commitment to build 5,000 new homes in Dominica. And we have spent $0.5 billion since the passage of Hurricane Maria in 2017. And although, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister officially announced the national reset last year, but I truly believe that all along, by wisdom, he began to reset this country since the passing of Hurricane Maria. This is why our returning diasporans and even our tourists are shocked to see the drastic improvements from the shocking pictures that they saw on CNN News in 2019. They thought that this would be the end of Dominica. But this government is relentless in its pursuit to providing decent living for all citizens. All shall eat and all shall live well. As a government, we will also quicken the process of facilitating home construction for the private sector through timely response in the approval of housing plans through physical planning. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we know physical planning is now a shared portfolio under housing. This is another welcome reset. As we present the supplementary appropriation bill, we look forward to continue this path of providing improved housing, and we look forward to completing the process to provide further support for granting ownership to the beneficiaries who have been promised their land titles by this government. And so, as I end, Mr. Speaker, I extend a hearty invitation to all throughout the carnival season to enjoy the beauty, as you revel, enjoy the beauty of our housing developments, and to come over to participate in Mas Alawi 2023. I would like to say thank you to the past senior minister, my friend, Honorable Austri, as well as PS, Reginald Sevre, for ushering me into the Ministry of Housing. Thank you for your mentorship and guidance. And Mr. Austri, if you are listening, I will still continue bugging you quite often, so I hope you don't change your number on me. I still have a lot of questions. And special thanks to my PS, Dr. Kira Paul, for your tenacity and your commitment. I wish to appeal to my constituents of Roseau to exercise patience as we continue to initiate the additional housing development for the city of Roseau, particularly at the Pong and Riverbank, where we have identified and we are pursuing the acquisition of lands to undertake further housing developments in the city of Roseau. And you shall also hear from me soon concerning the commencement of the Roseau Enhancement Project. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion for the approval of the supplementary appropriation bill and express my deepest gratitude from my constituents of Roseau and my colleague members of Cabinet and Parliament for the opportunity to address this honorable House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Whelan.
Mr. Speaker, I stand in support of the supplementary appropriation, but Mr. Speaker, allow me to introduce myself. I come from the Dominica Labour Party stronghold, a successor of Michael Mike Douglas, Roosevelt Rosie Douglas, and most recently, His Excellency, formerly the Honorable Ian Douglas. Mr. Speaker, I am a product of the Jade Patat, the Potato Garden, Glanville, and a proud member of the Portsmouth constituency with my new title of Honorable Finella Wenham. Mr. Speaker, allow me to say thank you to my constituents. Thank you for your vote of confidence, your vote of trust, your vote to say that I, as your power rep, can count on you. I also want to say thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister. Doran, Mr. Speaker, Nathan Barnes, a soldier, a stalwart in the development of the constituency. Born, quiet, unique, and very special. Mr. Speaker, I cannot mention Chance and Zikak without mentioning the likes of Murphy Field and Modu. Mr. Speaker, Ronald Hamilton in the Portsmouth Central area, Sonia and Mr. Fitzroy in Glanville, and Mr. Speaker, Hannah Flory in Picard and T-Bay. Thank you again for your confidence in me, the confidence by showing your vote. And now, Mr. Speaker, as the education reformist, I want to give my full support to the supplementary estimate. Capacity building. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education engaged in building capacity among practitioners in early childhood development. This was done through the collaborations between UNICEF and the Ministry of Education. As the education reformist, early childhood education is essential to have our students ready from the earliest age, Mr. Speaker. Let's expound, Mr. Speaker, on how. Every day we make plans. Mr. Speaker, you make plans, I make plans. We make plans for our homes and businesses. The government makes plans, and Mr. Speaker, we know that there are factors which cause our plans to change. And in this case, the COVID-19 pandemic altered our plans and put a spoke in our wheel. And we had to fix that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this program, which involved the roving caregivers, private and government preschools, were trained to use online platforms effectively. These sessions were on the 27th of May and 16th of November 2022, facilitated by Mr. Kenneth Sherman via Zoom, of which 33 participants were trained. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic affected face-to-face learning
and the government had to find alternative ways to teach the country's children. Like all other countries, Mr. Speaker, Dominica had to use the Zoom platform to reach and educate the children. As a former teacher, we were able to complete our school's syllabus and seen graduation. Mr. Speaker, I'm really talking about a program that has already happened. Money has been spent for very important reasons. As a teacher, I've had first-hand knowledge of how the Zoom platform benefited our students at the secondary school, and I have no doubt that the benefits were the same for early childhood. Mr. Speaker, I stand here in full support of the money that have been spent to see our children's education through this crisis period. Mr. Speaker, this is my contribution on this topic. But I want to go further to state too that we had rehabilitation works done in capacity building and the rehabilitation of the Will Strathmore Stevens Primary, Mr. Speaker. There we trained the masons, the carpenters, and they were used, the skills they learned were used in that rehabilitation. So to hear the Honorable Senator Paris mention that we do not build local capacity, I want to debunk that opinion. Rehabilitation of schools, Mr. Speaker, Monjan Primary saw construction work that involved the building of a school block that included early childhood facility. At this stage, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support these supplementary appropriations. I can say that all works on that project are now complete. The duration of this project was originally 6 months with a start date of 11th November 2022 and was expected to end on 11th April 2021 at a revised end date to 10th September 2021. What this shows, Mr. Speaker, is that the pandemic affected the initial end date by 5 months. Mr. Speaker, hence the need for a supplement. Other schools included, for the same reason, Mr. Speaker, renovations of the Will Strathmore Stevens Primary, Grand Bay, Salisbury, and Dalesis Primary. All these schools were affected by the hurricane and all their dates revised. Hence, Mr. Speaker, the reason for supplementary in order to complete these renovations. Mr. Speaker, these monies were well spent. The learning experiences in the classrooms are important for our students. The face-to-face interactions, the physical classroom setting, and environment are key factors in the students' development. As a former educator and reformist, Mr. Speaker, I will spare no penny in ensuring that our students at all levels are well taken care of. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to just remind those of us of this House, especially on the other side, that a Dominican life is beyond politics. And so, be guided that when we come to this honorable House, it is to provide correct information to the people of Dominica and not to use inaccurate or misleading data for the people. Let us be honest when we share the information. The House is not a place of birth, Mr. Speaker. And with some time in the bank still, I yield.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House be adjourned in view of recommencing tomorrow, Wednesday, the 8th of February at 10 a.m.
It has been moved and seconded that the House be adjourned at 10 a.m. Wednesday 8th. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. All stand adjourned until 10 a.m. Wednesday 8th. 8th what month? February 2022. 2023.